Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Picks. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Patunia secretly loved magic and raised Harry to surpass Lily's legacy? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Picks. Now let story begin.
The night was cold and starless over number 4, Privet Drive. Rain fell in thin, spiteful sheets against the pavement, tapping against windowpanes like impatient fingers. The street lamps flickered yellow-orange, casting long shadows that stretched and shrank with each gust of November wind. At this hour, 11:30, though the clock in the hallway had been stuck at 11:17 for 3 years, the neighborhood slept. Curtains drawn, doors locked, lawns precisely trimmed. It was the kind of place where nothing ever happened, and if anything ever tried to happen, the neighbors would tut about it over garden fences for a decade. Petunia Dursley stood at the front door in her nightgown. She didn't know why she was here. The house had been quiet since Vernon went to bed at 9. His usual grumble about drills and deadlines trailing up the stairs like smoke. She'd washed the dishes, folded Dudley's socks, all 23 pairs, because heaven forbid the boy wear the same color 2 days running. She'd checked the locks, turned off the television, drawn the curtains just so. The same routine she'd performed every night for 11 years of marriage. But tonight, her feet carried her to the front door, and her hand rested on the cold brass handle, and she waited. For what? The rain answered. A sound cut through the storm, not thunder, thou. It vibrated with the same deep resonance. A crack, sharp and wrong, like something splitting open that shouldn't exist in Surrey. Petunia flinched, her fingers tightening on the handle. For a moment, just a moment, she was 16 again. Standing in the kitchen doorway, watching her sister vanish in a swirl of green flame. No, that's over, that world is gone. But the crack came again, closer now. And Petunia's breath caught in her throat because she recognized that sound. She'd heard it once, twice, a dozen times in childhood, always from behind closed doors, always followed by Lily's Dell. Idled laughter and their parents' nervous smiles. Apparition. Someone was apparating onto her front step. She should run. She should wake Vernon, tell him to get his shotgun, tell him the freaks had finally come to finish whatever they'd started 11 years ago. That was what a normal woman would do. That was what Petunia Dursley, wife of Vernon, mother of Dudley, resident of number 4, should do. But her hand turned the handle, and the door swung open, and the night rushed in. On the step lay a bundle. A basket, actually, wicker, old-fashioned, the kind you'd use for picnics if you were the sort of family that had picnics. A blanket draped over the top, knitted in shades of emerald and silver, the edges slightly damp but the center clearly protected. And from beneath that blanket came a sound so small, so fragile, that Petunia's heart stopped for 3 full beats before lurching back to life. A baby, crying, not loudly, more like the exhausted whimper of a creature who'd cried so long it had forgotten how to stop. Petunia's legs moved before her brain caught up. She was on the step, then kneeling on the cold wet concrete, then pulling back the blanket with trembling fingers. The street lamp caught the child's face, round, pale, smudged with something that might have been dirt or might have been soot. Dark hair plastered to a tiny forehead. A scar, a fresh scar, pink and raw, utting through the left eyebrow in a jagged bolt. And eyes, green as summer grass, green as Lily, Petunia whispered. The name tasted like glass in her mouth. Sharp, broken, swallowed for so long it had grown edges. The baby stared up at her, and for a moment, just a moment, the crying stopped. Those green eyes focused, locked onto hers, and Petunia saw something pass between them. Recognition? No, that was impossible. Infants couldn't recognize strangers in the dark. But connection? Yes, something that felt like connection. Like a thread pulled tight between 2 souls who'd both been left in the cold. Petunia. She spun. A figure stood at the garden gate. Tall, bent, draped in robes so deep a blue they looked black in the darkness. A beard silver as moonlight cascaded down his chest, and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and those eyes, those impossibly blue eyes, held more weight than any eyes should hold. Albus Dumbledore. Petunia hadn't seen him since the funeral. Since the day they'd buried her parents, and Lily, and James, all in one terrible ceremony that blurred together like watercolors left in the rain. He'd spoken then. She didn't remember what he'd said, only the way he'd looked at her. not unkindly, but with something that might have been assessment. Calculation, as if she were a variable in an equation he hadn't quite solved. Petunia, he said again, and his voice was gentle. The kind of gentle that came from delivering bad news so often it became a habit. I'm sorry to arrive so late. And so suddenly, but there was no time for proper arrangements. She stood, her knees ached from the cold concrete. Her nightgown clung wet to her shins. But she stood, and she lifted her chin, and she met those ancient blue eyes with everything she had. What have you done? Dumbledore's expression shifted. Surprise, perhaps, or something like it. He'd expected fear, or hatred, or the blank denial she'd worn like armor for 20 years. Not this, not steel. May I come in? He asked. The rain, and the hour, and I think there are things you deserve to know. Things I should have told you long ago. Petunia looked down at the baby. At the scar, at the green eyes, now closed. Exhaustion finally winning. His name, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry. Harry James Potter. James. Of course. She'd never met the man, only seen photographs, moving photographs. Because that was the sort of thing Lily's world did for fun. Tall and messy-haired and laughing, always laughing, as if the whole of life were a joke only he understood. Petunia had hated him on sight. But this child with Lily's eyes and some stranger's name. He's theirs, she said. Lily's. They're gone, Petunia. Dumbledore's voice dropped lower, softer. Voldemort. He paused, as if the name itself cost something. He found them. 3 nights ago. James died trying to buy them time. Lily stood between them. She didn't have her wand. She didn't have anything except herself. And she gave him time. Enough time for the spell to rebound. Enough time for Harry to survive. The words landed like stones in still water. Ripples spreading outward, touching. Things Petunia had buried so deep she'd forgotten they existed. Lily was dead. Lily, who'd stolen their mother's attention, their father's pride, every ounce of magic the universe could spare. Lily, who'd left without looking back, without a single letter, without even a goodbye that mattered. Lily, who'd had everything Petunia ever wanted, and now had nothing at all, because dead was dead and magic couldn't fix that. Petunia should feel triumph, or satisfaction, or at least the grim justice of a world that finally balanced its scales. She felt none of those things. She felt cold and hollow and achingly, devastatingly empty. Because Lily was gone and there was no one left who remembered the girl before the magic. The girl who'd shared her bed on stormy nights. The girl who'd held her hand when the neighbor's dog died. The girl who'd whispered, "I love you, Toonie," into the dark, meaning it with every fiber of her small, shining heart. When? Petunia's voice cracked. When did it happen? Halloween. 3 nights passed, and you've been carrying him around since then. A flicker of something, guilt, discomfort, crossed Dumbledore's ancient face. There were arrangements to make. Protections to put in place. Your sister's death, it wasn't simple, Petunia. The magical world is in chaos. His followers are scattering, hiding, but they'll regroup. They'll always regroup, and when they do, they'll remember the child who survived. Then why bring him here? The words came out sharper than she intended. I'm not part of your world. I never was. That's what you told me, isn't it? 20 years ago, that I wasn't wanted there. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, the great Albus Dumbledore, and Petunia felt a vicious spark of satisfaction. I made mistakes, he said quietly. More than I care to count. With your sister, with you, with so many who trusted me to do right by them. But this, he gestured toward the basket, toward Harry, toward everything. This isn't about me, or you, or even Lily. This is about a child who needs family. Who needs protection. Who needs. Don't. Petunia held up a hand. Don't stand there in the rain and tell me what he needs. You don't know me. You never did. You saw Lily and you saw magic and you saw everything you wanted, and the rest of us, her voice broke. She forced it steady. The rest of us were just scenery. The rain fell harder. Dumbledore didn't move. Your sister loved you, he said. More than you knew. More than she could show, perhaps, but don't. This time the word was barely a whisper. Don't you dare. Not tonight. Not now. She looked down at Harry again. He'd shifted in his sleep, one tiny fist escaping the blanket, reaching toward nothing. Toward everything. Toward a world that had already tried to kill him. What's the scar from? The killing curse. Dumbledore's voice was very calm, very measured, the voice of a man who'd said terrible things so often they'd lost their sharp edges. It struck him directly. And it rebounded. Somehow. No one understands why. The only mark it left was that. The killing curse. Petunia had heard whispers over the years, Lily's rare letters, the odd mention in newspapers her parents tried to hide. She knew what that meant. She knew what it took to survive it. Nothing. That was the answer. Nothing survived the killing curse. Except this child. This boy with Lily's eyes and a stranger's name and a scar shaped like lightning on his forehead. You expect me to raise him. I expect nothing. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very bright, very old. I ask because there's nowhere else. Because the blood protection, your blood, Petunia, the same blood that runs in Lily's veins, it's the strongest magic there is. As long as he can call this place home, he'll be safe from those who wish him harm. Safer, at least, than anywhere else in the world. In Vernon, you expect him to agree to this. I expect you to find a way. A small smile touched Dumbledore's lips, not mocking, not condescending, but something that might have been respect. You're stronger than you know, Petunia. Stronger than you ever showed. Lily saw it. I see it now. He reached into his robes and produced a letter. Cream parchment, sealed with crimson wax, the same kind of letter that had destroyed their family 20 years ago. This explains what I can. The basics, at least. The rest. He placed it on the garden wall, careful to keep it dry beneath an overhanging branch. The rest is up to you. And then he was gone. No crack of apparition, no dramatic swirl of robes. Just a shift in the air, a bending of light, and the space where he'd stood was empty. Petunia stood alone in the rain with her sister's child. She carried him inside. The house was dark and warm, and smelled of Vernon's aftershave and Dudley's baby powder and the faint chemical tang of cleaning products. Normal smells, safe smells, the smells of a life she'd built from nothing, brick by brick, denial by denial. Until the cracks didn't show anymore. Harry didn't wake as she carried him through the kitchen, past the refrigerator covered in Dudley's drawings, past the telephone table with its carefully organized message pad. He didn't wake as she climbed the stairs, careful to avoid the third step from the top, the one that creaked, or as she pushed open the door to the smallest bedroom. The room she'd planned as a sewing room. Once, before she realized she didn't sew, she laid him in the crib that had been Dudley's. Vernon would notice, eventually. Vernon noticed everything that disturbed his routine. But tonight she needed to think, and she couldn't think with the baby crying, and the crib was the only place that made sense. Harry stirred as she lowered him onto the mattress. Those green eyes opened, blinked once, twice, and fixed on her face with an intensity that made her breath catch. Lily used to look at me like that. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome, and Petunia pushed it away with the force of 20 years' practice. You're here now, she whispered, not sure if she was talking to him or to herself. That's all. You're here, and I'm here, and we'll figure out the rest in the morning. Quote. She left the door cracked open, just enough to hear if he cried. Then she went downstairs, retrieved the letter from the garden wall, and sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea gone cold. The seal broke easily, too easily, as if it had been waiting for her touch all along. Dear Petunia, if you're reading this, then Albus has kept his word and delivered Harry to your door. I'm sorry I couldn't do it myself. I'm sorry for a great many things, and I suspect this letter will be too short to contain them all. I'm writing this hours after Harry's birth. He's perfect, Toonie, absolutely perfect. 10 fingers, 10 toes, a shock of black hair that's already sticking up in every direction, just like his father. But his eyes are mine, and when I look at them, I see you. I see the girl who taught me to climb trees and catch fireflies and believe that the world was bigger than our back garden. I know you're angry. I know you have every right to be. I left, and I didn't look back. And I told myself it was because you didn't understand, but the truth is, I was afraid. Afraid you'd hate me for being what you couldn't be. Afraid you'd love me anyway and make it worse. Afraid of so many things that seem so small now. Harry won't understand any of this for years. Maybe never, if you choose not to tell him. But I'm asking you, begging you, Toonie, to give him a chance. He's not me. He's not magic pretending to be human. He's just a boy, your nephew, my son, and he deserves to grow up knowing he's loved. I loved you. I never said it enough. I never showed it enough. But I loved you, and I'm sorry, and I hope. The letter cut off there. Not torn, not unfinished, just stopped. As if Lily had been interrupted. or couldn't find the words, or simply ran out of time. Petunia read it 3 times. Then she folded it carefully, precisely, the way she folded everything, and tucked it into her apron pocket. The kitchen clock ticked. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere upstairs, Dudley snored in his sleep, a wet rattling sound that would have annoyed her on any other night. Petunia sat in the dark and remembered. She was 8 years old, and Lily was 6. They'd built a fort in the back garden, blankets draped over the clothesline, cushions stolen from the sitting room, a tin of biscuits smuggled from the pantry. Their mother pretended not to notice. Their father pretended not to notice her pretending. It was summer, and the world was golden, and Petunia was the architect of the greatest fort in Surrey history. "Can I come in?" Lily's voice was small, hopeful. The voice of a younger sister who knew she was crashing but couldn't help herself. Petunia should say no, should protect her creation from sticky fingers and enthusiastic destruction. But Lily's eyes were so green, so bright, so full of love that the word, no, died before it reached her tongue. "Fine, but you have to bring the biscuits." Lily's face split into a grin that could power the sun. She scrambled under the blanket, biscuits clutched to her chest, and collapsed beside Petunia in a tangle of red hair and skinny limbs. "This is the best fort ever," Lily announced. "I know, you're the best sister ever." Petunia rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. She was always smiling, when it was just the two of them. She was 11 years old, and Lily was 9. Something had changed. Petunia couldn't name it at first, just a sense that Lily saw things she didn't, heard things she didn't, understood things in ways that didn't make sense. Flowers bloomed faster when Lily touched them. Fallen birds healed in Lily's hands. Once, when Petunia fell from her bike and split her knee open, Lily pressed her palm to the wound and it stopped bleeding, just stopped, like magic. "Don't tell anyone," Lily whispered, eyes wide with fear. "Please, Toonie, don't tell." Petunia didn't tell, but she watched, and she waited, and she hoped, in the secret corners of her heart, that whatever was happening to Lily might happen to her too. She was 14, and Lily was 12. A letter came, cream parchment, green ink, a seal Petunia didn't recognize. Lily opened it at breakfast, hands shaking. And when she read the words her face went pale as milk. "I'm a witch," she breathed. "Toonie, I'm a witch." Petunia's world cracked open. Not her, not Petunia, who'd waited and hopped. Eden prayed for something, anything, to make her special. Lily, always Lily, the pretty one, the clever one, the one with the strange gift and the strange eyes and the strange way of making everyone love her without trying. Jealousy bloomed like poison in Petunia's chest. She tried to kill it, tried to be happy for her sister, proud of her sister, the way a good sister should. But the jealousy had roots, deep roots, and they wrapped around her heart and squeezed until there was nothing left but bitterness. She was 16, and Lily was 14. Petunia wrote a letter, addressed it to the headmaster of that school, that ridiculous school for people like Lily, and begged. "Please," she wrote, "please, I know I'm not like her. I know I don't have the gift. But I can learn, I can try, I can be good enough. If you'll just give me a chance." The reply came 3 weeks later. "Dear Miss Evans, we have received your inquiry regarding admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you that..." The rest was noise, static, the sound of a door slamming shut forever. Petunia showed the letter to no one. Buried it in the garden, beneath the rose bushes, where Lily's magic made everything bloom twice as bright. And when Lily came home that summer, talking about spells and potions in a world Petunia would never see, Petunia smiled and nodded and let the poison grow. The kitchen clock struck midnight. Petunia looked up, startled, as if waking from a dream. The tea in her cup had grown a skin. The rain had stopped, and somewhere upstairs, Harry James Potter slept in his cousin's crib, carrying Lily's eyes and Lily's legacy and a scar shaped like lightning. She should put him in the cupboard under the stairs. That was the obvious place, the sensible place. The place Vernon would expect. A child like that, a freak like that, didn't deserve a proper bedroom. Didn't deserve warmth or comfort or love. That was what Petunia had told herself for 20 years. That was what she believed. But Lily's letter burned in her apron pocket. "I loved you, I never said it enough." Petunia stood. Her legs were stiff from sitting. Her heart was heavy from remembering. But she stood, and she climbed the stairs, and she pushed open the door to the smallest bedroom. Harry was awake. Those green eyes found her instantly, and for a moment, ta moment, he looked as confused as she felt. It's all right, Petunia heard herself say. You're safe. She swallowed. You're home. She didn't know if she believed it. Didn't know if she could do this, become the person Lily's letter begged her to become. But as she reached into the crib and lifted Harry into her arms, as she felt his tiny heartbeat against her chest and his small fist curl around her finger, Petunia Evans Dursley made a decision. The poison had grown for 20 years. It would take more than one night to dig out the roots. But for the first time since she buried that rejection letter in the garden, Petunia wanted to try. She held Lily's son until dawn broke over Privet Drive, and somewhere in the gray light of morning, she began to understand that this child, this impossible, magical, terrifying child, might be the only chance she'd ever have to forgive herself. The morning came like a thief, slow, silent, and stealing something Petunia hadn't realized she still possessed. Light crept through the gaps in the curtains, pale and watery, the kind of light that promised nothing but gray skies and damp pavements. Petunia sat exactly where she'd been. The sun rose. In the rocking chair beside the crib, Harry asleep against her chest, her arms numb from holding him but unwilling to let go. She'd dozed, not slept, dozed, in that half-conscious sta. Where dreams bled into reality and the line between past and present dissolved like sugar in tea. In her doze, she'd been 16 again, standing at the kitchen window, watching Lily chase fireflies in the garden. In her doze, she'd been 14, reading that first letter over Lily's shoulder, feeling the world tilt on its axis. In her doze, she'd been 8, building forts and believing her sister would never leave. Then Harry had stirred, and she'd woken, and the memories scattered like roaches fleeing light. Now the clock on the nightstand read 7:43. Vernon would be down for breakfast in 17 minutes, exactly 17. Because Vernon Dursley did nothing without precision. He'd expect his tea brewed, his bacon fried, his newspaper ironed. He'd heard once that the Japanese did that. And though he'd never actually seen an ironed newspaper, the idea had lodged in his brain like a tick. He'd expect normality, routine, the comfortable predictability of a life without surprises. Petunia looked down at the baby in her arms. Surprise, she thought. Harry's eyes were open now, fixed on her face with that unsettling intensity newborns sometimes had. As if they could see straight through you. Past all the walls you'd built, into the soft rotting places you'd spent decades trying to forget. His scar was darker this morning, angrier, somehow, as if the night had fed it. Pink against pale skin, lightning against clear sky. What am I going to do with you? She whispered. Harry blinked, made a small sound, not quite a cry, not quite a coo. Waiting, expecting, as if he already knew she'd figure it out. From downstairs came the thump of Vernon's feet hitting the bedroom floor. Then the creak of the bed as he stood. Then the heavy tread of a man who believed the world should get out of his way. Petunia moved. She laid Harry in the crib, carefully, quickly, her heart hammering in a way it hadn't since she was a girl caught sneaking biscuits before dinner. She smoothed the blanket, checked the edges, made sure he looked peaceful and settled and absolutely, utterly normal. Then she straightened her nightgown, ran fingers through her flattened hair, and hurried downstairs to make tea. Vernon found her at the stove, bacon sizzling, kettle whistling, everything exactly as it should be. Morning, Petunia. He kissed her cheek, a brief, perfunctory press of lips, and settled into his chair at the head of the table. Paper, on the sideboard, I'll get it in a moment. Tea, brewing, he grunted, satisfied, and unfolded the newspaper with a crackle that always reminded her of breaking bones. The headline screamed something about drill sales and economic forecasts. Vernon absorbed it like a plant absorbing sunlight, his small eyes moving methodically across the page. Small mind cataloging information that would never matter outside this kitchen. Petunia poured his tea, added milk, exactly 2 tablespoons, because Vernon had measured once and never let her forget. Placed it to the right of his plate. Handle at 3 o'clock, because that was where handles belonged. Then she returned to the bacon, flipping each strip with careful precision, buying time. She'd tell him after breakfast. That was the plan. After he'd eaten, after his mood had softened, as much as Vernon's mood ever softened, she'd explain about the baby. About Lily, about the letter and the basket and the impossible choice now sitting in the smallest bedroom. But first, breakfast. The bacon crisped, the eggs fried, the toast popped up at exactly the right moment, because Petunia had Lear. Ned years ago the timing was the difference between a happy husband and a shouting one. She plated everything, carried it to the table, and sat in her usual chair, the one that let her see the door, the window, and Vernon all at once. He ate in silence. That was another rule. No talking during meals, unless Vernon started it. Dudley, when he came down, would be allowed to speak only in response to direct questions. Children should be seen and not heard, Vernon believed, though in Dudley's case, seen usually meant shoveling food into his face at an alarming rate. Dudley. God, Dudley. She'd have to explain this to Dudley too. The thought made her stomach turn. Vernon finished his eggs, wiped his mouth with the napkin Petunia ironed every Sunday, and reached for his tea. Quiet morning, he observed. Yes, dear, Dudley's still asleep. He had a restless night. I checked on him at 2, and he was tossing. Vernon's chest puffed slightly, pride, because Dudley tossing meant Dudley growing. And growing meant Dudley becoming the man Vernon expected him to be. Boy needs his rest. Big day tomorrow. The new nursery is opening, and I want him well fed and well rested. Of course, dear. Another sip of tea, another crackle of newspaper. Then Vernon's eyes narrowed, just slightly, just enough for Petunia to notice, and he looked at her over the top of the page. You're pale. I didn't sleep well. He didn't ask why. Vernon never asked why, unless the why affected him directly. Well, get some rest this afternoon. I've got a meeting with the Grunnings board at 3, and I need you sharp for dinner. The Millers are coming. Petunia's heart sank. The Millers, neighbors 3 doors down, with their perfect lawn and perfect children and perfect way of making Petunia feel like her entire life was a dress rehearsal for something she'd never achieve. Mrs. Miller collected gossip the way other women collected stamps, and she'd notice everything. The new baby, the changed routine, the cracks in the facade. Vernon, Petunia began. There's something. The floorboards above them creaked. Vernon's head snapped up. What was that? The house settles. Old pipes. Another creak, louder this time, followed by a sound that made Petunia's blood run cold. A thin, reedy cry, barely audible through the ceiling, but unmistakably infant. Vernon's face went through 3 distinct phases in as many seconds. Confusion, disbelief, and then, oh God, the slow, terrible dawn of suspicion. Petunia. His voice was flat, dangerously flat. What was that? She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. The crying continued, a small desperate sound that seemed to echo through the house like a warning bell. Petunia, Vernon repeated, and this time his voice had edges. Tell me there is not a baby in my house. She told him, not all of it, not the letter, not Lily's words, not the memories that had kept her awake all night. But enough. The basket on the doorstep, the old man with the beard, the child of her dead sister, left like a parcel nobody wanted. Vernon listened in silence. His face grew redder with each word, the purple veins in his temples pulsing visibly beneath the skin. By the time Petunia finished, he looked like a volcano waiting to erupt, swollen, dangerous, moments from destruction. No, the word came out soft. Too soft. The kind of soft that preceded explosions. Absolutely not. No, Vernon. I said no, Petunia. He stood, his chair scraping against the linoleum with a sound like nails on a chalkboard. That thing, that freak, is not staying under my roof. I don't care whose sister it belongs to. I don't care what kind of sob story that old lunatic fed you. It leaves. Today. Now. Where would it go? Petunia heard herself ask. Her voice sounded strange, distant, as if someone else were speaking. There's nowhere. Dumbledore said. I don't give a damn what Dumbledore said. Vernon spat the name like a curse. That man is dangerous. You are. Remember what happened last time he showed up. You remember the funeral. The way they all looked at us, like we were insects, like we didn't belong at our own sister's burial. I remember. Petunia's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table, willing them to stop. I remember everything. Then you know why we can't keep it. Vernon's voice softened, or tried to. What emerged was the approximation of gentleness. The kind of gentleness a man used when explaining something simple to someone simple. They're not like us, Petunia. They never were. Lily proved that. She chose them over you, over your parents, over everything that mattered. And now she's dead because of it. Dead because she couldn't stay in her own world, couldn't leave well enough alone. Don't. The word escaped before Petunia could stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Vernon blinked. For a moment, he looked genuinely confused, as if the concept of Petunia defending her sister was so foreign, so impossible. That his brain couldn't process it. You hated her, he said slowly. You told me yourself. Years of jealousy, years of watching her get everything you deserved. I know what I told you. Then why? Because she's dead, Vernon. Petunia's voice cracked. She's dead, and that's her baby upstairs, and if we turn him out, if we send him away, what does that make us? What does that make me? Vernon stared at her. The veins in his temples pulsed faster. The silence stretched between them like a wire pulled taut. Then the crying stopped. They both looked up, toward the ceiling, toward the smallest bedroom. Toward the impossible child who'd somehow heard them and decided, in his infant wisdom, that silence was more terrifying than sound. I'll call the authorities, Vernon said quietly. Social services. Someone who deals with abandoned children. They'll find a home for it. A proper home, with its own kind. No. The word hung in the air between them. Petunia couldn't quite believe she'd said it. Couldn't quite believe the steel in her voice, the way her spine had straightened, the way her hands had stopped shaking. Vernon clearly couldn't believe it either. What did you say? I said no. Petunia stood. She was shorter than him, always had been, but somehow, in that moment, she felt taller. That child is my nephew. He's Lily's son, and he's not going anywhere. Petunia, I've spent 20 years hating her. The words tumbled out now, unstoppable, a flood that had been building behind a dam for 2 decades. 20 years telling myself she chose them over me, that she didn't love me. That she was the reason my life felt small and ordinary and not enough. But she didn't choose anything, Vernon. She was born with something I wasn't. That's not a choice. That's not a betrayal. That's just. She stopped, swallowed, forced herself to continue. That's just the way the world works. Vernon's mouth opened, closed, opened again. No sound came out. I wrote to them, you know. Petunia's voice dropped. When I was 16, I wrote to that school, that stupid school for people like Lily, and I begged them to let me in. I told them I didn't care about magic, I just wanted to be somewhere I belonged. Somewhere she was. Somewhere. Her breath hitched. Somewhere I mattered. What happened? The question was soft, softer than anything Vernon had ever asked her. Petunia almost didn't recognize his voice. They said no. She laughed. A broken sound, hollow and sharp. A letter. Cream parchment, green ink, just like hers. But theirs said no. We regret to inform you. After careful consideration, your inability to perform magic renders you ineligible. She closed her eyes. I buried it in the garden. Under the rose bushes. Lily's roses. They bloomed twice as bright that summer. And I hated them for it. The kitchen was very quiet. Even the refrigerator seemed to hold its breath. I let that letter destroy me, Petunia whispered. I let it turn me in. To someone who could watch her sister walk away without fighting. Someone who could stand at her parents' funeral and feel nothing but relief that the freaks would finally leave me alone. Someone who, she opened her eyes, looked directly at Vernon. Someone who could abandon a baby on the coldest night of the year because he reminded me of everything I'd lost. Vernon said nothing. For once in his life, Vernon Dursley had nothing to say. I won't be that person anymore. Petunia's voice steadied. I don't know if I can love him. I don't know if I can look at those eyes every day without seeing her. But I can keep him safe. I can give him a home. I can make sure he never writes a letter like mine, never begs to be let into a world that doesn't want him. The floor above them creaked again. This time, no crying followed. Just silence. Waiting. Vernon studied his wife for a long moment. She could see him thinking, actually thinking, which was rare and uncomfortable for a man who preferred action to reflection. She could see him weighing options, calculating consequences, trying to find the angle that would make this decision acceptable. Finally, he spoke. The neighbors can't know. Petunia blinked. What? The neighbors? They can't know where he came from. The story is this. Lily died. Her husband died. There was no one else. We took him in because we're good people, because family looks after family. That's it. No magic. No freakishness. Nothing that would make the Millers look at us sideways. Hope flickered in Petunia's chest, small and fragile, but real. I mean he stays. Vernon's jaw tightened. But I want rules. Clear rules. No talk of that world in this house. No strange visitors, no odd behavior, nothing that would draw attention. He grows up normal, or he doesn't grow up here at all. Understood. Petunia nodded. Her throat was too full for words. And he sleeps in the cupboard under the stairs. Vernon held up a hand before she could protest. It's the only place that makes sense. Dudley needs his room, and we're not putting a child in with us. The cupboard is warm, it's private, and it keeps him out of sight when company comes. That's the deal, Petunia. Take it or leave it. The cupboard under the stairs. Small, dark, filled with Vernon's tools and Petunia's cleaning supplies and the detritus of a life spent accumulating things nobody needed. It was wrong. Everything in Petunia knew it was wrong. But it was also a chance. A foothold. A way to keep Harry close while she figured out how to keep him safe. All right, she whispered. The cupboard. Vernon nodded, satisfied. Good. Now go get him. I need to leave for work in 20 minutes, and I want to see this child before I go. Harry was still awake when Petunia reached the smallest bedroom. He lay in the crib with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, his tiny face composed in an expression that looked almost like thought. As if he were processing everything, the strange house, the strange woman. The strange turn his life had taken, and filing it away for future reference. Petunia lifted him carefully, expecting tears. None came, just those green eyes, fixed on her face, watching. I'm sorry, she whispered, for the cupboard, for all of it, I'll make it right, somehow, I promise. Harry blinked, reached up with one tiny hand and grasped her finger. Squeezed, and Petunia Evans Dursley, who hadn't cried since the day she buried her sister, felt tears prick at her eyes. She carried him downstairs. Vernon waited in the hallway, arms crossed, expression stern. When he saw the baby, really saw him, the scar in the eyes and the impossible aliveness of him, something flickered in his face. Fear, maybe, or disgust, or the faintest whisper of something that might have been pity. That's it, he asked. That's Lily's child. That's Harry. Vernon leaned closer, examined the scar with clinical interest. How'd he get that? The spell that killed his parents. It rebounded, left that mark. HMPH. Vernon straightened. Well, he doesn't look like much. Skinny little thing. Needs feeding up. He's 3 months old, Vernon. They're all skinny. Another HMPH. Then Vernon did something Petunia hadn't expected. He reached out and, with one thick finger, touched Harry's cheek. Lightly, almost gently. Don't make me regret this, he muttered. Then he grabbed his briefcase and walked out the door. Petunia stood in the hallway, holding her sister's child, and wondered if she'd just made the biggest mistake of her life. Or the only right decision she'd ever made. The cupboard under the stairs was smaller than she remembered. Petunia had cleaned it thoroughly, scrubbed the floors, organized the tools, removed anything sharp or dangerous. She'd found a small cot at a charity shop, barely used, and squeezed it into the space beneath the lowest step. A nightlight in the corner cast soft golden shadows across the walls. A mobile of stars and moons, Lily's favorite. Once, hung from a nail she'd hammered into the ceiling. It wasn't a bedroom, it wasn't even a proper room. But it was warm, and it was dry, and for now, it would have to be enough. Harry lay in the cot, eyes half closed, already drifting toward sleep. The mobile turned slowly above him, catching the light, painting constellations on his face. He looked peaceful, he looked content, he looked, for the first time since she'd found him, like a baby who believed he was safe. Petunia sat on an overturned crate and watched him. And remembered, she was 15, and Lily was 13. The letter had come that morning. Petunia knew because she'd been the one to fetch the post, and she'd recognized the cream parchment instantly, the same parchment that had destroyed her life a year ago. Except this time it was addressed to Lily. This time it was welcome. She'd handed it over without a word, watched Lily's face transform with joy, watched her sister dance around the kitchen, waving the letter like a flag, chanting, I'm going, I'm really going. And then, because Lily was Lily, she'd stopped, looked at Petunia, seen something in her face that made the joy dim. Toonie, what's wrong? Nothing. You're crying. I'm not. But she was. Tears streaming down her face, hot and humiliating, betraying everything she'd tried so hard to hide. Lily crossed the kitchen in steps and wrapped her arms around Petunia so tight it hurt. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean, I never wanted. It's fine. Petunia's voice was muffled against Lily's hair. It's fine. Go. Be special. Be magic. I'll be here. I'll always be here. Toonie. Just go, Lily. Please. Just go. Lily pulled back. Her eyes were wet too, green and bright and so full of love it made Petunia's chest ache. You're my sister, she said. Nothing changes that. Nothing ever changes that. I don't care if you can do magic or not. I don't care about any of it. You're my Toonie, and I love you. Petunia wanted to believe her. Wanted to hold onto those words like a lifeline. But the poison was already spreading, already blackening the edges of her heart, and all she could do was nod and smile and pretend. I love you too, she whispered. Now go, before Mum starts crying. Lily laughed, that bright, bubbling sound that made everyone who heard it fall in love with her. She kissed Petunia's cheek, grabbed her letter, and ran upstairs to pack. Petunia stood in the kitchen and let the poison win. The memory faded. Harry slept, his breathing soft and even, his tiny chest rising and falling with the rhythm of dreams. The mobile turned, the nightlight glowed, and Petunia sat in the darkness of the cupboard under the stairs and faced the truth she'd been running from for 20 years. The rejection hadn't made her bitter. She'd made herself bitter. The letter had been a wound, deep and terrible and real. But wounds heal, if you let them. They scar over, fade to silver, become part of you without defining you. Petunia hadn't let hers heal. She'd picked at it, fed it, let it fester until the infection spread to every part of her life. Until she couldn't look at Lily without seeing everything she'd never have. Until she couldn't hear the word, magic, without tasting ash. Lily had tried. God, Lily had tried. Letters, phone calls, visits that Petunia cut short or refused entirely. Lily had never stopped reaching out, never stopped hoping, never stopped loving the sister who'd locked her out and thrown away the key. And Petunia had never stopped pushing her away. Until the pushing worked. Until Lily stopped calling. Until the letters grew rare, then stopped entirely. Until the only news Petunia got was from their mother, filtered through tearful phone calls and Chris TMA's cards that mentioned grandchildren Petunia would never meet. She'd done that. She'd built that wall brick by bitter brick, and she'd stood on her side of it for 20 years, telling herself she was the wronged one, the abandoned one. The one who'd been left behind. But Lily had never left. Petunia had pushed. And now Lily was dead, and there would never be another chance to say she was sorry. There would never be another phone call to answer, another letter to open, another olive branch to accept or refuse. Lily was gone, and all that remained was this child, this impossible child with Lee. Lee's eyes and Lily's magic and Lily's entire future stretching out before him like an unwritten letter. I won't let him write that letter. The thought came sharp and clear, cutting through the fog of memory like a blade. I won't let him beg to be loved. I won't let him spend his life proving he's worthy of a world that should have welcomed him from the start. I won't let him become me. She reached into the cot and touched Harry's cheek. So soft, so warm, so alive. I don't know how to do this, she whispered. I don't know how to be what you need. But I'll try. For her. For you. For. She stopped, swallowed, forced the words out. For me. Harry stirred. His eyes opened. Just for a moment, and in the dim light of the nightlight, Petunia saw something that made her breath catch. Recognition? No. Impossible. But connection? Yes. Still there. Still real. Still reaching across the impossible distance between them. I'll try, she whispered again. I promise. I'll try. The eyes closed. The breathing steadied. And Petunia sat in the darkness until morning, keeping watch over her sister's son, letting the poison finally, slowly, begin to drain. The next weeks were a blur of adjustment. Vernon, true to his word, told the neighbors a carefully edited version of events. Tragic accident. Poor Lily. Poor James. Only family left. Of course the Dursleys would take the boy in, what else could decent people do? The Millers clucked sympathetically and brought a casserole. The next door neighbors offered to babysit. Even Mrs. Fig, the cat lady 2 streets over, stopped by with a hand-knitted blanket in unfortunate shades of brown and orange. Petunia accepted it all with practiced smiles and murmured thanks. She kept Harry out of sight when company came, as promised. She fed him, bathed him, changed him, did all the things a mother should do. And in the quiet hours when the house was empty, Vernon at work, Dudley at nursery, she sat in the cupboard under the stairs and talked to him. Not about magic, never about magic. Vernon had been clear about that. But about other things. About the way light fell through the kitchen window in the afternoon. About the robin that nested in the garden hedge. About the sound of rain on the roof and the smell of baking bread and all the small, ordinary miracles that made life worth living. Harry listened, or seemed to. He was a quiet baby, content to watch and wait. His green eyes tracking everything with an attention that sometimes unnerved her. He rarely cried. He rarely fussed. He simply existed, patient and still, as if he understood that his survival depended on not being noticed. It broke Petunia's heart, and it healed it, too. In ways she couldn't explain. In ways she didn't want to examine too closely. One afternoon, when Harry was 6 months old and the winter had finally loosened its grip on Surrey, Petunia did something she hadn't done in 20 years. She went into the garden. Found the spot beneath the rose bushes, overgrown now, wild with neglect. And she dug. The box was still there. Smaller than she remembered, rusted at the edges, the lid barely hanging on. But inside, protected by layers of oilcloth and spite, the letter remained. Cream parchment, green ink, the words that had changed everything. Dear Miss Evans, we have received your inquiry regarding admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you that. Petunia read it through, every word, every carefully crafted phrase designed to soften a blow that couldn't be softened. And when she finished, she didn't cry, didn't rage, didn't feel anything but a quiet, distant sadness for the girl she'd been. She folded the letter, placed it back in the box, and buried it again. But this time, she buried it with something else. A photograph, the only one she had of her and Lily together, taken the summer before Hogwarts, when they were still just sisters instead of separate species. In it, they were laughing. Really laughing, the way children laugh when they don't yet know the world can break them. I'm sorry, Petunia whispered to the garden, to the roses, to the ghost of the girl she'd been. I'm sorry I let it win. I'm sorry I couldn't see past myself. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. She stopped. The words wouldn't come. They'd waited too long, grown too heavy, forgotten how to be spoken. But in the house, in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry woke from his nap and made a small sound, not a cry, just a sound, and Petunia felt something shift in her chest. She went inside, lifted him from the cot, held him close, and for the first time since Lily died, she let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't too late to become someone worth loving. The first time Harry made something happen. Petunia was hanging laundry in the back garden. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early spring, the kind of Tuesday that felt like every other Tuesday, gray and indifferent and stretching toward eternity. The sky hung low and heavy, threatening rain that never quite arrived. Petunia moved methodically along the clothesline, pegging Vernon's shirts beside Dudley's tiny trousers, her mind occupied with the thousand small calculations that filled her days: what to make for dinner, when to collect Dudley from nursery, whether the damp weather meant she should bring the washing in early. Harry sat in his pram at the edge of the garden, wrapped in blankets, watching the world with those unsettling green eyes. At 10 months old, he'd learned to sit without support, to reach for objects, to mock sounds that sometimes approximated words. He hadn't said anything recognizable yet. No, Mama, or Dada, no attempts at Petunia, thank heavens for small mercies. But he watched, always watched, as if memorizing everything for some future purpose only he understood. The dandelions had gone to seed along the fence line. Petunia had been meaning to pull them for weeks, but there was always something more urgent: Dudley's tantrums, Vernon's demands, the endless cycle of cleaning and cooking and keeping up appearances. The dandelions had flourished in her neglect, their white seed heads bobbing in the breeze like tiny ghosts. Harry reached toward them. It was an instinctive gesture, the way babies reach toward anything bright or interesting. His small hand opened, fingers stretching, and Petunia barely noticed as she pinned another shirt to the line. Then the dandelions exploded. Not exploded, exactly, that wasn't the right word. They released, all at once, every seed head in a 10-foot radius detached simultaneously and floated toward Harry's outstretched hand. Not drifting on the breeze, moving with purpose, with direction, as if pulled by an invisible string. They swirled around the pram like snow, like stars, like something out of a dream, and Harry laughed. It was the first time Petunia had heard him really laugh. A bubbling, delighted sound that belonged in a different world. A world where dandelions obeyed children and magic was real and sisters didn't die on Halloween. The seeds settled around him like a blanket. Dozens of them, hundreds, covering the blankets, the pram, his dark hair, his tiny face. He laughed again, reaching for more, and Petunia's hands went cold around the shirt she was holding. Accidental magic. She'd heard Lily talk about it, once. Before the bitterness. Before the walls. Lily sitting cross-legged on Petunia's bed, describing the strange things that happened when she got emotional. Toys flying across rooms, doors opening by themselves, flowers blooming out of season. It's not on purpose, Lily had explained, her small face serious. It just happens. When I'm happy or sad or really, really angry. Mummy says it means I'm a witch. Petunia had been jealous, even then. Jealous of a power that required no effort, no study, no worthiness. Jealous of a sister who could make the world bend to her feelings while Petunia's feelings changed nothing at all. Now that power hovered in the air around her nephew, and Petunia had a choice to make. Vernon's voice echoed in her memory. No talk of that world in this house. No strange visitors, no odd behavior. Nothing that would draw attention. He grows up normal, or he doesn't grow up here at all. Normal. Harry would never be normal. The dandelions proved that, the scar proved that, those green eyes, so like Lily's, proved that. But normal wasn't the same as ashamed. Petunia crossed the garden in 3 quick steps and knelt beside the pram. Harry looked at her, still smiling, still reaching for seeds that no longer moved. His joy was so pure, so uncomplicated, he didn't know he'd done something impossible. He didn't know that his very existence threatened the fragile peace of number 4, Privet Drive. He just knew that the pretty white things had come to him, and that was wonderful. Harry. Petunia's voice was steady, calmer than she felt. Can you do that again? He blinked at her, reached toward a dandelion that hadn't released, one still standing stubbornly by the fence. His fingers stretched, his brow furrowed with concentration. Nothing happened. Petunia waited. The seconds stretched. The dandelion bobbed in the breeze, indifferent to the child who wanted it. Then Harry's face crumpled, not with frustration, with disappointment. The kind of disappointment babies feel when the world doesn't cooperate. When they want something and can't make it happen, when they're too small to understand why. Petunia pulled him from the pram and held him close. It's all right, she murmured against his hair. It's all right, you're not in trouble, you're never in trouble for being what you are. She didn't know if he understood. Probably not, but he stopped crumpling, settled against her shoulder, and within minutes was asleep, exhausted by the effort of being extraordinary in an ordinary world. Petunia carried him inside, laid him in the cupboard cot, and stood in the hallway for a long time. Staring at nothing. The choice was coming. She could feel it, heavy and inevitable, like the rain that never fell. And when it came, she would have to decide, once and for all, what kind of person she wanted to be. Vernon came home at 6:17, exactly 12 minutes later than expected. Petunia heard the car pull into the driveway, heard the slam of the door, heard the heavy tread of footsteps on the path. She was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of stew that didn't need stirring, her mind still circling the afternoon's events like a hawk over prey. He burst through the door with his usual force, briefcase swinging, tie loosened, face flushed from the drive. Petunia, I'm home. Dinner in 20 minutes, dear. Good, good. He dropped his briefcase by the door, his one domestic rebellion. Leaving it where Petunia would have to move it, and headed for the sitting room. Whiskey. On the sideboard. The familiar rhythm of evening. The familiar comfort of routine. Petunia should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt like an actor in a play she'd stopped believing in. Dudley was in the sitting room, parked in front of the television with the volume loud enough to rattle windows. He was 3 now, already showing signs of the boy he'd become, demanding, entitled, quick to tantrum when denied. Petunia loved him, of course she loved him. But sometimes, when she looked at him, she saw Vernon's worst qualities magnified and wondered if she'd failed somehow. Harry, as always, was invisible. The cupboard door stayed closed during Vernon's hours at home. Harry stayed quiet. He'd learned that young. Learned that noise meant attention and attention meant danger. Petunia checked on him at intervals, slipping away when Vernon was absorbed in the evening news, but those moments were stolen, secret. Never acknowledged. Tonight, though, something was different. Vernon emerged from the sitting room with his whiskey glass, heading for the kitchen to refill it. On the way, he passed the cupboard under the stairs. And stopped. What's that? Petunia's heart lurched. What's what, dear? That. He pointed at the cupboard door. At the small crack of light visib. Low beneath it, the nightlight Petunia always left on, the one she'd forgotten to turn off before Vernon came home. The light, it's nothing. Probably left on by accident. She moved toward it, but Vernon was faster. His hand closed around the handle, and before Petunia could stop him, he pulled the door open. The cupboard revealed itself in all its small, sad glory. The cot, the mobile, tea. He carefully organized shelves of baby supplies. And in the cot, blinking at the sudden brightness, Harry. Vernon stared. The silence stretched. In the sitting room, Dudley's cartoon characters shouted at each other in tinny, artificial voices. The stew bubbled on the stove. Petunia's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. Petunia. Vernon's voice was very quiet. What is this? He needs somewhere to sleep, Vernon. You agreed. I agreed to the cupboard. I did not agree to this. He gestured at the mobile, the nightlight, the small comforts Petunia had accumulated over 10 months. This is a bedroom. You've turned my cupboard into a bedroom for that. His name is Harry. I know his bloody name. Vernon's voice rose, and in the cot, Harry flinched. His green eyes went wide, fixed on Vernon's reddening face with an expression that was far too knowing for a 10-month-old child. Petunia stepped between them. Lower your voice. You're frightening him. I don't care if I'm frightening him. I care that you've been sneaking behind my back, treating this freak like he's one of us, like he belongs here. He does belong here. This is his home. It's not his home. Vernon's face had reached a shade of purple Petunia had never seen before, a color that belonged in medical textbooks rather than suburban kitchens. It's our home. Mine and yours and Dudley's. That thing is just a burden we agreed to carry. A burden with rules. Rules you've apparently forgotten. I haven't forgotten anything. Petunia's voice was steel wrapped in silk. I remember exactly what you said. No talk of that world. No strange behavior. Nothing that draws attention. I've followed every one of those rules. Then explain that. Vernon jabbed a finger toward Harry, toward the scar, toward everything Petunia was trying to protect. Explain why he's sleeping in a decorated room while my son watches television in a sitting room that's twice its size. Because your son has a bedroom. A real bedroom. With a real bed and real toys and real everything. Harry has a cupboard. The smallest, darkest, coldest space in this house. And I thought. Her voice cracked. She forced it steady. I thought he deserved at least a nightlight. At least something soft to look at. At least the knowledge that someone in this world gives a damn whether he lives or dies. Vernon opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. The stew bubbled louder. Dudley's cartoons reached a crescendo of explosions and catchphrases. And in the cupboard, Harry began to cry, not loudly, not demandingly, but with the quiet desperation of a child who'd learned that loud crying brought consequences he didn't understand. Get him out, Vernon said. What? Get him out of that cupboard. Bring him into the kitchen. I want to see him. I want to look at this child you're so determined to protect. Petunia hesitated. Every instinct screamed at her to refuse, to close the door, to shield Harry from whatever was coming. But Vernon's face had shifted, the purple fading to something more thoughtful, more calculating, and she recognized that expression. It was the face he wore when making business decisions, when weighing options, when deciding whether something was worth the investment. She reached into the cupboard and lifted Harry out. He was warm from sleep, his cheeks flushed, his eyes wet. Ith tears he was too young to understand. He burrowed against her shoulder instinctively, seeking comfort, and Petunia held him tighter than necessary. Vernon studied them both. He's small, he said finally. Smaller than Dudley was at that age. He was born early, and his first months, she stopped. Didn't want to think about those months. Didn't want to imagine what Harry had experienced before the basket appeared on her doorstep. HMPH. Vernon circled them slowly, the way he circled a used car he was considering purchasing. Healthy, though, no issues. He's perfectly healthy. Brain works. He's developing normally. He's 10 months old, Vernon. He sits up, he reaches for things, he makes sounds. That's normal. And the other thing. Vernon's voice dropped. The freakishness. Has he shown any signs? Petunia thought of dandelions. Thought of seeds swirling like snow. Thought of Harry's delighted laugh, so pure and free, so unlike anything this house had ever contained. No, she said, none. It was the first real lie she'd told Vernon in 11 years of marriage. It tasted like copper on her tongue. Vernon studied her for a long moment. She met his eyes without flinching, without blinking, without giving anything away. She'd learned the trick from Lily, the way her sister could look at their parents with perfect innocence while hiding chocolate stains behind her back. Finally, Vernon nodded. Good, keep it that way. He turned away, heading back toward the sitting room. Turn off that light before bed. No point wasting electricity on something that doesn't appreciate it. The door closed behind him. The cartoon voices resumed their tinny shouting. And Petunia stood in the kitchen with Harry against her shoulder, trembling so hard she thought she might shake apart. That night, After Vernon was asleep and Dudley had finally stopped demanding glasses of water, Petunia carried Harry to the kitchen. She sat him on the table, propped against a stack of cookbooks. Surrounded by the detritus of normal life, and lit a single candle. The flame danced in the darkness, casting shadows that moved like living things across the walls. Harry watched it with fascination. His tears had dried hours ago, replaced by the quiet alertness that characterized all his waking hours. He reached toward the flame, and Petunia caught his hand. "No," she said softly. "Fire is dangerous. You'll learn about it eventually, properly, safely, but not yet. Not until you're ready." Harry looked at her. Those green eyes, so like lilies, held questions he couldn't yet ask. Petunia took a breath. "I'm going to tell you a story," she said. "A story about two sisters. One of them was born with something special, something that made her different from everyone else. And the other was born ordinary." The candle flickered. Harry watched. The ordinary one, she loved her sister. More than anything in the world. They built forts together and caught fireflies together and whispered secrets in the dark. And for a while, that was enough. For a while, the ordinary one believed that love was stronger than magic, that being sisters mattered more than being different. Petunia's voice caught. She forced herself to continue. Then the special sister got a letter. A letter that invited her to a world the ordinary one could never enter. And the ordinary one, she closed her eyes. The ordinary one made a choice. She chose bitterness. She chose jealousy. She chose to let the special sister go without a fight, because fighting meant admitting how much it hurt. The candle flame seemed to still, as if listening. For 20 years, the ordinary one told herself she'd made the right choice. She built a life without magic, without her sister, without the pain of watching someone else have everything she wanted. She married a man who hated anything different. She had a child who would never know the word, witch. She locked the door on that world and threw away the key. Harry made a small sound, not a cry, just a sound, encouragement, or maybe impatience. It was hard to tell with babies. But the door wasn't really locked, Petunia whispered. It was never locked, because one night, a basket appeared on her doorstep. A basket with a baby inside. A baby with green eyes and a scar shaped like lightning and the same special something that had once belonged to her sister. She reached out and touched Harry's cheek. He leaned into her palm, trusting, unaware of the weight he carried. "That baby is you, Harry. Your mother was my sister. Your mother was Lily, and she was the most brilliant, beautiful, loving person I ever knew. I let her go because I was too proud to admit I needed her. I let her die without telling her." Her voice broke. "Without telling her I was sorry." The tears came then, not the quiet, controlled tears Petunia allowed herself in private moments, but the real ones, the ones she'd held back for 20 years, the ones that burned as they fell. Harry watched her cry, his small face wrinkled with concern, and he reached up with one chubby hand, patting her cheek as if to comfort her. As if he understood that she was hurting, even if he couldn't understand why. Petunia laughed through her tears. "Look at you. 10 months old and already comforting crying women. You get that from your father. He was always the sensitive one, according to Lily. She wrote me once, you know. After you were born. Told me you were perfect. Told me you had my eyes." She stopped. "Well, Lily's eyes. But they're the same, really. Evan's eyes. The eyes of every woman in our family going back generations." She wiped her face with her sleeve. Breathed deeply. Steadied herself. "Here's the thing, Harry. The world is going to tell you that what you are is wrong. That the magic inside you, because there is magic inside you, I saw it today with those dandelions, that magic is something to hide. Something to be ashamed of. Something that makes you less than human." She leaned closer, her face inches from his. "That's a lie." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with conviction. "It's a lie I told myself for 20 years. A lie that cost me my sister. A lie that nearly cost me you. And I won't let it take anything else from me. From us." She lifted him from the table and held him close, feeling his heartbeat against her chest, his warmth seeping into the cold places she'd carried for so long. "I don't know how to raise a magical child," she whispered into his hair. "I don't know anything about your world, the real one, the one you belong to. But I know how to love. I know how to protect. And I know," her voice firmed, "I know that you will never, ever grow up feeling ashamed of what you are." The candle flickered, the shadows danced, and in the darkness of the kitchen, Petunia Dursley made a vow. "Your mother was brilliant, she said. Everyone who knew her said so. She had natural talent, natural grace, natural everything. But natural only takes you so far. What I'm going to give you, what I'm going to teach you, is discipline. Control. The ability to shape your power instead of letting it shape you. Harry blinked at her. He couldn't possibly understand. But somewhere, deep in those green eyes, something sparked. Something that looked like recognition. Lily's legacy is magic, Petunia said. Yours will be mastery. She was born extraordinary. You, she smiled, a small fierce smile that would have terrified Vernon if he'd seen it. You're going to become extraordinary. And when you walk into that world, when you finally stand among them, the witches and wizards who would have turned me away, you won't be begging for their acceptance. You'll be showing them what's possible when someone believes in you. The kitchen clock struck midnight. In the sitting room, the embers of the fire settled with a soft sigh. And somewhere in the darkness, Lily's ghost, if ghosts existed, if such things were real, seemed to smile. I don't know if I can do this, Petunia admitted. I don't know if I'm strong enough, smart enough, good enough. But I know I'm going to try. Every day, for the rest of my life, I'm going to try. And maybe that's enough. She carried Harry back to the cupboard, tucked him into his cot, turned on the nightlight, Vernon's orders be damned, and stood in the doorway, watching him drift toward sleep. One more thing, she whispered. The world is going to call you the boy who lived. Because you survived something no child should survive. But that's not who you are, Harry. That's just what happened to you. Who you are, who you become, that's up to us. That's up to me. She closed the door softly, leaving him to his dreams. And in the darkness of the cupboard, Harry James Potter smiled in his sleep. As if he'd heard every word and approved. The next morning, Vernon found Petunia in the garden at dawn. She was on her knees in the dew-wet grass, digging. The rose bushes, Lily's roses, the O.N.E.S. that bloomed twice as bright, lay uprooted beside her, their roots exposed to the gray morning light. What are you doing? Vernon demanded. Petunia didn't look up. Gardening. Those are perfectly good roses. They're reminders. She dug deeper, her spade striking something metal. Of things I don't need to be reminded of anymore. The box emerged from the earth, rusted, dented, but intact. Petunia set it aside and began replanting the roses, pressing their roots into the soil with careful, deliberate movements. Vernon watched, confused. What's in the box? Nothing. Everything. The past. She worked in silence until the roses stood again, not as straight as before, not as perfect, but alive. Then she stood, brushed the dirt from her knees, and picked up the box. I'm going to make breakfast, she said. Bacon and eggs, the way you like them. Dudley's already awake. I heard him playing with his action figures. And Harry? She paused. Harry needs feeding. I'll see to him after the eggs are done. She walked past Vernon without another word, carrying the box like a trophy, like a wound, like a promise. In the kitchen, she opened it one last time. The letter lay inside, cream parchment, green ink, 20 years of pain. She read it through, let the words wash over her one final time. We regret to inform you. Your inability to perform magic. Ineligible. Then she struck a match and watched it burn. The flames consumed the paper hungrily, curling the edges, blackening the words, reducing 20 years of bitterness to ash. Petunia let the last scraps fall into the sink and ran water over them until nothing remained. When she looked up, Harry was watching her from the doorway of the cupboard. He'd crawled out on his own, the first time he'd ever done that. He sat on the hallway floor, wrapped in his blanket. Those green eyes fixed on her with an expression that was far too knowing for a 10-month-old child. Petunia crossed the kitchen, lifted him into her arms, and held him close. No more ashes, she whispered. No more regrets. Just you and me and whatever comes next. Harry patted her cheek, that same comforting gesture from the night before, and made a sound that might have been, Toonie. Petunia's heart stopped. What did you say? He made the sound again. Tun-ee-ee. Imperfect, unclear, but unmistakably an attempt at her name. The name Lily had called her. The name she hadn't heard in 20 years. Petunia sat down heavily in the nearest chair, Harry still in her arms, and wept. She wept for Lily. She wept for herself. She wept for the years they'd lost in he child who would never know his mother. But beneath the tears, something else was growing, something warm and fierce and absolutely determined. Harry had spoken his first word. Not, Mama, not, Dada, not even, Dudley, Though God knew the boy heard that name often enough. Tuni. Her name. The name of the ordinary sister who'd chosen bitterness over love. But bitterness was over now. The letter was ash. The roses were replanted. And Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the child of prophecy, the last trace of Lily Evans in a world that had tried to destroy her, was looking at Petunia like she was the center of his universe. "All right," she said, wiping her eyes. "All right, if that's how it's going to be, if you're going to call me that, then you'd better be ready for what comes with it." She stood, carrying him to the window. The morning sun was breaking through the clouds, painting the garden in shades of gold and green. The roses seemed to reach toward the light, their petals opening like tiny hands. "Look at that," Petunia murmured. "The world keeps turning, the sun keeps rising, and we're still here, you and me and all the mess we're going to make." Harry looked at the garden, at the roses, at the light, and then, clear as anything, he said, "Pretty." Petunia laughed, a real laugh, the kind she hadn't made since childhood. "Pretty," she agreed. "The world is pretty, and scary, and full of things we don't understand. But we're going to understand them, Harry. Together, I promise." She held him close and watched the sun rise over Privet Drive, and for the first time in 20 years. Petunia Evans Dursley felt like she was exactly where she belonged. The attic of number 4, Privet Drive, was exactly what attics should be, dusty, forgotten, and full of things nobody wanted to look at. Petunia hadn't climbed the pull-down stairs in years, not since the early days of her marriage, when she'd stored away the last remnants of her life before Vernon. Wedding gifts she'd hated but couldn't return. Lamps that didn't match any room. A box of her mother's china, chipped and worthless but too sentimental to throw away. And beneath it all, pushed into the farthest corner, a small trunk she'd never opened. Today, she was opening it. Harry was 4 years old now, 4.5, if you asked him, which he did constantly. The toddler years had passed in a blur of careful routine and secret lessons. Petunia had taught him to read at 3, using library books smuggled home in her shopping bag. She'd taught him to sit still, to watch, to wait before reacting. She'd taught him that his emotions were his own, to be examined and understood rather than expressed without thought. But she hadn't taught him magic. That was about to change. The attic stairs creaked beneath her weight, protesting every step. Dust motes swirled in the thin light from the single bare bulb, dancing like the dandelion seeds of Harry's first accidental magic. Petunia coughed, waved a hand in front of her face, and pressed onward. The trunk was exactly where she remembered, small, battered, covered in a film of gray that might have been dust or might have been age. It was made of dark wood, reinforced with brass corners, and locked with a simple clasp that yielded easily to her touch. Inside, Lily's life waited. Petunia's breath caught. Books. Dozens of them, stacked neatly, their sp. NES bearing titles that meant nothing to her. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. The Standard Book of Spells. Grades 1 through 7. Beneath the books, wrapped in silk, a wand. 11 inches, willow, swishy. Petunia remembered that detail from Lily's letters, from the rare occasions when their mother had read them aloud. Lily had loved her wand. Had named it, even, though the name escaped Petunia now. And beneath the wand, photographs. Moving photographs. Petunia lifted the top one with trembling fingers. Lily and James on their wedding day. Lily in white, radiant, her red hair spilling over her shoulders in waves. James beside her, glasses askew, grinning like he'd won the lottery. They waved at the camera. At Petunia. At the sister who hadn't come to the wedding, who hadn't even responded to the invitation. Another photograph. Lily holding a newborn Harry, her face transef. Ormed by a love so fierce it hurt to look at. She was whispering something to him, something private, something Petunia would never know. The baby's eyes were closed, his face peaceful, his tiny hand wrapped around his mother's finger. A third, Harry at 3 months, propped against pillows, staring at something off camera. His scar was fresh then, pink and raw, but his expression was already that same watchful intensity he carried now. Lily's voice, captured somehow, impossibly, in the magic of the photograph, said, "Smile for Aunt Petunia, Harry. Smile for Toonie." Petunia dropped the photograph as if burned. Toonie. Lily had called her Toonie. Had shown Harry her picture. Had tried to make him smile for her. Had kept her alive in that small corner of their world even after Petunia had stopped responding to letters. Oh, Lily. The whisper scraped her throat raw. Oh, Lily, what have I done? The photographs didn't answer. They just kept moving. Lily and James laughing, Harry waving, a famil. Why frozen in moments Petunia would never be part of. She sat on the dusty attic floor and let herself grieve. Not the tidy grief she'd allowed herself at the funeral, the stiff upper lip grief of a wom. And who'd spent years pretending her sister didn't exist. Real grief. Messy grief. The kind that came with sobs and snot and shaking shoulders, the kind that left you hollow and raw and somehow cleaner than before. When it passed, minutes or hours later, she couldn't tell, Petunia wiped her face with her sleeve and began to work. The books came first. She carried them down from the attic in stacks, hiding them in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry's room, though he'd long since graduated to a proper bed in Dudley's second bedroom. Vernon had relented on that point when Harry turned 3, because Dudley had started complaining about the weird boy in the cupboard and Vernon couldn't stand his son's discomfort. The cupboard was now Petunia's secret study. She'd added a small desk, a chair, a lamp that didn't flicker. Harry knew about it. He'd helped her clean it out, watched with those knowing eyes as she arranged the books on makeshift shelves. He didn't ask questions. He'd RNED that Petunia would tell him things when he needed to know them, and not before. Tonight, after Vernon was asleep and Dudley was lost in dreams of sugar and violence, Petunia lit the lamp and opened the first book. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. She read the introduction 3 times before the words began to make sense. The language was strange, formal, old-fashioned, full of terms she didn't understand. Transfiguration was the art of changing the form or appearance of an object. It required concentration, precise wand movements, and a thorough understanding of fundamental principles governing magical transformation. Petunia had no wand. She had no magic. She had nothing but determination and a dead sister's books. She kept reading. The first chapter explained the difference between transfiguration and conjuring. The second covered basic safety protocols. Never transfigure anything without a clear purpose, never attempt human transfiguration without supervision. Always respect the fundamental laws of magical conservation. The third introduced the first simple spell, turning a matchstick into a needle. Petunia read it 6 times, memorizing every word. Then she closed the book, extinguished the lamp, and sat in the darkness, thinking. She couldn't perform magic. That was the brutal, inescapable truth at the heart of everything. She was a squib. Not even that, really. Because squibs at least had magical ancestry. She was simply ordinary, mundane, the kind of person wizards forgot existed. But she could learn. She could understand the theory, the history, the principles that underpinned everything Harry would eventually be taught. She could prepare him, shape him, give him the foundation she'd never had. And when the time came, when he walked through those doors into Lily's world, he would be ready in ways no child had ever been ready before. The matchstick into needle spell required focused intent, and a clear mental image of the desired outcome. It required the wizard to believe, truly believe, that the transformation was possible. And it required practice, hundreds of attempts, thousands, until the spell became as natural as breathing. Harry would have magic, he would have the power. But Petunia could give him the mindset, the discipline, the understanding that magic wasn't just about waving wands and saying words, it was about will and focus. And the absolute certainty that you controlled your power rather than the other way around. She climbed the stairs to Harry's room. He was awake. Of course he was awake, he always say. Emed to know when something important was happening. He lay in his bed, those green eyes fixed on the door, waiting. You know about your mother, Petunia said quietly. You know she was a witch. You know she went to a school for people like her. Harry nodded. He was small for his age, pale from too much time indoors, but his gaze held a steadiness that made him seem older than 4. Tonight, I found her things. Her school books, her wand, photographs. Petunia sat on the edge of his bed. I'm going to study them. Learn what she learned. Understand what she understood. And when you're ready, when you're old enough to start, I'm going to teach you. Harry's eyes widened. You can do magic. No. The word tasted bitter, but Petunia forced it out. I can't do any magic at all. That's the one thing your mother had that I never will. But I can learn the theory. I can understand how it works. And I can help you understand it too, better than any teacher at that school, because I'll be teaching you for you. Not for some curriculum or test score. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, will I go to her school? When I'm old enough, yes. If you want to. Do you want me to? Petunia considered the question. It deserved honesty. I want you to be ready, she said. I want you to walk through those doors knowing more than any first year has ever known. I want you to look at that world. The world that would have turned me away, and make it yours. Not because you're Lily's son. Because you're Harry. Because you earned it. Harry reached out and took her hand. His fingers were small, warm, impossibly fragile. Will you stay? He asked. When I go, will you still be here? Petunia's heart clenched. I'll always be here. This is your home. I'm your family. Nothing changes that. Promise. Promise. Harry nodded, satisfied, and closed his eyes. Within minutes, his breathing evened out into sleep. Petunia sat with him until the clock struck 2, then returned to the cupboard and opened another book. The weeks that followed took on a rhythm Petunia hadn't experienced since her school days. Mornings were for Vernon and Dudley, breakfast, packed lunches, the endless performance of normal family life. Afternoons were for Harry, reading, writing, basic mathematics, the foundation every child needed. Evenings were for dinner and television and the careful maintenance of Vernon's illusions. And nights were for magic. Petunia devoured Lily's books with a hunger that surprised her. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling became her Bible, dense, difficult, but packed with insights that made her see the world differently. Magic, it turned out, wasn't just random power. It followed rules, laws, principles that could be understood and applied. The first law of magic: magic cannot create something from nothing. Only transform what already exists. The second law: the complexity of a transformation determines the magical energy required. The third law: intent shapes outcome. A spell cast without clear purpose is a spell likely to fail. Petunia memorized them all. She filled notebooks with observations, questions, connections between different branches of magic. Transfiguration shared principles with charms. Potions required understanding of herbology. Defense against the dark arts built on everything. It was beautiful, in its way. A whole hidden world, governed by rules as precise as any scientific law. Waiting for someone to understand it. And through it all, she taught Harry. Not magic, never magic, not yet. But the things that would make magic possible. Concentration exercises. Sit still for 10 minutes. Focusing on a single point. Memory games. Look at a page, close the book, recite everything you saw. Emotional control. Name what you're feeling, examine it, decide whether to act on it. Harry took to it like a plant to sunlight. He was brilliant, quicker than Lily, even, though Petunia tried not to make comparisons. His mind absorbed information and connected it in ways that startled her. By 5, he'd read all of Lily's first-year textbooks and could explain the principles of basic transfiguration better than Petunia could. You're not supposed to just memorize the movements, he told her one evening, his small face serious. You're supposed to understand why the movement works. The angle of the wrist changes the flow of magical energy. The flick at T, he end is about release, like letting go of a breath. Petunia stared at him. Where did you learn that? I thought about it, he shrugged, as if this were obvious. The book says, flick and swish, but it doesn't say why. So I thought about what happens when you flick your wrist versus when you turn it. It's different. The muscles work differently, so the magic must work differently too. Petunia had no idea if he was right, but the logic was sound, the kind of thinking that would serve him well when he finally held a wand. When did you become so smart? She asked, half teasing. Harry considered the question seriously. I've always been smart. You just didn't notice because you were busy teaching me to be smart about being smart. Petunia laughed, a real laugh, the kind that still surprised her after all these years. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Is it true, though? She pulled him into a hug, pressing her cheek against his dark hair. Yes, it's true. You're brilliant, Harry James Potter. And I'm going to make sure the whole world knows it. The years passed. Harry grew taller, stronger, more controlled. His accidental magic happened less frequently now, not because it had stopped, but because he'd learned to channel it. When he got angry, he breathed. When he got sad, he talked. When he got excited, he directed that energy into his exercises. Petunia watched with a pride she never showed, storing it away like treasure. She'd made progress too. Her understanding of magical theory had grown deep enough that she could follow conversations in Lily's Adva. NCED books, the ones meant for 6th and 7th years. She'd even attempted a few simple spells, just to see if she could, using a spare wand she'd found in the trunk. Lily's second wand, apparently, replaced when she outgrew it. Nothing happened, of course. The wand remained stubbornly still in her hand, as inert as any ordinary stick. But she'd expected that. The disappointment was old, worn smooth by years of acceptance. She couldn't do magic. She would never do magic. But she could understand it, and that was enough. When Harry turned 7, Petunia decided it was time. She led him to the cupboard, still her study, though he hadn't been inside since he was small, and sat him in the chair. On the desk before them lay Lily's wand, willow and 11 inches, wrapped in silk. "This was your mother's," Petunia said. "Her first wand, before she outgrew it. I've kept it safe for you." Harry reached for it, then stopped, looking at her for permission. "Go ahead." He unwrapped the silk slowly, reverently. The way another child might unwrap a birthday present. The wand lay in his palm, pale wood, simple design, worn slightly at the grip from years of use. "Will it work for me? I don't know. Wands choose the wizard, according to everything I've read. Your mother's wand might accept you, or it might not. But we can try." Harry wrapped his fingers around the handle. Nothing happened at first. He sat there, holding the wand, his face concentrated. Then, slowly, like dawn breaking, warmth seemed to emanate from the wood. Not light, not heat, but something else. Something that made the air around them feel charged. A single spark leapt from the tip. Harry gasped. Petunia grabbed his wrist, not hard, just enough to ground him. "Breathe," she said. "Feel it. Don't try to control it yet. Just feel." He breathed. The sparks continued, small, intermittent, like the first raindrops of a storm. Then they stopped. Harry looked at her, eyes wide. "That was magic. Your magic. The first time you've held it intentionally. I want to do more." "You will. But first, you need to understand what just happened." Petunia pulled a notebook from the desk, one of hers, filled with years of study. "Sit down. We have work to do." For the next 3 hours, she taught him about wand lore. About the relationship between wizard and wand. About the different woods and cores and what they signified. About the importance of respect. Never waving a wand carelessly, never using it in anger, never forgetting that it was a tool, not a toy. Harry absorbed it all, asking questions that showed he was thinking 3 steps ahead. Ollivanders, the wand shop, they match wands to wizards. But if a wand can choose, doesn't that mean it has some kind of awareness? Like it's alive. Some wandmakers say yes. Oh, theirs say it's about resonance, the wand's core responding to the wizard's magical signature. Which one is right? I don't know. Maybe both. Maybe neither. The important thing is to find a wand that works for you. Your mother's might, or it might not. We won't know until you're older and your magic has stabilized. Harry nodded, satisfied with this answer. Then he looked at the wand again, still resting on the desk between them. "Can I try something? A real spell?" Petunia hesitated. Everything she'd read said that children shouldn't attempt formal magic until they started school. Their magic was too wild, too uncontrolled, too likely to cause accidents. But Harry wasn't like other children. He'd been trained for this, prepared for this, shaped by years of discipline and control. "One spell," she said. "The simplest one, Lumos." Quote. She'd prepared for this. A small candle sat on the desk, unlit, waiting. She'd chosen Lumos because it was straightforward, required minimal movement, and had a clear outcome. If Harry could make light, they'd know his control was real. "Lumos creates light at the wand tip," Petunia recited. "The movement is a simple upward flick. The intent is to illuminate, not to harm or transform. Focus on the wand, on the light you want to create. Let the magic flow through you, not from you." Harry raised the wand. His hand was steady, steadier than most adults, CE. Ainley steadier than Petunia would have been at his age. Lumos. Light bloomed. Not a spark this time, but a steady glow, soft, golden, warm. It illuminated Harry's face, catching the wonder in his eyes, the slight smile curving his lips. For a moment, he looked exactly like Lily had in those photographs, the same joy, the same awe, the same dawning realization of what he could become. Then the light flickered and died. Harry lowered the wand, breathing hard. "I did it. You did it." Petunia's voice was calm, but inside she was screaming with pride. "How do you feel?" "Tired. Like I ran a long way." "That's normal. Magic takes energy, more than you realize at first. You'll build stamina with practice. Harry nodded, already reaching for the wand again. Can I try again? No, not tonight. You need to rest, and you need to process what just happened. Tomorrow, we'll practice the movement without casting. The day after, we'll try again. Magic is like any other skill, it requires patience and repetition. Harry looked disappointed but didn't argue. That was another thing Petunia had taught him. Discipline meant accepting limits, even when you didn't like them. He wrapped the wand carefully in its silk and placed it back on the desk. Thank you, he said quietly. For teaching me. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the cupboard, the books, the years of preparation. For everything. Petunia pulled him into a hug. You don't need to thank me. You're my. She stopped. The word caught in her throat. But Harry, brilliant Harry, understood. He hugged her back and whispered, I know. You're my Toonie. That night, Petunia couldn't sleep. She lay in bed beside Vernon, listening to his rumbling snores, staring at the ceiling. Harry's face kept appearing in her mind, the wonder, the joy. The absolute rightness of him holding that wand. He was meant for this. Meant for magic, meant for that world, meant for something bigger than Privet Drive could ever offer. And she was meant to prepare him. She slipped out of bed, pulled on her robe, and descended to the kitchen. The house was silent, that deep, heavy silence of the small hours. Even the refrigerator seemed to hum more quietly, as if respecting the lateness of the hour. She made tea, sat at the table, thought. The books had given her knowledge. Harry's progress had given her hope. But there was so much she didn't know. So much that couldn't be learned from textbooks. The politics of the magical world. The dangers Harry would face. The enemies who might still be waiting, biding their time, watching for the boy who lived to grow old enough to target. Voldemort. The name surfaced from memory, Dumbledore's voice, heavy with warning, speaking it in the rain 11 years ago. He who must not be named, the books called him. The Dark Lord, the most powerful dark wizard in centuries. Defeated by a baby. No, that wasn't right. Defeated by love, by Lily's sacrifice, by the ancient magic she'd invoked when she stood between her son and death. The books were clear on that. Lily's choice had created a protection so powerful that Voldemort's killing curse had rebounded, destroying his body and leaving Harry marked but alive. But Voldemort wasn't dead. The books hinted at it, whispered about it in footnotes and asides. He had vanished, yes. His followers had scattered, but the Dark Lord's survival was assumed by those who understood such things. He was out there somewhere, waiting, recovering, planning his return. And when he came back, he would come for Harry. Petunia's hands tightened around her teacup. She couldn't protect him from that. She was ordinary, mundane, powerless. When the Dark Lord returned, if he returned, she would be nothing but a speed bump on his path to Harry. But she could prepare him. She could make him strong enough, smart enough, controlled enough to face whatever came. She could give him the tools Lily never had, the discipline, the strategy, the understanding that power meant nothing without purpose. She finished her tea, washed the cup, and returned to the cupboard. The books waited, Lily's wand waited, and in the morning, Harry would wake and continue his training. Petunia advanced potion making and began to read. The next 3 years passed in a rhythm of study and growth. Harry mastered Lumos within weeks, then moved on to other simple spells, Nox to extinguish light, Wingardium Leviosa to float objects, even a basic shielding charm that Petunia found in a 5th-year textbook. He was careful, methodical, never attempting anything beyond his capacity. His Rall was extraordinary, the result of years of training that no other magical child had ever received. By 10, he'd worked through all of Lily's schoolbooks and was hungry for more. Petunia scoured second-hand shops for additional texts, building a library that filled the cupboard from floor to ceiling. Quintessence, a quest, the dark forces, a guide to self-protection, advanced rune translation, magical drafts and potions. Harry read them all, often multiple times, filling his own notebooks with observations and questions. Why do they separate transfiguration from charms? He asked one evening. They're both about changing things. Transfiguration changes the actual object, charms changes its behavior, but the underlying principles seem similar. Different branches of magic evolved separately, Petunia explained. Historically, transfiguration was considered more prestigious, more difficult, more permanent. Charms were seen as practical magic for everyday use. But that's arbitrary. It's like saying arithmetic is more important than geometry because it came first. Many things in the magical world are arbitrary. Tradition matters more than logic, sometimes. Harry frowned. That seems inefficient. It is, but you'll need to understand the traditions if you want to navigate that world. You can challenge them once you're established. First, you have to survive them. Harry nodded, accepting this wisdom the way he accepted all her lessons, as tools to be used, not rules to be followed blindly. He'd grown into a serious boy, watchful and controlled. The neighbors thought him odd, too quiet, too polite, too unlike Dudley's boisterous rudeness. But they couldn't say he was a problem. He never caused trouble, never drew attention, never did anything that would make Vernon's face purple with rage. That was the deal. After all, Harry stayed invisible, and Vernon let him stay. But Petunia saw what others didn't. She saw the sharpness behind those green eyes, the way he catalogued everything and everyone. The quiet confidence that came from knowing exactly who he was and what he could do. She saw Lily's intelligence, yes, but she also saw something Lily never had. Patience, strategy, the ability to wait, to watch, to strike only when the moment was right. He was ready. The thought came to her one night, unexpected and absolute. Harry was ready, ready for Hogwarts, ready for that world, ready to walk through the doors and claim his place. All that remained was the letter. And Petunia knew, because she'd read enough, understood enough, prepared enough, that the letter would come. On Harry's 11th birthday, or shortly before, an owl would appear with cream parchment and green ink. The same kind of letter that had destroyed her family 25 years ago. The Sam E kind of letter that had changed Lily's life forever. This time, it would be different. This time, the ordinary sister would be ready. This time, Harry James Potter would walk into that world not as a boy seeking acceptance, but as a force prepared to reshape everything. Petunia closed the book she'd been reading, extinguished the lamp, and climbed the stairs to bed. In the morning, she would beg. In the final stage of Harry's preparation, the history of the war, the politics of the magical world, the names and faces of those who had fought, and those who had served, the Dark Lord. She would tell him everything. And when the letter finally came, Harry would open it not with wonder or fear, but with the calm certainty of a boy who'd been preparing for this moment his entire life. Lily's legacy was magic, Harry's would be mastery, and Petunia Evans Dursley, the ordinary sister, the rejected sister, the sister who'd chosen bitterness over love, would be the one who made it possible. The morning Harry turned 8, Petunia woke before dawn. This was not unusual. She'd woken before dawn every day for as long as she could remember, first as a girl helping her mother with breakfast, then as a young woman building a life she didn't want, now as the secret guardian of a boy who would change everything. The habit was so ingrained that her body simply refused to sleep past 5, no matter how late she'd been reading the night before. But this morning felt different. She lay in bed, listening to Vernon's rumbling snores, watching the first gray light creep through the curtains. Somewhere in the house, Harry was probably already awake. He'd inherited her early rising, or perhaps learned it from her, or perhaps simply existed in a state of permanent readiness that made sleep seem unnecessary. 8 years old, Lily had been 8 when the first signs appeared, the flowers blooming early, the fallen bird healing in her hands, the strange things that happened when she cried. Petunia read those years with painful clarity, the hope that maybe, just maybe, she'd develop the same gifts, the gradual dawning that she wouldn't, the slow rot of jealousy that had poisoned everything. Harry had shown signs earlier. The dandelions at 10 months. The lumos at 7, but those weren't the important signs. The important signs were invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. The way he sat at breakfast, spine straight, hands still, waiting for permission to speak. The way he read, devouring books like other children devoured sweets, but always with a question in his eyes, always connecting what he learned to what he already knew. The way he watched, always watched, cataloging expressions, gestures, the subtle shifts in mood that other children missed entirely. Petunia had trained him for this, had drilled him in posture and patience in the art of being invisible when visibility was dangerous. Had taught him to read at 3, to write at 4, to analyze at 5. Had given him the tools to survive in a house where his existence was tolerated at best, resented at worst. But she'd also given him something else. Love. She hadn't meant to. Love was dangerous. Love made you vulnerable, made you weak. Made you care about things you couldn't control. She'd learned that lesson with Lily, had built walls so high that nothing could breach them. But Harry had slipped through somehow. Had found the cracks and widened them until the walls weren't walls anymore. When had it happened? She wondered. When had this boy become more than a responsibility, more than a promise to a dead sister? More than a project to be shaped and guided? Maybe it was the first time he'd said, Toonie, his small face serious with concentration, his eyes bright with the effort of forming the word. Maybe it was the night she'd found him crying, silently, because he'd learned that noise brought consequences, and held him until the tears stopped. Maybe it was simply the accumulation of small moments, years of them, building into something she couldn't name but couldn't imagine living without. Whatever it was real. And terrifying. And the only thing in her life that felt completely, utterly right. She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Vernon, and padded downstairs. Harry was in the kitchen. He sat at the table, a book open before him, a history of magic, the same one Lily had studied decades ago, his finger tracing the words as he read. He'd made tea, the way she'd taught him, kettle boiled, pot warmed, leaves steeped exactly 4 minutes. 2 cups sat waiting, one for her, one for himself. He looked up when she entered. Good morning, Toonie. Good morning, Harry. She sat across from him, wrapping her hands around the warm cup. You're up early. Page 312. He tapped the book. The Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Did you know it started because the goblins wanted representation in the Wizengamot? And the ministry refused, so they rebelled. Yes, I read that chapter last week. Petunia smiled, a small smile, but real. What do you think? Should goblins have representation? Harry considered the question seriously. At 8, most children would have shrugged or guessed. Harry treated every question as worthy of genuine thought. The books say goblins are treacherous, he said slowly. Untrustworthy. Obsessed with gold. But the books are written by wizards. If goblins wrote the books, they'd probably say wizards are arrogant and dismissive and break agreements whenever it suits them. Probably true. So the question isn't whether goblins deserve representation. The question is whether a system that excludes an entire group can ever be fair. And the answer to that, he looked up, meeting her eyes. The answer is no. Exclusion is never fair. It just creates resentment on both sides. Petunia's heart swelled with pride. Your mother would have agreed with you. Would she? She believed in fairness, in giving everyone a chance. It's one of the reasons, she stopped. The words were dangerous, even now. One of the reasons she wrote to you? Harry asked quietly. Even after you stopped writing back? Petunia blinked. How did you? I found the letters. In the trunk. Years ago, when you first showed me her things. He didn't look away. She wrote to you every month. For years. Even after you stopped responding. She never gave up. The kitchen seemed very quiet. Somewhere upstairs, Vernon's snores continued their steady rhythm. Dudley's voice, already demanding, already entitled, drifted down from his bedroom, complaining about something to no one. Petunia's throat tightened. You read them, some of them, the ones on top. She talked about me, about Dad, about Hogwarts, about how much she missed you. Harry's voice was gentle, the way it always was when he spoke of difficult things. She loved you, Toonie. Even when you wouldn't let her. I know. The words came out cracked, broken. I know that now. I didn't. I couldn't see it then. I was too busy being jealous. The word hung between them. Honest. Painful. True. Yes, Petunia whispered. Jealous. Of everything she had. Everything she was. Everything I couldn't be. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. His fingers were small but steady, warm but not gripping. He'd learned to touch without demanding, to comfort without smothering. You're not jealous anymore. It wasn't a question, but Petunia answered anyway. No, not of her, not of anyone. She squeezed his hand. You did that, you and those green eyes and that stubborn way you have of loving people even when they don't deserve it. Harry smiled, a rare expression, saved for moments when the walls could safely come down. You deserve it, do I? You raised me, taught me, protected me from. He glanced toward the stairs, toward the sound of Vernon's snores. From everything. You didn't have to. You could have sent me away. Could have let them put me in some home. But you didn't. You kept me. And you. His voice caught, just slightly. You loved me. I know you did. I know you do. Petunia couldn't speak. The tears were too close, too many, too long held back. Harry squeezed her hand again, then released it and returned to his book. Page 313 says the goblins eventually surrendered, but the ministry had to grant them certain concessions. Like control over Gringotts, and the right to carry wands, even though they don't use them the same way wizards do. Petunia wiped her eyes with her sleeve, took a breath, steadied herself. And what do you think about that? I think, Harry paused, considering. I think surrender isn't the same as agreement. The goblins stopped fighting because they had to, not because they wanted to. And the ministry gave them just enough to keep them quiet, but not enough to make them equal. That's not peace. That's just, paused war. Very perceptive. I read a lot. Petunia laughed, a wet sound, but genuine. You do, more than any child I've ever known. She stood, moving to the stove. Breakfast, please. And then, he hesitated, a rare thing. And then I wanted to ask you something. Ask. The spells I've been practicing. The ones from Mum's books. They're getting easier. The Lumos lasts longer now. The levitation charm works almost every time. And last night, when I couldn't sleep, I tried something from the 5th year book. Just to see if I could. Petunia's hand stilled on the stove. What did you try? The Patronus charm. She turned slowly. Harry, that's extremely advanced magic. Most witches and wizards can't cast a Patronus until they're much older. Some never can. I know, but I wanted to try anyway. He looked down at his hands. I wanted to see if I could make something good. Something that would. He stopped, struggling for words. Something that would prove I'm not just what happened to me. That I'm more than the scar in the story and the boy who lived. Petunia crossed the kitchen and knelt beside his chair. And, did it work? Not really. I got something. Mist, mostly, shapeless, but it felt. His eyes met hers, and for a moment he looked younger than 8, younger than anything. It felt like hope, like maybe I could do it someday. Like maybe I'm not broken. Petunia pulled him into her arms, held him tight, felt his heart beating against hers, steady and strong and full of everything she'd never known she needed. You're not broken, Harry James Potter. You're the least broken person I've ever known. And someday, when you're ready, when the me is right, you'll cast a Patronus that will blind everyone who sees it. I promise. He hugged her back. You can't promise that. I can promise anything I want. I'm your aunt. He laughed. A real laugh, bright and free. The kind she heard too rarely. That's not how promises work. It's how my promises work. Now, she stood, smoothing her apron. Breakfast, and then we'll talk about the Patronus charm. Properly, with theory and practice and all the things you love. Harry nodded, already reaching for his book. But before he opened it, he looked at her one more time. Toonie, yes, I'm glad you kept me. Petunia turned back to the stove so he wouldn't see her cry again. I'm glad too, she whispered. I'm glad too. The years between 8 and 11 passed in a rhythm of study and growth. Harry's days followed a structure Petunia had designed years ago, refined through trial and error, perfected into something that looked effortless but was anything but. Mornings. Physical training. Not the rough and tumble play of other children, but deliberate exercises designed to build strength, flexibility, and, most importantly, control. Harry learned to hold poses for minutes at a time, to breathe through discomfort. To move with precision rather than speed. Petunia had read somewhere that Eastern martial artists trained this way, and while she knew nothing about martial arts, the principles translated perfectly to magical preparation. Afternoons. Academic study. Reading, writing, mathematics, the foundation every child needed. But also history, both Muggle and magical. Politics, both worlds. Languages. Harry had picked up basic French from one of Lily's old textbooks and was working on Latin, which Petunia had learned was essential for understanding spell etymology. Evenings. Magical theory, not practice, that was reserved for nights when Vernon was deeply asleep and the house was truly quiet. But theory could be studied anywhere, anytime, and Harry absorbed it like a plant absorbed sunlight. Weekends. Application. The small hours of Saturday and Sunday, when Vernon slept late and Dudley was occupied with his own pursuits, were for actual spellwork. Harry practiced in the garden, behind the shed, in the attic, anywhere he wouldn't be seen. He'd mastered every spell in Lily's first-year books and was working through the second-year curriculum with ease. By 10, he could cast a perfect shield charm. By 10 and a half, he'd successfully transfigured a matchstick into a needle, the first spell in the first-year transfiguration book, the one that measured a witch or wizard's basic competence. His needle was perfect, sharp, straight, indistinguishable from one made in a factory. Petunia had kept it, wrapped in silk, hidden in the cupboard with Lily's things. But magic was only part of Harry's education. The more important part, The part Petunia had designed specifically for him was the training no Hogwarts professor would ever provide. Emotional control. She'd started early, when he was barely old enough to understand words. Feelings aren't bad, she'd told him, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the cupboard, his small face serious in the lamplight. Feelings are information. They tell you something about yourself and the world around you. But they're not instructions. You don't have to act on them. At 3, he'd learned to name his emotions. I feel angry because Dudley took my book. I feel sad because Toonie is tired and can't read to me tonight. I feel happy because the sun is warm and the garden smells good. At 4, he'd learned to examine them. Why do I feel angry? Because Dudley took my book without asking. Is that worth being angry about? Yes, because it's mine and he should ask. But is it worth screaming about? No, because Scria, Ming won't get it back faster and will make Toonie sad. At 5, he'd learned to choose his responses. I could scream. I could hit Dudley. I could tell Toonie. I could wait until he's not looking and take it back. Which option is best? Telling Toonie, because she'll make him give it back and he'll learn that taking things has consequences. By 6, the process was automatic. Harry didn't suppress his emotions. Petunia had warned against that, had explained that suppressed emotions fester and poison everything, but he processed them. Acknowledged them. Decided consciously how to respond rather than reacting instinctively. It was the hardest thing she'd ever taught him. It was also the most important. Because in the world Harry would eventually enter, emotional reactions could kill you. Rage could make you reckless. Fear could make you freeze. Grief could make you vulnerable. And love, the most dangerous emotion of all, could make you sacrifice everything for someone else. Lily had loved, had stood between her son and death, had given her life for his. That love had saved Harry, had created a protection so powerful that the darkest wizard in centuries had been destroyed by his own curse. But it had also cost Lily everything. Petunia wanted Harry to love, needed him to love, but she also needed him to understand that love wasn't weakness, unless you let it control you. Love was power, but like all power, it required discipline. You can love someone and still protect yourself, she told him once, when he'd asked why he couldn't be friends with the neighbor children. You can care about them without letting them define you. You can give without emptying yourself. Harry had nodded, absorbing the lesson the way he absorbed everything. But his eyes had been sad, and Petunia had wondered, not for the first time, whether she was preparing him for the world or isolating him from it. The isolation wasn't absolute. Harry attended primary school, because the law required it, and because Petunia believed he needed exposure to ordinary children. He sat in classes, completed assignments, earned good marks without trying. The teachers thought him quiet but polite, well-mannered but distant. The children mostly ignored him. He was too strange, too watchful, too unlike them to be interesting. One boy, though, had tried to befriend him. His name was Michael, and he sat 2 rows over in their Year 4 classroom. He was round and cheerful and apparently immune to Harry's careful distance. For weeks, he'd chattered at Harry during lunch, invited him to play football, asked about his weekend with genuine interest. Harry had responded politely but cautiously, the way Petunia had taught him. He'd answered questions without volunteering information. He'd accepted invitations without initiating them. He'd watched Michael the way he watched everyone, cataloging expressions and gestures, trying to understand what this ordinary boy wanted from him. Then one day, Michael had asked the question Harry had been dreading. That scar on your forehead, how'd you get it? The classroom had gone quiet. Not literally, children still chattered, chairs still scraped, the usual chaos continued. But for Harry, everything had stopped. He'd prepared for this. Petunia had drilled him on possible questions and appropriate responses. A car accident when I was a baby. My parents died, and I was hurt in the same crash. Simple, believable, boring. But looking at Michael's open, curious face, Harry had felt something crack. My parents, he'd started. Then stopped. Then started again. There was an accident. When I was little, I got this scar, and he'd swallowed. They didn't make it. Michael's face had crumpled with sympathy. Oh, that's really sad. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. Yeah, but still, they were your parents. Michael had patted his shoulder, awkwardly, the way children do when they don't quite know how to comfort. You can play football with us anytime, okay? If you want. No pressure. Harry had nodded, not trusting his voice. After that, something had shifted between them. Not quite friendship. Harry was too guarded for that, too aware of the distance between his world and Michael's. But something like it, a connection that felt almost normal. Petunia had noticed the change. Had asked about it, carefully, the way she asked about everything. "There's a boy at school," Harry had said. "Michael. He's nice. He doesn't ask weird questions. He just wants to play football." "And do you want to play football?" Harry had considered. "Sometimes. It's nice to be normal." For a little while, Petunia had nodded, understanding. "Normal is good. Normal is healthy. Just remember," she'd paused, choosing her words. "Just remember that you're not actually normal. And that's okay. Normal isn't better. It's just different." "I know." Harry had smiled. A real smile, the kind he saved for her. "I like being different. I like that you taught me to be different. But sometimes," he'd shrugged. "Sometimes I just want to kick a ball and not think about anything." "Then kick a ball. I'll be here when you get back." He'd hugged her then, quick and fierce, and run off to find Michael. And Petunia had watched him go, feeling pride and grief and hope all tangled together in her chest. The summer before Harry turned 11, everything changed. Not suddenly, nothing in their lives was sudden. But Petunia noticed the signs, the way she'd learned to notice everything. Harry's magic was stronger now, more present. Spells that had required concentration now came easily. The accidental magic that had marked his early years had stopped entirely, not because he'd lost it, but because he'd learned to channel it. Every emotion, every impulse, every flicker of power was directed. Controlled, used. He was ready. Petunia knew it the way she knew the sun would rise, the way she knew Vernon would complain about dinner, the way she knew Dudley would grow into the man his father was shaping him to be. Harry was ready for Hogwarts. Ready for that world. Ready to walk through the doors and claim his place. But first, the letter had to come. She'd been watching for it for months. Scanning the sky for owls, checking the post before Vernon could. Hogwarts letters, she'd learned from Lily's old correspondence, arrived by owl on the morning of the child's 11th birthday. Sometimes earlier, if the child was particularly magical or particularly important. But always by owl, always at dawn, always in that distinctive cream parchment with green ink. Harry's birthday was July 31st. On the morning of July 30th, Petunia woke at 4 and couldn't get back to sleep. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, running through everything one last time. Harry knew about Hogwarts, not just the basics, but the history, the politics, the complicated web of relationships that would greet him there. He knew about the houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Ravenclaw for the clever, Slytherin for the ambitious. He knew about the professors, or at least the ones Lily had mentioned in her letters. He knew about the subjects, the expectations, the unspoken rules that governed life in a castle full of magical teenagers. He knew about his parents, about their deaths, about the Dark Lord who had killed them and the prophecy that might still hang over his head. Petunia had told him everything. The good, the bad, the terrifying. He deserved to know, she'd decided. Deserved to walk into that world with open eyes, not blind innocence. And now, after 11 years of preparation, the waiting was almost over. She slipped out of bed at 5, made tea, sat at the kitchen table. The sky was just beginning to lighten, pale gray bleeding into deeper gray. The sun still hidden below the horizon. No owls yet, but soon. Harry found her at 6. He was already dressed, not in his usual clothes, but in the outfit Petunia had bought for his birthday. New trousers, a pressed shirt. Shoes that didn't have holes. He looked older than 10, taller than 10, more serious than any child should be. "Couldn't sleep either?" she asked. He shook his head, sitting across from her. "My magic feels different. Buzzing. Like something's about to happen." "It is. The letter. Probably. Today or tomorrow. Your mother's came on her birthday, but sometimes they arrive early." Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, what if it doesn't come? What if they forgot about me? What if, Harry? Petunia's voice was firm but gentle. They haven't forgotten. The entire magical world knows your name. The boy who lived, remember. They've been waiting for this as long as we have. That's what I'm afraid of. He looked down at his hands. They know my name, but they don't know me. They have expectations, assumptions. They'll look at me and see, he gestured vaguely. I don't know what they'll see. The scar, the story. The child who survived. Let them see whatever they want. Petunia reached across the table, covering his hands with hers. You know who you are. That's what matters. You're Harry. You're my. She paused, letting the word settle. You're my son. In every way that counts. And nothing they think or say changes that. Harry looked up, and for a moment his eyes were wet. You mean that? I've never meant anything more. He squeezed her hands. I love you, Toonie. I love you too, Harry. Now, she stood, brushing away the emotion. Breakfast. Can't face the magical world on an empty stomach. He laughed, that rare, bright sound, and helped her set the table. They were halfway through their eggs when the first owl appeared. It tapped on the kitchen window, impatient, a brown barn owl with a scroll tied to its leg. Petunia's heart stopped. Harry froze, fork halfway to his mouth. That's, he started. Go, open the window. He crossed the kitchen in 3 steps, fumbled with the latch, and let the owl in. It landed on the table, hooting softly, and extended its leg. Harry untied the scroll with trembling fingers. The owl waited, expectant, until Petunia found a bit of bacon to reward it. Then it was gone, out the window and into the gray morning sky. They stared at the scroll. Cream parchment, green ink, a crimson seal with a crest Harry didn't recognize, a lion, a serpent, a badger, an eagle, surrounding a large letter H. Well, Petunia's voice was calm, but her hands were shaking. Open it. Harry broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grand Sork. CHF. Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confed. Of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. He read it aloud, his voice steady despite everything. When he finished, he looked at Petunia with eyes that held wonder and fear and something that might have been triumph. I'm in, you're in. Petunia stood, crossed the kitchen, and pulled him into a hug that would have crushed a smaller child. You're in, Harry. You're going to Hogwarts. You're going to. She stopped, her voice breaking. You're going to see her world. Your mother's world. The world she loved. Harry hugged her back, fierce and tight. Our world, he corrected quietly. She would have wanted it to be ours. Yours too. Petunia shook her head. I'm not. I can't. You can. He pulled back, meeting her eyes with that steady gaze she taught him. You've been part of it for years. The books, the lessons, the theory. You know more about magic than most witches. You belong there as much as I do. Harry, it's true. And when I come home for holidays, I'll tell you everything. Every spell, every lesson, every detail. You'll be there with me. In a way, Petunia cupped his face in her hands, memorizing every line, every feature, every trace of the boy she'd raised. You, she said, are the best thing I ever did. The only thing I ever did right. And when you walk into that school, when you stand among them, the witches and wizards who would have turned me away, you remember who you are. You remember what you can do. And you show them. Harry nodded, his eyes bright. Now, Petunia released him, straightening her apron. We have a lot to do. Diagon Alley, that's where you get your supplies. Your mother wrote about it. We'll need to go before the rush, avoid the crowds, get you outfitted properly. When? As soon as possible. Tomorrow, if we can manage it. I'll need to. She stopped, considering. I'll need to tell Vernon. Somehow. Harry's expression flickered. He won't like it. No, he won't. But he'll accept it. He's accepted everything else. She took a breath. Don't worry about Vernon. I've been handling him for 11 years. I can handle one more conversation. Harry nodded, trusting her completely, and in that moment, Petunia felt something she hadn't felt in decades, hope. Real, genuine hope, bright and terrifying and absolutely necessary. Harry was going to Hogwarts. Harry was going to shine. Harry was going to be everything Lily had been and more, because Lily had been brilliant by nature, but Harry had been shaped by design. By love, by the relentless, uncompromising devotion of a woman who'd learned, too late, what really mattered. The boy who lived was about to become the boy who thought. And the magical world would never be the same. Chapter 6 The Zoo Incident Rewritten. The reptile house at the London Zoo smelled like damp earth and old secrets. Harry stood pressed against the glass of the massive enclosure, his braia fogging the barrier between himself and the largest snake he'd ever seen. Behind him, the usual Saturday crowd surged and ebbed, families with screaming children, couples holding hands, bored teenagers on school trips. But Harry barely noticed them. His attention was fixed entirely on the creature before him. The snake was magnificent. It stretched across the length of its enclosure, coils upon coils of iridescent scales that shifted from deepest black to midnight blue as it moved. Its head rested on the largest coil, eyes half closed, tongue flicking occasionally to taste the air. A small IGN identified it as a Burmese python, though the name seemed inadequate for something so ancient, so patient, so utterly other. Dudley, come look at this one. Vernon's voice cut through Harry's concentration. He glanced sideways to where his uncle stood with Dudley and Piers Polkiss, Dudley's equally unpleasant best friend. They were gathered around a smaller enclosure, pointing at something Harry couldn't see. Dudley, now 11 and exactly as wide as he was tall, pressed his face against the glass. It's not moving. Boring. Snakes are boring, Piers agreed. Let's go see the lions again. In a minute. Vernon checked his watch, a gold timepiece that cost more than most people's cars. Your mother wanted to meet us at the cafe at noon. We have 45 minutes. I'm hungry now. You're always hungry. Dudley's face crumpled into the familiar pre-tantrum expression. Harry looked away, not wanting to be noticed. The trick with Dudley was to be invisible, to exist so far outside his awareness that he forgot Harry was there at all. 11 years of practice had made Harry an expert at invisibility. But today, something felt different. Maybe it was the snake. Maybe it was the strange hum in his chest that had been growing all morning, the same buzzing sensation he'd felt before the dandelions years ago. Maybe it was simply the knowledge that his Hogwarts letter had arrived 3 days ago. And in 2 weeks he would leave this world for another. Whatever it was, Harry couldn't seem to focus on being invisible. The snake moved. Not much, just a slight shift of its head, a flicker of those dark eyes. But Harry felt the movement like a physical touch. The snake was looking at him. Directly at him. And then, impossibly, it spoke. You're different. The words weren't spoken aloud. They resonated inside Harry's skull, a whisper that was also a presence, a communication that bypassed sound entirely. Harry's hands pressed flat against the glass. You can hear me. The snake's head lifted slightly. Interest flickering in those ancient eyes. Most of them just stare. They don't listen. I'm listening, Harry whispered. Beside him, a small child tugged at its mother's sleeve, oblivious. No one else seemed to notice that a boy was talking to a snake. Yes, you are. The snake's tongue flickered. What are you? The question was so unexpected that Harry almost laughed. What was he? The boy who lived. Lily's son. Petunia's nephew. A wizard about to enter a world he'd studied his entire life. I'm not sure, he admitted. Human, mostly. With some extras. Extras. The snake seemed to consider this. I have extras too. I can speak to those who listen. Most don't. Most can't. Can all snakes talk? Talk. The snake's head tilted. We communicate. Always. But not in sounds. It paused. Searching for a word. In presence. In meaning. You're the first in a long time who can receive. Harry's mind raced. Parseltongue. The ability to speak to snakes. He'd read about it in Lily's books, a rare gift, often associated with dark wizards. Salazar Slytherin himself had been a parselmouth. The ability was considered proof of Slytherin blood, of connection to the darkest magical lineages. But Harry wasn't dark. He wasn't anything yet. He was just a boy who could talk to snakes. You're afraid, the snake observed. Of this? No. Yes. I don't know. Harry took a breath. The way Petunia had taught him. Centered himself. Examined the feeling. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know I could do this. Many don't know what they can do until they try. The snake settled back onto its coils. Apparently satisfied. You're young. You'll learn. Behind Harry, Dudley's voice rose to a whine. I want to go now. In a minute, Dudley. Now. Harry felt the familiar tension in his shoulders. The instinct to shrink and fade. But today, with the snake's presence still humming in his mind, he couldn't quite make himself disappear. That one, the snake said, its gaze flicking toward Dudley. He is loud. And unpleasant. He's my cousin. Family. The snake's tone conveyed volumes. Difficult. Sometimes. Always. Harry agreed quietly. You could make him go away. Harry blinked. What? The glass. It separates us. But for you, the snake's eyes gleamed. For you, the separation is optional. Harry looked at the glass. Thick, reinforced, designed to keep dangerous animals away from careless visitors. But as he looked, He felt something stir in his chest, that same buzzing sensation, stronger now, more focused. The glass shimmered, just slightly, just for a moment. Harry pulled back. No, that wasn't control, that was reaction. Petunia had taught him better than this. He breathed, centered himself, examined the impulse, frustration with Dudley, curiosity about the snake. The thrill of discovery, all valid feelings, all information, none of them required action. The glass stilled. Interesting, the snake murmured. You can choose. Yes, I can choose. Harry met those ancient eyes. My aunt taught me, feelings aren't instructions. Wise. Unusual for one so young. My aunt is unusual. I would like to meet this aunt. Harry smiled. A real smile, the kind he rarely showed. She'd like you, I think. She likes things that are different. The snake's tongue flickered, a snake's version of amusement. Then I am glad we met, young one who can choose. Perhaps we will speak again. I'd like that, as would I. Now, the snake's head lowered, returning to its resting position. Your loud cousin approaches. I will be silent, but I will remember. Harry turned just as Dudley barreled into him. Move, freak, I want to see the snake. Dudley shoved past, pressing his face against the glass exactly where Harry had been standing. The snake didn't move, didn't acknowledge him, was, to all appearances, just a large, sleepy reptile. It's boring, Dudley announced. Doesn't do anything. Snakes sleep a lot, Piers offered. Then why are we here? Let's go. Vernon appeared behind them, red-faced and sweating. Right then, zoo's nearly done. Your mother will be waiting at the cafe. He glanced at Harry, just a glance, the kind that acknowledged existence without welcoming it. You, keep up. Harry fell into step behind them, the way he always did. But his mind was elsewhere, replaying the conversation, marveling at the impossibility of what had just happened. He could talk to snakes. He could talk to snakes, and he hadn't panicked, hadn't lost control, hadn't done anything that would draw attention. He'd simply communicated, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The buzzing in his chest had faded to a warm hum, contented and calm. The cafe was crowded, but Vernon commandeered a table with the force of his personality and the width of his body. Petunia was already there, a cup of tea cooling before her, her expression carefully neutral. Harry slid into the seat beside her. Under the table, her hand found his and squeezed once, a question. A comfort, a connection. He squeezed back. Later, the gesture said. I'll tell you later. Dudley demanded ice cream. Vernon ordered for everyone. Petunia made small talk about the exhibits they'd seen. Normal, safe, the performance of family, but Harry felt her attention on him, sharp and knowing. She'd noticed something. She always noticed. The meal passed without incident. Dudley ate 3 sundaes. Vernon complained about the prices. Petunia paid without comment, the way she always did. And Harry sat quietly, eating his sandwich, letting the warmth of the snake's presence settle into memory. On the train home, he sat beside Petunia while Dudley and Piers played some loud game in the seats behind them and Vernon read the newspaper with aggressive concentration. Tell me, Petunia said quietly. Harry told her, everything, the snake's voice in his mind. The conversation, the moment when the glass had shimmered, and how he'd pulled back. Petunia listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Parseltongue, she said finally. The ability to speak to snakes. It's rare, very rare. I know. The books say it's connected to dark wizards. To Slytherin. The books say many things. Petunia's voice was calm, measured. Some of them are true. Some are prejudice dressed as history. The important thing isn't where the ability comes from, it's what you do with it. You're not worried, should I be? Harry considered. The snake was kind. Interesting. It didn't feel dark. Then trust that feeling. Petunia's hand found his again. You're trained to examine your instincts, not ignore them. What did your instinct tell you about the snake? That it was lonely, that it wanted to connect. And you connected, without losing control, without causing chaos. She smiled, that small, fierce smile he knew so well. That's not dark, Harry. That's mastery. He leaned against her shoulder, suddenly tired. The buzzing in his chest had faded completely now, replaced by a quiet satisfaction. I'm glad you're my aunt, he murmured. I'm glad you're my nephew. She pressed a kiss to the top of his head. Now rest. We have a lot to do before September. Harry closed his eyes and let the rhythm of the train carry him toward sleep. That night, after Vernon and Dudley were asleep, Petunia came to Harry's room. She carried a book, one he hadn't seen before. Old and battered, its leather cover cracked with age. She sat on the edge of his bed and opened it to a marked page. Parseltongue, she read quietly, is the language of serpents. Those born with the ability are known as parselmouths. The gift is rare and often hereditary, associated with the lineage of Salazar Slytherin. Throughout magical history, parselmouths have been viewed with suspicion, largely due to the reputation of Slytherin himself and the dark wizards who claim descent from him. Harry listened, watching her face in the lamplight. However, Petunia continued, the ability itself is morally neutral. Serpents are not inherently evil, any more than cats or owls or any other magical creature. The suspicion directed at parselmouths stems from cultural prejudice, not magical reality. She closed the book. I found that in a history text I'd overlooked. Thought you should know. So it's not bad. Being a parselmouth, it's not bad. It's different. And different will always make some people uncomfortable. She set the book aside. But you've been different your whole life. You know how to handle that. Harry nodded. Then, Toonie, why do you think I have it? The books say it's hereditary. From Slytherin. But my family, your family is more complicated than you know. Petunia's voice was careful. The Evans line, your mother Sid. We've been ordinary for as long as anyone can remember. But ordinary doesn't mean simple. There could be connections we don't know about. Magical ancestors who hid their gifts. Bloodlines that mixed without record. Or it could be from my father's side. Could be. Petunia paused. James Potter came from an old wizarding family. It's possible the gift runs in his bloodline. We may never know for certain. Harry absorbed this. Then, does it matter where it came from? Petunia smiled. No, it doesn't. What matters is what you do with it. And based on what you told me about today, she reached out, touching his cheek. You did well. You connected with another being, communicated meaningfully, and maintained complete control. That's not dark. That's remarkable. Harry leaned into her touch. I wanted to make the glass disappear. When Dudley was being loud, the snake said I could. But you didn't. No, I thought about what you taught me. Feelings are information, not instructions. And what information were your feelings giving you? That I was frustrated with Dudley. That I was excited about the snake. That I wanted to see what would happen if I let go. He paused. None of Hose were good reasons to do something irreversible. Petunia's pride was visible even in the dim light. Exactly right. Magic isn't about what you can do, it's about whether you should. And you made the right choice. Will I always make the right choice? No, no one does. But you'll make more right choices than wrong ones, because you think before you act. That's more than most people ever learn. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, Toonie, will you teach me about Parseltongue? What the books say, what I should expect, I'll teach you everything I can find. And when we get to Diagon Alley, she paused, considering. When we get to Diagon Alley, we'll ask questions. Carefully, find out what else there is to know. You're coming with me, to Diagon Alley. Of course I'm coming with you. You think I'd let you face that world alone? She ruffled his hair, the way she had when he was small. We're in this together, Harry. Always. He hugged her then, fierce and tight, the way he'd wanted to all day. She held him just as fiercely. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Thank me by becoming who you're meant to be. She pulled back, meeting his eyes. Now sleep. Tomorrow we start the final preparations. He nodded, settling into his pillows. Petunia stood, gathering the book. Toonie, yes, I think Mum would be proud of you. For raising me, for teaching me, he searched for words. For choosing love, even after everything. Petunia's eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. I think she'd be proud of you too. Now sleep. She turned off the lamp and closed the door, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. In the darkness, he replayed the conversation with the snake. The warmth of connection, the moment of choice, the satisfaction of control maintained. He could talk to snakes. He could talk to snakes. And he hadn't panicked, hadn't lost control, hadn't done anything reckless. He'd simply connected, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe it was. Maybe being different wasn't a curse. Maybe it was exactly what Petunia had always told him, an opportunity. A gift, a chance to see the world in ways others couldn't. He fell asleep with a smile on his face, dreaming of serpents and conversations in a future that stretched before him like an unwritten letter. The next morning, Harry woke to the smell of bacon and the sound of Petunia's voice reading aloud from the kitchen. He dressed quickly and padded downstairs. Petunia sat at the table, A book opened before her, one of the newer ones she'd acquired, a comprehensive guide to magical gifts and abilities. She looked up when he entered. "Good morning. I found more on Parseltongue." Harry slid into his usual seat. "Tell me," she read as she served him breakfast, alternating between the book and the stove. Parseltongue, it seemed, was more than just speaking to snakes. It was a form of magical communication that extended to all serpentine creatures, basilisks, sea serpents, even some dragons. Parselmouths could understand and be understood by any creature with serpent blood, regardless of species. "The gift cannot be learned," Petunia read. "It must be inherited or acquired through dark magical means. Parselmouths are born, not made. So I was born with it, apparently." She set the book aside, joining him at the table. "The question is whether anyone else in your family had it. Your mother never mentioned it. But that doesn't mean she didn't know. Some families hide these things. Or my father's family, or your father's family." Petunia sipped her tea. "I've been thinking, when we go to Diagon Alley, we should visit Flourish and Blots. Get you some books on magical lineages. See if we can trace where this came from. You can do that, trace family trees. Wizards can. They keep records, births, deaths, marriages. The pure blood families are obsessive about it. Half-bloods too, sometimes." She paused. "Your mother was Muggle-born, so her line won't be in their records. But your father's will be. We might find answers there." Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, "Toonie, do you think people at Hogwarts will treat me differently? Because of the Parseltongue?" "Some will. The ones who believe old prejudices. The ones who hear Parselmouth and think dark wizard." Petunia's voice was steady. "But those aren't the people who matter. The people who matter will judge you by your actions, not your abilities. And if everyone judges me, then you prove them wrong." Quietly, consistently, without losing yourself, she reached across the table, covering his hand. "You're not your abilities, Harry. You're not your name or your scar or your story. You're you, and you're enough." He squeezed her hand. "So are you." Petunia's smile was soft, sad, proud. "Eat your breakfast. We have work to do." The weeks before Diagon Alley passed in a blur of preparation. Harry practiced his Parseltongue in secret, not with real snakes, which were hard to come by in Surrey, but with recordings Petunia found in obscure magical texts. Some books came with enchanted pages that could replay conversations, and she'd managed to acquire several that featured serpent speech. Harry listened to them for hours, training his ear to the sibilant rhythms, practicing his responses. By the end of the second week, he could hold a simple conversation with the recorded voices. By the end of the third, he was dreaming in Parseltongue, strange, fragmentary dreams of underground places and ancient memories. He didn't tell Petunia about the dreams, not because he was hiding them, but because he wasn't sure they mattered. Dreams were dreams, information, not instructions, but the dreams felt real, felt important, felt like messages from somewhere deep and old. The night before their trip to Diagon Alley, Harry dreamed of a snake with golden eyes. It was massive, larger than any snake he'd seen in the zoo, larger than any creature he could imagine. Its scales shimmered like liquid metal, and its eyes held knowledge that stretched back centuries. It spoke to him in a voice that was also a presence, that was also the earth itself. "You carry the blood of the old ones," it said. "The blood of those who listened before humans forgot how." "I don't understand," Harry said in the dream. "You will, when the time comes, when the serpent calls to serpent, and the chamber opens, and the air returns." Chamber? What chamber? But the snake was already fading, its golden eyes dissolving into light, its massive form shrinking to nothing. Harry reached for it, tried to hold on, but his hands passed through empty air. He woke gasping. The room was dark, the house was silent, and Harry lay in his bed, heart pounding, mind racing with questions he couldn't answer. Chamber, air, old ones. He didn't know what it meant. But somewhere deep in his chest, the buzzing had returned, stronger now, more urgent. As if something was waking up. Something that had been sleeping for a very long time. Harry breathed, centered himself, examined the fear. It was real. The dream had been real, in the way that magical things were real. But fear was information, not instructions. He didn't have to act on it. He just had to remember it. File it away, wait for context. He closed his eyes and forced himself back to sleep. In the morning, he told Patunia about the dream. She listened carefully, her face unreadable. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "A chamber," she said finally. "An air. It sounds like legend. Old magic. The kind that gets written into children's stories. Or the kind that's real. Or that. She met his eyes. We'll ask questions at Diagon Alley. Carefully. Discreetly. See if anyone mentions anything about a chamber at Hogwarts. You think it's at Hogwarts? The snake said, when the chamber opens. And you're going to Hogwarts. It's a reasonable connection. She paused. But reasonable doesn't mean true. We need more information. Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, Toonie, what if the dream was trying to tell me something? Something important. Then you'll learn what it is when you're ready. Not before. She cupped his face in her hands. You're prepared for this, Harry. More prepared than anyone knows. Trust your training. Trust yourself. And trust that I'll be here, always, to help you figure it out. He leaned into her touch, drawing strength from her certainty. Now, she stood, businesslike. Diagon Alley today. We have a lot to do and not much time. Get dressed. Eat breakfast. We leave in an hour. Harry nodded, pushing the dream to the back of his mind. But the buzzing in his chest didn't fade. It stayed with him through breakfast, through the train ride, through the strange journey to the leaky cauldron. A constant reminder that something was coming. Something important. Something he needed to be ready for. The boy who lived was about to enter his mother's world. And somewhere beneath Hogwarts, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in centuries. Something was waiting. Chapter 7 Early Control. The morning sun painted golden stripes across the kitchen floor, and Harry sat cross-legged on the worn linoleum, eyes closed. Breathing in a rhythm that had become as natural as his heartbeat. In through the nose for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Out through the mouth for 4. Hold for 4. Repeat. Petunia watched from the table, her tea cooling between her hands. She'd taught him this exercise when he was 5, after a particularly bad incident with Dudley that had left Harry shaking with rage and the telephone. E-Vision remote floating 3 feet above its stand. The breathing hadn't stopped the magic. Nothing could stop magic entirely, but it had given him something else, a pause. A moment between feeling and action where choice could enter. Now, at 11, Harry's control was extraordinary. But today's lesson was about something beyond control. Today was about what happened when control slipped anyway. Weeks since Diagon Alley had been strange. Harry's magic felt different, more present, more urgent, as if the visit to his mother's world had awakened something deep inside him. He'd been practicing his exercises diligently. But the buzzing in his chest hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger. Ready? Petunia asked. Harry opened his eyes. Ready. She placed a small stone on the floor before him. Ordinary gray granite, smooth and cool, the kind you'd find in any garden. You know the exercise. Raise it, hold it, lower it, no sudden movements, no loss of focus. Harry nodded, raising his hand toward the stone. He didn't need the gesture. Magic didn't require physical movement, but it helped him focus, gave his intention a path to follow. Wingardium Leviosa. The stone rose, slowly, steadily, until it hovered at eye level. Harry's face was calm, his breathing even, his attention absolute. Good, Petunia murmured. Now hold. The stone hung in the air, rotating gently, catching the light. Harry's concentration didn't waver. This was easy for him now. The basic levitation charm had been mastered years ago. The true test was what came next. Add the second stone. Harry's eyes fell, ickered to the other stone Petunia had placed nearby. Without lowering the first, he reached for the second with his magic. It rose shakily, wobbling like a child learning to walk, then steadied. 2 stones. Simultaneous levitation, a skill that most first years wouldn't attempt until their second term, if then. Third. The third stone rose. This one was harder. Harry's brow furrowed slightly, his breathing quickening. But the stone stabilized, joining its companions in a slow orbit around his head. Fourth. Harry hesitated. 3 was his current limit. 4 had always eluded him. But Petunia's expression was calm, expectant, not pushing, just waiting to see what he would do. He reached for the 4th stone. For a moment, it seemed possible. The 4th stone lifted, trembling, rising inch by inch toward the others. Harry's concentration was absolute, his whole being focused on the task. The buzzing in his chest swelled to a roar, and then the stones fell. All 4 of them, dropping simultaneously, clattering against the linoleum like accusations. Harry's hands flew to his head, pressing against his temples, his breath coming in gasps. I'm sorry, he managed. I couldn't breathe. Petunia's voice was calm, unhurried. Center yourself. Examine what happened. Harry closed his eyes. In through the nose. Hold. Out through the mouth. Hold. The breathing exercise steadied him, brought the world back into focus. When he opened his eyes again, the buzzing had faded to its usual hum. I pushed too hard, he said. I wanted the fourth stone so much that I stopped paying attention to the first three. They started to slip, and instead of letting them go, I tried to hold everything at once. Then, he gestured at the scattered stones. Then nothing. Petunia nodded. What did you learn? That wanting isn't the same as doing. That focus divided as focus weakened. Harry paused, considering that sometimes the best choice is to know your limits and work within them, not against them. Exactly. Petunia stood, crossing to where he sat. She knelt beside him, her hand on his shoulder. You'll reach 4 stones eventually. Probably sooner than you think. But not by forcing it. By building the foundation strong enough that 4 becomes natural, the way 3 is now. Harry leaned into her touch, drawing comfort from its steadiness. I know, He stopped, searching for words. I keep thinking about Hogwarts. About what it will be like. About whether I'm ready. You're more ready than anyone who's ever walked through those doors. Petunia's voice was firm, but ready doesn't mean perfect. It means you have the tools to handle what comes. Including failure. I don't like failing. No one does. But failure is information. It tells you where the edges are, where you need to grow. What you haven't mastered yet. She squeezed his shoulder. You failed at 4 stones today. That's not a judgment on your worth. It's a map of where to focus your practice. Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, can we try again? Not 4, 3. I want to end today with success, not failure. Petunia smiled. That small, fierce smile he loved. Yes, 3 stones. And this time, pay attention to the moment before they would have fallen. Notice what changed in your body, your mind, your magic. That awareness is as important as the levitation itself. Harry positioned himself again, closed his eyes, breathed. When he opened them, the stones rose. The afternoon brought a different kind of lesson. Harry sat at the kitchen table, a book open before him, not a magical text, but a Muggle one. A history of World War II that Petunia had borrowed from the library. She believed in balanced education. Magic was essential, but so was understanding the world he'd grown up in. Ray, me the section on the Battle of Britain, she said, stirring a pot on the stove. The part about the radar systems. Harry found the page. The chain-home radar system gave the RAF crucial early warning of incoming German attacks. By detecting enemy aircraft at range, British fighters could be scrambled and positioned before the bombers arrived, maximizing their limited resources and... Stop there. Petunia turned from the stove. What's the principle? Harry considered. Information. Early warning. Knowing what's coming before it arrives. And how does that apply to magic? He thought longer this time. Proactive defense. Not waiting until you're attacked to respond. Gathering intelligence, preparing positions, making sure you're ready before the enemy strikes. Yes, but also, Petunia crossed to the table. Sitting across from him, also about not wasting energy. The RAF had limited planes and pilots. They couldn't be everywhere at once. So they used radar to tell them where to be, when to be there. Maximum impact with minimum resources. Efficiency. Exactly. Magic takes energy. Even for the most powerful witch or wizard, there's a limit. The ones who win, the ones who survive, aren't always the ones with the most power. They're the ones who use what they have most efficiently. Harry absorbed this. Like the 4 stones, I was trying to hold all of them at once, but I wasn't being efficient. I was just pushing. Pushing works for a while. But pushing eventually exhausts you. The goal is to make your magic work with you, not against you. To find the path of Leah's resistance that still achieves your purpose. She reached into her apron pocket and produced a small object, a key, old and tarnished, its teeth worn smooth by years of use. This was your grandmother's, your mother's mother. She used it to open the garden shed, back when we were girls. Petunia placed it on the table between them. It doesn't work anymore, the lock rusted years ago. But it's still a key. Still has the shape of a key. Still remembers what it was meant to do. Harry looked at the key, then at Petunia. What does it have to do with magic? Everything. Nothing. She smiled, that enigmatic expression she wore when teaching lessons that couldn't be taught directly. Magic is like this key. It has a shape, a purpose, a history, but a key that doesn't fit any lock is just a piece of metal. Useless, no matter how well made. So magic needs something to unlock. Magic needs you, your will, your intention, your understanding. Without those, it's just power, directionless, wasteful, dangerous. She tapped the key. This key spent decades in a drawer after the shed lock rusted. It could have been melted down, reforged into something useful. But no one thought to do that. So it just sat there, being a key to nothing. Harry picked up the key, feeling its weight, its worn smoothness. What happened to the shed? It fell down eventually. Rotten neglect. No one bothered to fix it. Petunia's voice was quiet. That's what happens to things without purpose, Harry. They decay. They fall apart. They become nothing. In magic, does magic decay without purpose? Magic doesn't decay, but wizards do. Witches do. They lose their way, their direction, their reason for being. They become keys to nothing, still magical but useless. She paused. Your mother was never useless. She always had purpose, to learn, to grow, to protect the people she loved. That's why her magic was so strong. Not because she was born with power, but because she always knew what to do with it. Harry looked at the key for a long moment. Then he closed his fingers around it, feeling its edges press into his palm. I want to have purpose, he said quietly. Like she did. You will. You already do. Petunia covered his clenched fist with her hand. Your purpose is to become yourself. Fully, completely, without apology. To take everything you've been given, the magic, the training, the love, and use it to make the world better than you found it. Is that enough? It's everything. Harry opened his hand, looking at the key resting in his palm. Can I keep this? Your mother's key. Petunia's eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. Yes, keep it. Let it remind you of what I said, that purpose matters more than power. That keys are useless without locks, and magic is useless without meaning. Harry tucked the key into his pocket, close to his heart. Thank you, Toonie. Thank me by remembering. She stood, returning to the stove. Now finish that chapter. We'll discuss the strategic implications of radar over dinner. Harry smiled and returned to his book. But his hand kept drifting to his pocket, touching the key, feeling its presence like a promise. That evening, after dinner, dishes and the careful performance of normal family life, Harry retreated to his room for the final lesson of the day. Petunia joined him at 9, when Vernon was settled in front of the television. Ion and Dudley was absorbed in his video games. She carried a small box, wooden, unremarkable, but humming with a faint energy that Harry's magic recognized instantly. What's that? He asked. A test. She set the box on his bed. Open it. Quote. Harry lifted the lid carefully. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a sphere of crystal about the size of his fist. It pulsed with inner light, soft, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. What does it do? That's for you to discover. I found it in an old magical artifact shop, years ago. The seller didn't know what it was, just that it responded to magic. Petunia sat on the edge of his bed. Touch it, let your magic reach out. See what happens. Harry extended his hand, hesitating just above the crystal surface. The pulsing light seemed to quicken, responding to his proximity. He could feel it now, not just see it, but feel it, a warmth that wasn't temperature, a presence that wasn't physical. He touched the crystal. The world exploded, not literally, the room remained intact. The bed beneath him solid, Petunia's presence steady at his side. But inside his mind, inside his magic, something opened. Visions flooded through him. A great hall with floating candles, a forest of ancient trees. A snake with golden eyes speaking words he couldn't understand, a flash of green light, a woman's scream, a man's laughter, darkness, light, darkness again. Harry wrenched his hand back. He was breathing hard, sweating, trembling. The crystal pulsed on the bed, innocent seeming, its light returned to its original rhythm. Petunia watched him with calm attention. What did you see? Harry told her. Everything. The hall, the forest, the snake, the green light, the scream. When he finished, his voice was shaking. What was that? What did it do to me? It showed you possibilities. Petunia's voice was gentle but steady. The crystal is a scrying tool, rare, unpredictable, dangerous in the wrong hands. It doesn't show the future, exactly. It shows potential, things that might happen, depending on choices made. The green light, that was the killing curse. The one that killed my parents. Yes, and the scream, that was my mother. I don't know, possibly something else. Petunia reached for the box, closing the lid on the crystal. The important thing isn't what you saw, it's how you handled it. Harry took a breath, centered himself. examined the fear still trembling in his chest. I panicked, he admitted. At first, when the vision started, I wasn't ready, but you pulled back, you broke contact, you returned to yourself. Petunia's pride was evident. That's control, Harry. Not preventing the reaction, that's impossible. But recognizing it, managing it, choosing to disengage when the experience became too much. I should have been able to stay. To see more. No, you should have been able to recognize your limits and honor them. Which you did. She set the box aside. The crystal is powerful. It showed you things that most 11-year-olds couldn't handle at all. You handled them. Imperfectly. Yes, but imperfectly is human. Perfectly is impossible. Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, can we try again? Tomorrow. When I'm more prepared, Petunia considered. Yes, but not tomorrow. Give yourself time to process what you saw. A week, at least. And before you try again, we'll discuss shielding techniques, ways to protect your mind from being overwhelmed. Are there spells for that? Complex ones. Occlumency, it's called. The art of closing your mind to outside influence. She paused. It's advanced magic, not usually taught until much older. But you're not usual. Harry's eyes lit with interest. Can you teach me? I can teach you the theory. The practice will require someone with actual magical ability, someone who can attempt to penetrate your shields while you maintain them. She smiled slightly. I know a few things about occlumency from my reading, but I can't perform the magic to test you. Then I'll learn the theory now. And practice later. At Hogwarts, maybe. Petunia stood, gathering the box. For now, rest. Process what you saw. And remember, visions are information, not instructions. What you saw tonight were possibilities, not certainties. You still have choices. You still have control. Harry lay back on his bed, suddenly exhausted. I know. Feelings aren't instructions. Neither are visions. She paused at the door. Good night, Harry. Good night, Toonie. The door closed softly, leaving him alone with his thoughts. In the darkness, the images replayed. The hall, the forest, the snake, the light. But alongside them, something else grew, a quiet satisfaction at how he'd handled himself. He'd panicked, yes, but he'd also pulled back, had recognized his limit and honored it, had returned to himself, intact and aware. That was control, not perfection, control. He fell asleep with his hand over his pocket, touching his grandmother's key, grounding himself in its solid presence. The week that followed brought new challenges. Petunia introduced him to the basic principles of occlumency, clearing the mind, emptying it of emotion, creating a space of pure awareness. Harry practiced for hours, sitting in meditation, learning to observe his thoughts without being caught in them. It was harder than any magic he'd attempted. The levitation charm required focus, yes, but it was an outward focus, reaching for something outside himself. Occlumency turned his attention inward, demanding that he confront the chaos of his own mind and impose order upon it. Thoughts surfaced constantly. Worries about Hogwarts, memories of his parents, second-hand memories, drawn from photographs and Petunia's stories, but vivid nonetheless. Images from the crystal, still burning in his memory. The snake's golden eyes, the green light, each thought threatened to pull him under, to become a story he lived inside instead of an object he observed. But slowly, painfully, he learned to watch them pass. To acknowledge their presence without clinging to them. To return to the stillness at his center. By the end of the week, he could maintain the empty mind for nearly a minute before a thought caught him. Petunia was impressed. That's remarkable progress. Most adults can't manage that long. I want to try the crystal again. Are you ready? I won't know until I try. She retrieved the box, placed it on his bed. Same rules. If it becomes too much, pull back. No shame in limits. Harry opened the box, touched the crystal. This time, the visions came differently. He was prepared, his mind open but observant, watching the images instead of drowning in them. The great hall appeared, but he noted its details without losing himself. 4 long tables, a ceiling that mirrored the sky, students in black robes. The forest emerged, ancient, dark, pulsing with life he couldn't see. The snake with golden eyes spoke, and this time Harry heard the words. The chamber waits, the air comes, blood calls to blood, then the green light, but now, instead of flinching, Harry watched, observed, noticed the woman's scream wasn't his mother's voice, not exactly. It was younger, higher, more desperate. Not a memory, a possibility, something that hadn't happened yet. He pulled back deliberately, maintaining control throughout. When his hand left the crystal, He was calm. Breathing steady. Mind clear. Well, Petunia asked. Harry told her what he'd seen. The details. The differences from the first vision. The snake's words. A chamber, Petunia murmured. An air. Blood calls to blood. She met his eyes. This is connected to your dream. To the Parseltongue. It feels like something at Hogwarts. Something old. Something waiting. Then you'll need to be careful. Very careful. She took his hands. You're walking into a world with secrets, ancient secrets, dangerous secrets. Some of them may involve you directly. You need to be ready. How do I prepare for something I don't understand? You observe. You learn. You trust your training. She squeezed his hands. And you remember that you're not alone. You have friends to find, allies to make. And you have me, always, no matter what. Harry nodded, drawing strength from her certainty. One more thing, Petunia said. The crystal showed you possibilities. Not certainties. The chamber may exist, the air may come, but how you respond, what choices you make. That's still yours. The visions don't control you. You control you. I know. Harry touched his pocket, feeling the key. Feelings aren't instructions. Visions aren't either. Exactly. She smiled. Now, enough for tonight. Rest. Tomorrow we start the final preparations for Hogwarts. The last weeks of summer passed in a rhythm of practice and preparation. Harry's control deepened. He could now hold 3 stones indefinitely, and had begun working with 4 again, this time with the patience Petunia had taught him, accepting failure as information rather than defeat. The 4th stone still dropped more often than it rose, but each attempt taught him something new about his limits, his focus, his magic. The crystal visions continued, each one adding detail to the puzzle. The Great Hall became Hogwarts, he was certain now, recognizing details from Lily's descriptions. The forest was the Forbidden Forest, ancient and forbidden for good reason. The snake with golden eyes spoke more each time, its words forming a pattern. Blood calls to blood, the heir of Slytherin walks among you. The chamber will open, the monster will rise. Harry recorded each vision in a notebook, analyzing them the way Petunia had taught him. Patterns emerged, connections formed. By the end of August, he had a theory. Something was hidden at Hogwarts. Something connected to Salazar Slytherin. Something that would only respond to his heir, someone who could speak Parseltongue. Someone like Harry, but he didn't know if he was the heir. The vision suggested it, but suggestion wasn't certainty. And even if he was, that didn't make him dark. Didn't make him evil. Didn't make him anything except a boy with an unexpected inheritance. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry sat on his bed, surrounded by trunks and books and the weight of everything he was leaving behind. Petunia came to him at midnight. They sat together in silence for a long time, not needing words. Then, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the key, his grandmother's key, the one that opened nothing. I want you to keep this, he said. While I'm gone. Petunia's eyes widened. Harry, it reminds me of what you said. About purpose. About keys being useless without locks. He pressed it into her hands. I'll have Hogwarts. I'll have magic and friends and everything I've been training for. But you'll be here, and I want you to have something that connects us. Something that reminds you of me, the way I'll be thinking of you. Petunia's hands closed around the key. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Then she pulled him into an embrace so tight it stole his breath. I love you, she whispered. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. More than I loved your mother, even, though I'll carry that guilt forever. You are my son, Harry James Potter. In every way that matters. And when you walk through those doors tomorrow, when you become everything I've prepared you to be, know that I'll be here. Waiting, proud, loving you across any distance. Harry held her just as tightly. I love you too, Toonie. Thank you, for everything. For choosing me, for teaching me, for, his voice broke, for being my mother, when you didn't have to be. Petunia cried then, not the controlled tears she allowed herself in private, but real ones, messy and warm and full of years of suppressed emotion. Harry held her through them, letting her grief and joy and love wash over him. When she finally pulled back, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and managed a wobbly smile. Look at me, crying like a child. Children cry, adults cry, everyone cries. Harry smiled back. Feelings aren't weakness, they're information. She laughed, a wet, wonderful sound. Listen to you, teaching me my own lessons. Best student you ever had. The only student I ever had. She cupped his face in her hands, memorizing every line. Now, get some sleep. Tomorrow, you change the world. Harry nodded, settling into his bed. Petunia stood in the doorway. The key clutched to her chest, watching him until his breathing evened into sleep. Then she closed the door softly and went to sit alone in the darkness, holding the key that opened nothing. And letting herself believe, finally, fully, completely, that she had done something right. Chapter 8 The Hogwarts Letters. The first owl arrived at 7 minutes past CX on the morning of Harry's 11th birthday. Harry was already awake, had been awake since 5, lying in bed and watching the ceiling slowly lighten as dawn crept across Surrey. His trunk stood packed in the corner. His school robes hung pressed and ready in the wardrobe, his wand rested in its box on the nightstand. Everything was prepared, everything except the letter that would make it real. When the tapping came at the window, he didn't startle, just turned his head, watched the barn owl perched on the sill, its amber eyes patient and knowing. He crossed the room and opened the window. The owl hopped inside, dropping a cream parchment envelope on his bed before settling on his desk chair with an air of having done this many times before. Harry broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. He read it twice, letting the words settle. Then he looked at the owl, still waiting patiently. Thank you, he said. Would you like something to eat? The owl hooted softly, agreement, he assumed, so he slipped downstairs to the kitchen, found some bacon in the refrigerator, and brought it back. The owl devoured it with undignified enthusiasm, then departed through the window with a final hoot of thanks. Harry sat on his bed, holding the letter, letting himself feel the moment. He'd known this was coming, had prepared for it his entire life. But knowing and feeling were different things. The weight of the parchment in his hands, the reality of the words on the page, the absolute certainty that his life was about to change forever, these weren't things he could have anticipated, no matter how much he'd studied. Footsteps in the hallway, a soft knock. Come in. Petunia entered, still in her dressing gown, her hair escaping its usual tight bun. She took in the scene at a glance, the empty window, the envelope in Harry's hands, the expression on his face. It came. She crossed to sit beside him on the bed. He handed her the letter. She read it slowly, the way she read everything, savoring the words. Well, she said finally. There it is. They sat in silence for a moment, sharing the weight of the moment. Then Petunia stood, businesslike. Right, we have a lot to do. List. Harry unfolded the second page. First year required texts. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. You've read most of those already. Except the Standard Book of Spells. And the Dark Forces book. Those weren't in Mum's collection. We'll get them at Diagon Alley. What else? Cauldron. Pewter. Standard size 2. Set of glass or crystal files. Telescope. Brass scales. School robes. Black. Plain. Harry scanned further. Optional. An owl or cat or toad. No toads, Petunia said firmly. Vernon would never allow it. I was thinking of an owl. For sending letters. Petunia considered. An owl would be useful. We'll see what's available. She paused. Anything else? Harry's eyes found the final item. Wand. The word hung in the air between them. He had Lily's wand, of course, the first one, the one she'd used before outgrowing it. It worked for him, after a fashion. But the books were clear. A proper wizard needed a proper wand. One that had chosen him, one that would grow with him. Lily's wand was a connection to his mother, a precious heirloom, but it wasn't his. We'll go to Ollivander's, Petunia said quietly. Your mother got her first wand there. It's where all young witches and wizards go. Harry nodded. Then, because he couldn't help it, will you come with me? To Diagon Alley. Of course I'll come with you. Did you think I'd let you face that alone? He smiled. A real smile, the kind he saved for her. I hope not. Then it's settled. We'll go Saturday. Early, before the crowds. She stood, moving toward the door. Now, breakfast. It's your birthday, and I made a cake. Harry blinked. You made a cake. I made a cake. Don't look so surprised. I'm capable of normal mother things. Normal mother things, he repeated, testing the phrase. Is that what you are? A normal mother? Petunia paused at the door. No, she said softly. I'm not normal, and neither are you. But today we pretend. Just for a few hours. Cake and presents in a day that's about nothing but you being 11. Harry nodded, understanding. I'd like that. Good. Now get dressed. Dudley will be down soon, and you know how he gets about cake. The birthday passed in a blur of carefully managed normalcy. Vernon gave Harry a pair of socks, gray, practical, exactly what he'd give any child he was obligated to remember. Dudley received 3 new video games, because Dudley always received more than Harry, and the balance of the universe required it. Petunia served a dinner of roast chicken and potatoes, followed by a chocolate cake with 11 candles that Harry extinguished in a single breath. No one mentioned the letter. No one mentioned Hogwarts. For a few hours, they were just a family celebrating a birthday. And Harry let himself enjoy the illusion. But when the house finally settled into sleep, he found Petunia in the kitchen, 2 cups of tea waiting on the table. Sit down, she said. There's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you years ago. Harry sat, his heart suddenly pounding. What is it? Petunia took a long breath. She'd prepared for this moment, rehearsed it 100 times. But the words still came hard. You know your mother was a witch. You know she went to Hogwarts. You know she was brilliant, everyone who knew her said so. She paused. What you don't know is what happened between us. Why I never talked about her. Her voice cracked. Why I let you grow up thinking she was just a name, a photograph, a story. Harry waited. He'd learned patience from her, after all. When we were girls, Lily and I were close. Very close. She was my sister, my best friend, the person I told everything. Petunia's eyes were distant, seeing things Harry couldn't see. Then the letter came, her Hogwarts letter, and everything changed. She became a witch. She became more than me, more than ordinary, more than I could ever be. Petunia's hands wrapped around her teacup, gripping it like a lifeline. I was jealous, Harry. Terribly, bitterly jealous. Not just of her magic, of everything. The way everyone loved her. The way she fit into that world so easily. The way she left me behind without even seeming to notice. She noticed. Harry's voice was quiet. The letters. Petunia laughed. A broken sound. Yes, she wrote. For years, she wrote. And she closed her eyes. I threw them away. Every single one. Unopened. Unread. I told myself I was protecting myself, but really I was just punishing her. For being what I couldn't be. The kitchen was very quiet. Somewhere upstairs, Vernon snored. The refrigerator hummed. Harry sat perfectly still, letting her speak. Then our parents died. Both of them, within a year of each other. And Lily came to the funeral, and Petunia's voice broke completely. I turned her away, told her she wasn't welcome, told her she'd made her choice, and now she had to live with it. Harry reached across the table, covering her hand with his. Toonie, let me finish. She took a breath, steadied herself. I need you to know this. All of it, because when you go to Hogwarts, when you meet people who knew her, who loved her, you'll hear stories. Good stories. Stories about how wonderful she was. And they're true. She was wonderful. But she was also human. She made mistakes. She hurt people without meaning to. And another breath. I was one of the people she hurt. But I was also one of the people who hurt her. Harry squeezed her hand. She forgave you. What? Her letters. The ones in the trunk. I've read them, some of them. She never stopped loving you. Never stopped hoping you'd write back. In the last one, the one she wrote after I was born, she said, he paused, remembering. She said she hoped you'd meet me someday. That you'd see her in my eyes and know she'd never stopped being your sister. Petunia's face crumpled. The tears came then, not the controlled ones, but the real ones. The ones she'd held back for 20 years. Harry moved from his chair to hers, wrapping his arms around her, holding her the way she'd held him so many times. I'm sorry, she whispered against his shoulder. I'm so sorry. For all of it. For being jealous, for pushing her away, for letting you grow up without knowing. You didn't let me grow up without knowing. You told me everything. Her name, her story, her world. You gave me her books, her wand, her legacy. Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. You gave me her, Toonie. As much as anyone could. But I could have given you more. I could have. You could have done what? Harry's voice was gentle but firm. You could have let me be raised by people who hated magic. By people who would have crushed everything she was out of me. You chose differently. You chose me. And you chose to prepare me, to teach me, to make sure I was ready for the world she came from. Petunia stared at him, tears still streaming down her face. How did you get so wise? Good teacher. He smiled. The best. She laughed, wet and shaky, but a laugh. Listen to you, 11 years old and comforting your aunt. Feelings aren't weakness, they're information. He wiped a tear from her cheek with his thumb. You taught me that. I taught you a lot of things. Apparently some of them stuck. They all stuck. He leaned his head against her shoulder. I'm glad you're my aunt, Toonie. I'm glad you kept me. I'm glad you chose love, even when it was hard. Petunia wrapped her arm around him, holding him close. I'm glad too, more than you'll ever know. They sat like that for a long time, watching the kitchen clock tick toward midnight. When Harry finally spoke again, his voice was thoughtful. Toonie, what was she like? Really like? Not the stories, the real her. Petunia considered. She was annoying. Harry looked up, surprised, and she smiled. She was. When we were children, she'd follow me everywhere, copying everything I did. I'd build a fort, and she'd want to build one too. I'd learn a new word, and she'd use it constantly. She worshipped me, in that little sister way, and she paused. I loved it, even when I pretended not to. When did it change? When she got her letter. When I realized she was going somewhere I couldn't follow. Petunia's voice was soft. After that, everything felt different. She'd me home from Hogwarts talking about spells and potions and friends I'd never meet, and I'd smile and nod and feel the distance growing. I told myself it was her fault, that she'd chosen them over me. But really, I was the one building walls. But she kept writing. She kept writing, even after I stopped responding. Even after I made it clear I didn't want to hear from her. Petunia shook her head slowly. That's who she was, Harry. Stubborn, loyal, incapable of giving up on people she loved. Harry absorbed this. Then, do you think she'd be proud of me? Of us? Petunia was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. I think she'd be astonished. Astonished that we, found our way back to each other. Astonished that you're going to Hogwarts knowing more than she did when she graduated. Astonished that you carry her legacy without being crushed by it. She cupped his face in her hands. I think she'd be proud, Harry. More proud than you can imagine. He leaned into her touch. Good, because I'm going to make her proud. I'm going to make you proud. I'm going to be the best wizard Hogwarts has ever seen. You're going to be yourself. That's enough, is it? It's everything. She kissed his forehead. Now, it's past midnight, and you have a big day tomorrow. Diagon Alley, remember, we need to leave early to avoid Vernon's questions. Harry nodded, standing reluctantly. Toonie, thank you, for telling me, for everything. Thank you for listening, for being you. She smiled. Now go to bed, I'll wake you at 6. He paused at the door. Toonie, I love you. I love you too, Harry. Always. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of more tapping at his window. Not one owl this time, 3. They perched on the sill, jostling for position, each carrying a cream parchment envelope. Harry opened the window and they flooded in, dropping letters on his bed, his desk, his pillow. He stared at the pile. There must have been a dozen at least. Petunia appeared in his doorway. Drawn by the commotion. What in heavens? Letters. Harry picked one up, then another. They're all from Hogwarts. She crossed to the bed, examining the envelopes. Same seal, same parchment, same green ink, but each was addressed slightly differently. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest bedroom, number 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. Number 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. Mr. H. Potter. The floor, number 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. They're trying every possible address, Petunia murmured. Making sure you receive one. But I already received one. Yesterday. Someone doesn't know that. She smiled slightly. The magical world can be persistent. More tapping. Another owl. Then another. Within minutes, the room was full of them, barn owls and screech owls and little brown owls, all carrying letters, all demanding attention. Harry's bed disappeared under a drift of cream parchment. What do I do? He asked, slightly panicked. Petunia was already moving toward the window. Open them, quickly. Show them you've received one. They'll stop once they know. Harry tore through envelopes, pulling out letters, waving them at the assembled owls. I got it, I already got it, you can stop. The owls regarded him with beady, unimpressed eyes. But slowly, one by one, they began to depart, taking the letters with them. Apparently satisfied that delivery had been made. Within 10 minutes, the room was empty except for Harry, Petunia, and a truly astonishing amount of owl droppings. Well, Petunia said, hands on her hips. That was dramatic. Harry laughed, couldn't help it. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed him. Is it always like this? According to your mother's letters, yes. The first wave of owls can be enthusiastic. She began gathering the droppings with a cloth. Go get dressed. We have a train to catch, and I refuse to be late because of owl-related chaos. Harry grabbed his clothes and headed for the bathroom, still laughing. The leaky cauldron looked exactly as Harry had imagined from his mother's descriptions. Dark, cramped, and full of people who seemed to know things he didn't. Petunia led him through the pub with the confidence of someone who'd studied maps for years. She nodded to the barman, Tom, Harry remembered from the books, and headed for the back door without breaking stride. The wall, she said, pointing at the bricks. You need to tap the right one. 3 up, 2 across. Harry approached the wall, counting bricks carefully. When he found the right one, he raised his wand, Lily's wand, for now, and tapped 3 times. The bricks began to move. It started as a ripple, a shimmer, a shift in the wall's surface. Then bricks folded inward, rearranging themselves, creating an archway that opened onto a street Harry had only ever seen in photographs. Diagon Alley. He stepped through, and the world expanded. Cobblestones stretched before him, worn smooth by centuries of feet. Shops lined both sides, their windows overflowing with cauldrons and robes and mysterious objects Harry couldn't identify. Witches and wizards hurried past in a rainbow of robes, their conversations floating on the air like music. And above it all, the sky, the same sky as London, but somehow brighter, somehow more alive. Petunia came to stand beside him. Well, Harry couldn't speak. His throat was too full. It's real, he finally managed. It's actually real. It's always been real. You just couldn't see it before. She squeezed his hand. Come on. First stop, Gringotts. We need to get you some money. The goblins were exactly as intimidating as the books suggested. Harry kept his expression neutral, his responses polite, as the teller verified his key and led them to the vaults. The cart ride was terrifying, a roller coaster through the earth that left his stomach somewhere behind them, but he didn't scream, didn't grip Petunia's arm too tightly, didn't lose control. When they emerged, blinking, into the marble lobby, the goblin who'd served them gave Harry a long look. Potter blood, it said. But different, controlled. Thank you, Harry said. Your security is impressive. The goblin's eyebrows rose. Most wizards don't compliment our security. Most wizards don't appreciate good security. My aunt taught me to recognize excellence when I see it. A pause. Then the goblin's mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. You'll do, Potter. You'll do. Madame Malkins was next, for robes. The witch who measured him was efficient and chatty, clearly accustomed to nervous first years. Harry answered her questions politely but briefly, revealing nothing he didn't need to. Then Flourish and Blots, where he spent an hour browsing shelves while Petunia waited patiently. He bought his required texts, plus a few extras, books on magical theory that looked promising, a history of Hogwarts, a guide to advanced charms. You'll read those before term starts, Petunia observed. Probably. And then you'll want more. Probably. She smiled. That small, proud smile he loved. Good. Ollivander's was last. The shop was narrow and dusty, filled with thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. An old man with pale silver eyes emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixing on Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. Ah, Mr. Ollivander breathed. Yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter. Harry held his ground, meeting those unsettling eyes. You knew my parents. I knew their wands. Your mother's, willow, 11 inches. Swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Slightly more powerful, slightly less precise. A good combination. He circled Harry slowly. And you've been using your mother's first wand. The one she outgrew. Yes. How did it feel? It worked. But it wasn't. Harry paused, searching for words. It wasn't mine. No, it wouldn't be. Wands choose the wizard, Mr. Potter. Always. Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves. Let's see what chooses you. The next hour was a blur of wands and sparks and shattered glass. Wand after wand failed, some with a flicker, some with a bang, some with absolutely nothing at all. Harry's arm grew tired, his magic frustrated, his patience tested. Then Ollivander paused, looking at him with those silver eyes. I wonder, he murmured. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. He placed the wand in Harry's hand. Warmth flooded through him, not the mild warmth of Lily's wand, but something deeper, recognition, connection, rightness. Golden light spilled from the tip, filling the shop with warmth. Oh, bravo, Ollivander whispered. Yes, yes, curious, very curious. What's curious? Petunia asked, stepping forward. Ollivander looked at her, really looked, as if seeing her for the first time. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mrs. Dursley. I'm Harry's aunt. Every wand, Ollivander repeated. And I remember the phoenix that gave this feather. Fox, he's called. The headmaster's bird. His eyes returned to Harry. It's curious that you should be destined for this wand, Mr. Potter, because its brother, gave you that scar. Harry's hand went unconsciously to his forehead. The Dark Lord's wand, Ollivander continued softly. You, 13.5 inches. Phoenix feather core. The same phoenix. They shared a feather, you see, you and he. Brothers in wand, if nothing else. The shop was very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly and Phoenix feather. The brother to Voldemort's wand. The instrument that had marked him, and the instrument that might one day face its twin. Thank you, he said calmly. I'll take it. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. No questions, no fear. Fear is information, not instructions. Harry tucked the wand carefully into his pocket. And I have a lot to learn before I let fear make my choices for me. The old wandmaker stared at him for a long moment. Then he bowed, actually bowed, and said, You'll do great things, Mr. Potter. Terrible and great. I hope you're ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. They left Ollivander's in silence, walking through the crowded alley toward the leaky cauldron. Harry's hand kept drifting to his pocket, touching the wand, feeling its warmth even through the fabric. Terrible and great, Petunia murmured. Charming man, he's not wrong. Harry glanced back at the shop. The wand chose me for a reason. And the reason involves him, Voldemort. You're not afraid. I'm cautious. There's a difference. He met her eyes. You taught me that. She pulled him into a quick, fierce hug. I taught you too well. You're going to be insufferable at that school. Probably. He hugged her back. But you'll still love me. Always. They walked on through the alley, past the last few shops, toward the door that would take them back to the Muggle world. But before they reached it, Harry stopped. Toonie, thank you, for today, for everything, he gestured vaguely, encompassing Diagon Alley, the wand, the years of preparation. For making this possible. Petunia's eyes were bright, but her voice was steady. You made it possible. I just pointed you in the right direction. You did more than that. He took her hand. You gave me a home, a family, a reason to become something more than just the boy who lived. Without you, I'd be, he shook his head. I don't know what I'd be. But not this. Not ready. Are you ready? I don't know. But I'm as ready as I'll ever be. He smiled. And I have you. That's enough. She squeezed his hand. That's everything. They passed through the leaky cauldron, out into the Muggle world, and back toward the train that would take them home. Behind them, Diagon Alley faded into memory, but Harry knew he'd be back. Knew this was just the beginning. The boy who lived was about to become the boy who thought. And the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 9 The Boy Who Thinks. The stack of books on Harry's bedside table had grown to alarming proportions. Petunia paused in the doorway, taking in the scene. Harry cross-legged on his bed, 3 books open around him, a notebook balanced on his knee, his quill scratching furiously across the parchment. The lamp burned bright despite the late hour, casting long shadows across walls covered with hastily pinned notes. It's 2 a.m, she said quietly. Harry didn't look up. I know. You have less than 3 weeks before term starts. You need sleep. I'll sleep when I understand. He finally raised his head, and Petunia was struck, not for the first time, by the intensity in those green eyes. There's too much I don't know. Too many gaps. She crossed the room and sat on the edge of his bed, carefully avoiding the books. What are you trying to understand? Everything. He gestured at the chaos around him. The war. The blood wards. The prophecy. If there is one. Why Voldemort came after my parents. Why he didn't die. What the books aren't telling me. Petunia picked up the nearest volume, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts by a name she didn't recognize. The pages were marked with small slips of paper, dozens of them, each marking a passage Harry had found significant. Your mother's books didn't cover this. Some of them, but they were written before the war, before everything. The newer ones are, careful. His jaw tightened. They talk around things, mention, the tragedy of the Potters and, the night. He who must not be named fell, but they don't explain. They don't connect, and you want connections. I need them. He set down his quill, rubbing his eyes. Everyone knows my name, everyone knows what happened, or thinks they do. But I don't know anything. Not really, just fragments. Petunia was quiet for a moment. Then, what have you learned so far? Harry reached for his notebook, flipping through pages filled with his precise handwriting. The blood wards, that's the protection Dumbledore mentioned, the reason I had to live here, with you. It's ancient magic, based on sacrifice. My mother, he paused, steadying himself. When she died to save me, she created a protection. As long as I can call this place home, Voldemort can't touch me. Can't, or won't, can't. The magic is in the blood. Your blood, because you're her sister, because we share the same bloodline. As long as I return here once a year, the protection renews. He looked up. That's why Dumbledore left me here. Not because he didn't care, but because this was the safest place. Petunia absorbed this. She'd known the basics. Dumbledore had explained them that first night, but the details were new. And the dark magic, that's harder to pin down. Harry flipped to another section. The books define dark magic as any magic used to harm, control, or kill. But that definition is sloppy. The killing curse is obviously dark. But what about a spell that defends by harming the attacker? What about magic used in self-defense? The line isn't as clear as they pretend. Your mother would have agreed with you. She would. Harry looked surprised. Lily always saw nuance. Gray areas. She used to argue with our parents about it, about whether magic was inherently good or evil, or whether it depended on the witch using it. Petunia smiled slightly. She was 11. Very earnest about it. Harry's expression softened. I wish I'd known her. So do I. Petunia reached out, touching his cheek. But you're finding her, aren't you? In these books. In the research. In the questions you're asking. He leaned into her touch. I'm trying. You're succeeding. She withdrew her hand, businesslike. Now, tell me about the war. What have you found? Harry's expression darkened. It was worse than I thought. Worse than anything in the standard histories. Voldemort and his followers, Death Eaters, they called Thames. Elves, they terrorized the magical world for over a decade. Murders, disappearances, torture. Whole families wiped out because they wouldn't join him. And your parents fought against him. They were in an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore led it. They spied on Voldemort, protected people, tried to slow his advance. Harry's voice was carefully controlled, but Petunia could hear the emotion beneath. They were important targets. That's why they went into hiding. That's why. He stopped, breathed, centered himself. That's why they died. Petunia waited, letting him work through it. I found a book that mentioned the night it happened. Not many details, just that Voldemort found them in Godric's Hollow, that he killed my father first, that my mother stood in front of me without a wand. That the curse rebounded and destroyed his body. Harry's hands were shaking slightly. It didn't say why he came for us. Didn't say what made us so important. There's a theory, Petunia said carefully. About a prophecy. Harry's head snapped up. What prophecy? I don't know the details. Only that Dumbledore mentioned it once, years ago, when he brought you here. Something about a child born at the end of July. Someone with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. She paused. I assumed it was you. But I never knew for certain. Harry was already reaching for another book, one he hadn't marked yet. A thin volume on divination. If there was a prophecy, it would be recorded. Stored somewhere. The Department of Mysteries, maybe. Harry. Petunia's voice was gentle but firm. It's 2 in the morning. You've been researching for hours. You need rest. I can't rest. Not until I understand. Understanding takes time. It takes patience. It takes. She smiled slightly. It takes knowing when to stop. Process what you've learned, and come back fresh. He looked at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he closed the book. You're right. I know you're right. He rubbed his eyes again. It's just, every time I learn something new, it opens 3 more questions. The war, the prophecy, the blood wards, the dark magic, they're all connected somehow. I can feel it, but I can't see the connections yet. You will. Give yourself time. He nodded, accepting this. Then, Toonie, do you think Dumbledore will tell me about the prophecy? I mean, if I ask. Petunia considered. I think Dumbledore will tell you what he thinks you need to know, when he thinks you need to know it. He's not cruel, but he's strategic. He sees the larger picture in ways the rest of us can't. You don't trust him. I trust him to do what he believes is right. Whether that aligns with what I believe is right for you, she shrugged. That remains to be seen. Harry absorbed this. Then, will you help me with the research? There's so much I don't know, and you're better at finding patterns than anyone. Petunia's heart swelled. Of course I'll help you. But not tonight. Tonight, you sleep. Tomorrow, we work together. He smiled. That rare, bright smile. Thank you, Toonie. Thank me by actually sleeping. She stood, moving toward the door. And Harry, your mother would be proud of you. For asking these questions. For not accepting easy answers. He was still smiling as she closed the door. The next morning, Harry woke to find Petunia already at the kitchen table, surrounded by books of her own. She'd raided her hidden collection, the books she'd accumulated over years of study, the ones she'd never shown Vernon or Dudley. They spread across the table like a patchwork quilt. They are pages marked with slips of paper and scribbled notes. Couldn't sleep either, Harry asked, sliding into his usual seat. Couldn't stop thinking about what you said. About connections. She pushed a cup of tea toward him. I started pulling everything I had on the war. Cross-referencing dates, names, events. There's a pattern, I'm sure of it, but I haven't found it yet. Harry picked up the Nears Tea book, a history of the Death Eater trials. What kind of pattern? Look at the timeline. She pointed to a chart she'd drawn on a piece of parchment. Voldemort's first rise to power, late 1960s, early 1970s. He recruits followers, builds his army, starts attacking Muggle-borns and their families. The Ministry is slow to respond, too slow. By 1975, he controls half the magical underworld. Harry scanned the chart. My parents would have been at Hogwarts then. Mum started in 1971, Dad in 1970. 1970, yes, they were students during the worst of it. Petunia tapped another entry. The Order of the Phoenix formed in 1976. Your parents joined after graduation, 1978, probably. They'd have been young, idealistic, ready to fight. And they died in 1981. 3 years later. 3 years. That's not a long war for most people. But for them, she paused. For them, it was everything. Harry traced the timeline with his finger. What happened in 1980? That's when I was born. Petunia shuffled through her notes. I don't know. Nothing obvious. No major battles, no significant deaths. But your mother's letters changed that year. She was more careful. More guarded. Like she was hiding something. The prophecy. Harry's voice was quiet. If there was a prophecy about me, it would have been made around then. Before I was born, or just after. That would explain the change. She'd have known, somehow, that you were in danger. That Voldemort would come for you. Petunia met his eyes. She'd have done anything to protect you. Anything. Harry looked away. The weight of his mother's sacrifice. Ice pressed against him, not for the first time, not for the last. He'd grown up knowing she died for him, but the research made it real in ways it hadn't been before. I need to know, he said quietly. The prophecy. What it says. Why it matters. Then we'll find out. Petunia's voice was firm, but carefully, methodically. The way I taught you. He nodded, reaching for another book. They worked, through the morning and into the afternoon, building timelines, cross-referencing sources, filling notebooks with observations and questions. By evening, they had a clearer picture, not complete, but enough to see the shape of things. Voldemort had risen to power through fear and manipulation. His followers were fanatically loyal, bound by dark magic and shared atrocities. The Order of the Phoenix had fought back with courage and desperation, always outnumbered, always outmatched. The war had claimed hundreds of lives, maybe thousands, before that final night in Godric's Hollow. And at the center of it all, a child. A prophecy. A choice that had changed everything. There's something missing, Harry said, frustration creeping into his voice. Something everyone assumes but no one states directly. Why me? Why my family? There were other children born at the end of July. Other families who fought against him. What made us different? Petunia was quiet for a long moment. Then, maybe it wasn't about you. Maybe it was about him. What do you mean? Voldemort. The prophecy said something about a child with the power to defeat him. But prophecies are tricky, they show possibilities, not certainties. He might have chosen you because he believed the prophecy. Because he thought killing you would prevent his defeat. She paused. But in choosing you, he made the prophecy self-fulfilling. If he'd left you alone, you might never have become a threat. Harry stared at her. So he created his own enemy. Maybe. Or maybe the prophecy was always going to come true, and his actions just accelerated it. She shrugged. That's the problem with prophecies, you never know until after. He leaned back in his chair, mind racing. If that's true, then everything, my parents' deaths, my scar, my whole life, happened because Voldemort believed a prophecy. Because he was afraid. Fear is powerful. It makes people do terrible things. Petunia's voice was soft. Your mother understood that. She stood between you and death not because she wasn't afraid, but because she was, and she chose to act anyway. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, I want to be worthy of that. Of her choice. You already are. How do you know? Because you're asking the question. Because you're trying to understand instead of just accepting. Because you're thinking, Harry, really thinking, about what it all means. She reached across the table, covering his hand. That's what she would have wanted. Not a child who simply survived, but one who lived. Who questioned. Who grew. He squeezed her hand. Thank you, Toonie. Thank me by eating dinner. It's nearly 8, and I haven't cooked anything. He laughed. A real laugh, bright and unexpected. All help. The weeks before Hogwarts passed in a rhythm of research and preparation. Harry devoured every book Petunia could find on the war, the prophecy, the nature of dark magic. He filled notebook after notebook with observations, questions, theories. He practiced his spells with renewed focus, channeling his need to understand into his magic. And slowly, piece by piece, the picture grew clearer. The blood wards, he learned, were part of an ancient magical tradition, sacrificial protection that bound itself to family lines. His mother's choice had activated them, but it was Petunia's acceptance that maintained them. Every year he returned to Privet Drive, the magic renewed itself, keeping him safe from those who wished him harm. Dark magic, he discovered, wasn't simply about intent. It was about source, magic that drew on negative emotions, that corrupted the user, that left traces on the soul. The killing curse required genuine hatred to work. The Cruciatus curse required sadistic pleasure. The Imperious curse required the will to dominate utterly. Magic reflects the wizard, he told Petunia one evening. That's what the books don't say directly. You can cast a spell for good reasons, but if you're drawing on dark emotions, the magic itself becomes dark. It's not just about outcome, it's about source. And your mother, she drew on love, on protection, on the absolute refusal to let me die. Harry's voice was steady, but his eyes were bright. That's why the protection worked. Not because she died, but because she chose to die, freely, fully, with nothing but love in her heart. Petunia nodded slowly. That sounds like Lily. It sounds like what you taught me. Feelings aren't instructions, but they're power. They shape everything we do. They do. She smiled. You've learned well. Not well enough. There's still so much I don't know. You'll learn it, in time. She stood, moving toward the stove. But first, dinner. And then, if you want, we can look at that book on defensive magic you found yesterday. Harry nodded, already reaching for his notes. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, running through everything one last time. His trunk stood packed in the corner, robes, books, cauldron, wand. His owl, a beautiful snowy head named Hedwig, dozed in her cage, her head tucked under her wing. Everything was ready, but he wasn't ready. Not really. How could anyone be ready for this? A soft knock at his door. Petunia entered without waiting for an answer, carrying 2 cups of tea. Couldn't sleep either. He shook his head, sitting up to accept the tea. She settled on the edge of his bed, wrapping her hands around her cup. I remember the night before your mother left for Hogwarts. She was the same way, restless, anxious, full of questions she couldn't answer. What did you tell her? I told her she'd be fine. That she was brilliant and brave and exactly where she belonged. Petunia smiled sadly. I didn't believe it, of course. I was too jealous to believe anything good about her leaving. But she believed me, or pretended to. Harry sipped his tea, letting the warmth settle him. Are you jealous now, of me going? No. The word was firm, certain. I was, at first. When I realized you'd be going to her school, living in her world, becoming everything I could never be. But that jealousy died somewhere along the way. Replaced by, she paused, searching. By pride, by love, by the absolute certainty that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Harry set down his tea and hugged her. She held him tightly, the way she had when he was small. When the world was too big and scary and he needed somewhere safe. I'm going to miss you, he whispered. So much. I'll miss you too. Every day. She pulled back, cupping his face in her hands. But you're not losing me, Harry. I'll be here, always. And you'll write, every week, at least, and tell me everything. Everything, everything. The good, the bad, the confusing. I want to know it all. He nodded, blinking back tears. I will, I promise. Good. She kissed his forehead. Now try to sleep. Tomorrow, you change the world. He laughed wetly. You keep saying that, because it's true. She stood, moving toward the door. Good night, Harry. Good night, Toonie. She paused at the door, looking back at him. For a moment, she looked like she wanted to say something more. Then she just smiled, that small, fierce smile, and closed the door behind her. Harry lay back, staring at the ceiling. His hand drifted to his pocket, touching the key she'd given him, his grandmother's key, the one that opened nothing. A reminder of purpose, of love, of everything he was leaving behind and everything he carried with him. He fell asleep with his hand over his heart, holding the key. The next morning, King's Cross Station was chaos. Muggles hurried past in all directions, oblivious to the magical world hidden among them. Harry followed Petunia through the crowd, weaving between suit cases and families and the general confusion of a major train station. Platform 9 3/4, Petunia murmured, consulting the instructions. Between platforms 9 and 10. We need to run at the barrier, Harry finished. I know. The books describe it. Knowing and doing are different things. She stopped at the dividing line between platforms, looking at the solid barrier ahead. Ready. Harry took a breath, centered himself. Ready. They ran together, hand in hand, straight at the barrier. And emerged on the other side into a world of steam and scarlet. The Hogwarts Express stretched before them, magnificent and impossible, its engine billowing clouds into the crisp September air. Students crowded the platform, hugging parents, greeting friends, loading trunks onto the train. Owls hooted, cats mewed, toads croaked in their carriers. Harry stopped, taking it all in. It's real, he breathed. It's actually real. It's always been real. Petunia squeezed his hand. Come on, let's find you a compartment. They moved through the crowd, weaving between families saying goodbye. Harry caught snatches of conversation, Quidditch talk, homework complaints, gossip about teachers and classes. Normal, ordinary, exactly what he'd imagined. At the train steps, they stopped. Petunia pulled him into one last hug, fierce and tight and full of everything she couldn't say. Remember who you are, she whispered. Remember what you can do. And remember, I'm proud of you. No matter what. Harry hugged her back just as fiercely. I'll remember, I promise. She released him, stepping back. Her eyes were bright, but she didn't cry. Petunia Evans Dursley hadn't cried in front of anyone since she was 16, and she wasn't about to start now. Write to me, she said. As soon as you arrive. First thing. He grabbed his trunk, his owl, his entire future. I love you, Toonie. I love you too, Harry. Always. He climbed onto the train. Found a compartment. Waved from the wind. Dow as the whistle blew and the train began to move. Petunia waved back, standing alone on the platform, watching until the train disappeared from sight. Then she turned and walked back through the barrier, returning to a world that would never quite understand what she'd lost, and what she'd gained. The boy who lived was on his way to Hogwarts. The boy who thought was about to begin. Chapter 10 Diagon Alley Shock. The leaky cauldron smelled of stale butterbeer and ancient secrets. Harry stood in the dimly lit pub, one hand on his trunk, the other gripping Petunia's arm tighter than necessary. Behind them, the door from Muggle London had just closed, sealing them into a world that existed alongside, but never touched, the one they'd left behind. You all right? Petunia murmured. Harry nodded, though his heart was pounding. He'd prepared for this moment his entire life, studied maps of Diagon Alley, memorized the names of shops, read every description his mother had left behind. But preparation was different from reality. The air itself felt different here, thicker, richer, humming with an energy that made his magic sing. Tom the barman approached, wiping a glass with a rag that might once have been white. "Help you, dears, quote, we're here for Hogwarts supplies," Petunia said, her voice steady. "This is my nephew's first year." Tom's eyes flickered to Harry's forehead, to the scar half hidden by his fringe. His face underwent a transformation, surprise, recognition, something that might have been awe. "Bless my soul," he breathed. "Harry Potter. We're honored, Mr. Potter, truly honored." Harry kept his expression calm, the way Petunia had taught him. "Thank you, it's good to be here. Can I get you anything? A drink, something to eat before you shop? Maybe later. We should get started." Tom nodded eagerly, still staring. Of course, of course. Go right through to the back, you know the way. 3 up, 2 across. I know it." Harry smiled politely. "Thank you." He led Petunia through the pub, feeling eyes on his back. The few patrons at the bar had stopped their conversations, their gazes fixed on the boy with the scar. Whispers began to rise behind them, soft at first, then louder. "Harry Potter, the scar, can it really be?" Harry didn't quicken his pace. Didn't react, just walked calmly toward the back door, Petunia at his side, as if he hadn't noticed the stir he was causing. "That went well," Petunia muttered. "They'll get used to me." "Will they?" "Probably not, but I'll get used to them." He tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, 3 up, 2 across, and watched the wall ripple and part. Diagon Alley opened before them, a river of magic and madness and everything he'd ever dreamed. And the whispers followed. The first shop they entered was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. A witch in mauve robes bustled forward, her measuring tape already floating in the air behind her. "Hogwarts, dear, first year." "Yes," Harry said. "Lovely, lovely. Step up on the stool, and we'll have you fitted in no time." She paused, her eyes catching his forehead. Her face went through the same transformation as Tom's, surprise, recognition, awe. "Oh my, you're Harry Potter." "Yes." He stepped onto the stool without waiting for her to finish. "I need school robes. Standard black, please." Madame Malkin recovered admirably. Of course, of course. Right this way." "No, stay on the stool. The tape will manage." She gestured, and the measuring tape began circling Harry, recording dimensions with mechanical efficiency. "Your parents used to come here, you know. Lovely people, just lovely." "Thank you. And you're with..." She looked at Petunia, clearly uncertain. "Your aunt, is it?" "Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister." Madame Malkin's eyebrows rose. "Lily's sister, but I thought..." She caught herself, flustered. "That is, I'd heard. You'd heard the Evans sisters were estranged." Petunia's voice was calm, unhurried. "You heard correctly. But families change, people change." The measuring tape finished its work with a final snap. Madame Malkin busied herself with notes, clearly uncomfortable. "Well, the robes will be ready in an hour. Shall I send them too?" "We'll pick them up." Harry stepped off the stool, smoothing his clothes. "Thank you, Madame Malkin." As they left, the whispers started again, the assistants this time, clustered in the back. Their voices carrying despite their efforts at discretion. "Did you see the scar? Lily Evans's son, and that woman with him." Harry kept walking. Petunia kept walking. Neither looked back. Flourish and Blots was next. And Harry allowed himself a moment of genuine pleasure. The shop was a labyrinth of bookshelves, stretching upward toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Volumes lined every surface, new and old, thick and thin. Their spines gleaming in the soft light. The smell was intoxicating. Paper and ink and the faint mustiness of ancient knowledge. "Take your time," Petunia murmured. "I'll wait by the counter." Harry needed no further encouragement. He plunged into the stacks, pulling books at random, reading passages, adding titles to his mental list. The Hogwarts supply list covered the essentials. But Petunia had given him extra money, saved over years, she'd said, from the household budget, and he intended to use it wisely. Hogwarts. A history went into his basket. Then modern magical history. Then great wizarding events of the 20th century. Then a slim volume on blood wards that looked promising. He was reaching for a book on Parseltongue when a voice interrupted his concentration. Looking for something specific, Harry turned. A boy about his age stood nearby, pale and blonde, with the kind of posture that spoke of expensive lessons and expectations. He wore velling robes that looked new, not just new, but fashionable, the kind of clothes that announced wealth without saying a word. "Just browsing," Harry said. You, same. The boy's eyes flickered to Harry's basket, cataloging the titles. Hogwarts. A history. Modern magical history. Bit heavy for pleasure reading, isn't it? I like to understand things. Most people just want to pass their exams. Most people aren't me. The boy's lips curved into a smile. Not warm, exactly, but not hostile either. No, I don't suppose they are. He extended a hand. Draco Malfoy. Harry took it. Harry Potter. Draco's eyes widened, just slightly. Just for a moment, before his composure returned. Potter. I might have guessed. The scar's a bit of a giveaway. I've heard. They stood for a moment, assessing each other. Harry noted the boy's expensive clothes, his carefully neutral expression, the way his eyes kept flickering toward the door. Draco noted. What? Harry's calm, his lack of reaction, the way he held himself like someone who'd been trained to wait. My father told me about you, Draco said finally. About what happened? He said you're famous. My parents died. That's not famous. That's tragic. Depends on your perspective. Draco glanced toward the door again. My father's waiting, but I'll see you at Hogwarts. We're both first years, we'll be sorted together. Looking forward to it. Draco nodded and disappeared into the stacks. Harry watched him go, then returned to his browsing. But he added a new book to his basket. Pure Blood Families of Great Britain, a genealogical study. Gringotts was efficient and intimidating in equal measure. The goblins moved through their marble halls with purpose, their long fingers counting coins, their dark eyes missing nothing. Harry presented his key, endured the terrifying cart ride to the Potter vault, and emerged with more gold than he'd ever seen. Keep it in your money pouch, Petunia advised as they left. Don't flash it around, and don't let anyone pressure you into spending more than you need. I know, he'd heard this lecture before, many times. Money is a tool, not a measure of worth. Good boy. Their next stop was Potage's cauldron shop, where Harry purchased a standard pewter cauldron, size 2, exactly as specified, and a set of brass scales that gleamed in the window light. Then apothecary for basic potions in gradients, though Harry noted the quality was mediocre and decided to source better supplies later. Then Elop's Owl Emporium, where he spent 20 minutes watching the owls before deciding to wait. I want to meet my owl first, he explained. Let it choose me, like a wand. Petunia nodded approvingly. Smart. By midday, they'd collected most of Harry's supplies. Only one shop remained. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. The window display held a single wand on a faded purple cushion. Dust coated every surface. The shop looked abandoned, forgotten, a relic of an earlier age. But Harry knew better. This was where magic began. He pushed open the door. A bell tinkled somewhere in the depths. The shop was narrow, cramped, filled with thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. Dust motes danced in the thin light from the window. The air smelled of old wood and ancient magic. Good afternoon. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. Harry turned to find an old man emerging from the shadows, pale eyes. Silver hair, a presence that filled the small space despite his slight frame. Mr. Ollivander. He approached slowly, his gaze fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have unnerved most 11-year-olds. Harry met it calmly, the way Petunia had taught him. Ah, Ollivander stopped a few feet away. Yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter. You knew my parents. I knew their wands. Ollivander circled him slowly, studying him from every angle. Your mother's, willow, 11 inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Slightly more powerful, slightly less precise. A good combination. Harry stood still, letting himself be examined. You've been using your mother's first wand, Ollivander observed. The one she outgrew. Yes. How did it feel? It worked. But it wasn't mine. No, it wouldn't be. Ollivander moved toward the shelves, running his fingers over boxes. Wands choose the wizard, Mr. Potter. Always. Your mother's first wand chose her when she was 11, but she outgrew it by 15. It happens, sometimes, the wand and witch grow apart. But the wand that chose your father. He pulled down a box, opened it. That one stayed with him until the end. Try this. Beech and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand. A flick, and a shower of sparks erupted from the tip. Not right. Not wrong, but not right. Ollivander took it back without comment, returned it to its box, and selected another. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Another flick. This time, The wand emitted a low hum that made Harry's teeth ache. He handed it back. The process continued. Wand after wand, box after box, each one failing in some subtle way. Harry's arm grew tired, his magic frustrated, but he kept his expression neutral, his breathing steady. Curious, Ollivander murmured after the 12th wand produced nothing but a feeble puff of smoke. Very curious. Petunia, who had been watching silently from near the door, spoke for the first time. What's curious? Every wand has a reaction. Some strong, some weak, but always something. This boy's magic is substantial. More than most, yet none of these wands will settle. Ollivander's pale eyes fixed on Harry. The wand that chooses you will have to be exceptional, Mr. Potter. Powerful enough to match your power. Flexible enough to respond to your control. And, he paused, head tilting. And something else, something I can't quite identify. He disappeared into the depths of the shop, returning with a dusty box that looked older than the others. Holly and Phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. He placed the wand in Harry's hand. The world stopped. Warmth flooded tea. Hurrah him, not the mild warmth of his mother's wand, but something deeper, more fundamental. Recognition, connection, rightness. Golden light spilled from the tip, filling the shop with warmth, with presence. With the absolute certainty that this was where he belonged. Oh, bravo, Ollivander whispered. Yes, curious, very curious. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly, pale and smooth. Phoenix feather, visible through the glass in the handle. It hummed against his palm like a living thing. What's curious? Petunia asked again, stepping closer. Ollivander's pale eyes fixed on her. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mrs. Dursley, Harry's aunt. Every wand, Ollivander repeated. And I remember the phoenix that gave this feather. Fox, he's called. The headmaster's bird. His gaze returned to Harry. It's curious that you should be destined for this wand, Mr. Potter, because its brother, gave you that scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead before he could stop himself. The Dark Lord's wand, Ollivander continued softly. You, 13.5 inches, phoenix feather core. The same phoenix. They shared a feather, you see, you and he. Brothers in wand, if nothing else. The shop was very quiet. Dust motes danced in the thin light. Somewhere, a clock ticked. Petunia's hand found Harry's shoulder, squeezing gently. He drew strength from her presence, her steadiness. Her absolute refusal to panic. Brothers in wand, Harry repeated. What does that mean? It means that when you face him, and you will face him, Mr. Potter, of that I have no doubt, your wands will recognize each other. They will behave unpredictably. The connection between them runs deep. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly and Phoenix feather, the brother to Voldemort's wand. The instrument that had marked him, and the instrument that might one day face its twin. Thank you, he said calmly. I'll take it. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. No questions, no fear. Fear is information, not instructions. Harry tucked the wand carefully into his pocket, close to his heart. And I have a lot to learn before I let fear make my choices for me. The old wandmaker stared at him for a long moment. Then he bowed, actually bowed, and said, You'll do great things, Mr. Potter. Terrible and great. I hope you're ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. They left Ollivander's in silence. Walking through the crowded alley toward the leaky cauldron. Harry's hand kept drifting to his pocket, touching the wand, feeling its warmth even through the fabric. Terrible and great, Petunia murmured. Charming man, he's not wrong. Harry glanced back at the shop. The wand chose me for a reason. And the reason involves him, Voldemort. Does that scare you? Should it? Petunia stopped walking, turning to face him. I'm asking you, Harry. Not what you think you should feel. What you actually feel. He considered the question seriously, the way she taught him. Fear. Yes, there was fear, a thread of it, running beneath everything. But there was also something else. Something that felt almost like purpose. I'm cautious, he said finally. I'm aware that this connection exists. That it means something, that I'll have to deal with it eventually. But I'm not afraid, not the way I think most people would be. Why not? Because fear without action is just paralysis. And I have too much to do to be paralyzed. He met her eyes. You taught me that. She pulled him into a quick, fierce hug. I taught you too well. You're going to be insufferable at that school. Probably. He hugged her back. But you'll still love me. Always. Their final stop before leaving was Fortescue's ice cream parlor. where Harry insisted on treating Petunia to a sundae with his newly acquired gold. They sat at a small table near the window, watching the crowds flow past. Witches and wizards of all ages hurried through the alley, their robes brushing the cobblestones. Their conversations floating on the summer air. Harry recognized some of the names they mentioned: Diagon Alley shopkeepers, ministry officials, Quidditch players whose cards he'd collected. And everywhere, the glances, the whispers, the quick, furtive looks toward the boy with the scar. Getting used to it? Petunia asked, spooning ice cream. Not yet, but I'm learning to ignore it. That's the same thing, for now. Harry nodded, accepting this. Then, Toonie, thank you, for today, for everything, for, he gestured vaguely, encompassing Diagon Alley, the wand, the years of preparation. For making this possible. Petunia's eyes were bright, but her voice was steady. You made it possible. I just pointed you in the right direction. You did more than that. He reached across the table, covering her hand with his. You gave me a home, a family, a reason to become something more than just the boy who lived. Without you, I'd be, he shook his head. I don't know what I'd be. But not this. Not ready. Are you ready? I don't know, but I'm as ready as I'll ever be. He smiled. And I have you. That's enough. She squeezed his hand. That's everything. They finished their ice cream in comfortable silence, watching the magical world pass by. For the first time all day, Harry felt truly calm. The whispers still came, the glances still followed, but they didn't matter. Not here, not now, not with Petunia beside him. As they stood to leave, a witch approached their table. Middle-aged, kind-faced, her robes slightly shabby. She hesitated, clearly nervous. Excuse me, she said. Are you Harry Potter? Harry tensed, but kept his expression pleasant. Yes. The witch's face crumpled with emotion. I knew your mother. We were in school together, same year, same house. Gryffindor. Tears sparkled in her eyes. She was the kindest person I ever knew. The bravest. And when I heard what happened, she stopped, collecting herself. I just wanted to say, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you survived. And I hope Hogwarts is everything you deserve. Harry was silent for a moment, caught off guard by her sincerity. Then he smiled. A real smile, warm and genuine. Thank you, he said. That means a lot. The witch nodded, wiped her eyes, and hurried away before she could cry in public. Petunia watched her go. That's the other side of it, she said quietly. Not everyone whispers about the scar. Some people remember your mother. Remember who she was. Harry nodded, his throat tight. I hope I meet more of them. You will. At Hogwarts. Petunia squeezed his shoulder. Come on, we should get back before Vernon starts wondering. They walked toward the leaky cauldron, toward the door back to Muggle London, toward the ordinary world that would never quite feel like home again. But as they passed through the pub, as they stepped into the alley that led to the train, Harry felt something settle in his chest. He'd faced Diagon Alley. He'd faced the whispers, the stairs, the wand that connected him to darkness. And he'd come through it all with his composure intact, his control absolute, his sense of self unshaken. He was ready, not just for Hogwarts, for everything that came after. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat by the window, watching the countryside blur past, his hand resting on the pocket that held his wand. Petunia read a magazine beside him, occasionally glancing up to check on him. Penny for your thoughts, she said finally. I was thinking about Mum. He didn't look away from the window. About what that witch said. About her being kind and brave. About how everyone who knew her seems to remember her the same way. That's because it was true. She was kind. She was brave. Petunia paused. She was also human, flawed, complicated, but the people who loved her, and there were many, they remember the best of her. That's what love does. Will people remember me that way? When I'm gone. Petunia was quiet for a long moment. Then, I think people will remember you the way you deserve to be remembered. Not because of your name, or your scar, or what happened when you were a baby. But because of who you choose to become. Harry turned from the window, meeting her eyes. And who's that? That's for you to decide. She smiled. But if today is any indication, composed, thoughtful, kind to a stranger who needed kindness, I'd say you're off to a good start. He smiled back, small but real. Thanks, Toonie. Thank me by being yourself. That's all I've ever wanted. The train carried them home through the fading afternoon, and Harry let himself rest. Tomorrow, there would be more research, more preparation, more questions to answer. But today had been enough. Diagon Alley had tested him. And he had passed. Chapter 11 The Sorting Hat's Dilemma. The Great Hall of Hogwarts stretched before Harry like a dream made real. Thousands of candles floated in midair, casting warm light across 4 long tables where students sat in waves of black robes. Above them, the ceiling mirrored the night sky, a perfect enchantment, Harry knew from his reading, that made the heavens feel close enough to touch. Ghosts drifted through the tables like silver mist, their conversations echoing faintly in the magical air. And at the front, on a raised dais, sat the staff. Professors in black and purple robes, watching the new students. With expressions ranging from welcome to indifference to, in one case, undisguised suspicion. Harry catalogued them automatically. The small, nervous man at the end must be Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. The severe witch with glasses was Professor McGonagall, who'd greeted them at the entrance. The shadowy figure in the corner, all greasy hair and hooked nose, that would be Snape. Potions master, Lily's former friend, the man who'd called her a mudblood and lost her forever. Harry filed that information away for later. A long line of first years stretched before him, shivering in their new robes. Most looked terrified, a few looked excited. One boy, the redhead Harry had met on the train, kept glancing back at him with obvious curiosity. "Stop fidgeting, Ron," the bossy girl beside him whispered. "You'll draw attention. Everyone's already staring at Potter," Ron muttered back. "I could dance a jig and no one notice." Harry allowed himself a small smile. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. He'd shared a compartment with them on the train, answering their questions with careful politeness while learning everything he could about them. Ron was pure blood, from a large family, deeply aware of his own ordinariness. Hermione was Muggle-born, brilliant, desperate to prove herself. Both were interesting, potentially useful, potentially more, but that was for later. Now, the sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, a scroll in her hands. "When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the sorting hat on your head." Her gaze swept the line. "The hat will assign you to your house. Any questions?" Silence. "Then we shall begin." She unrolled the scroll. Abbott, Hannah, a blonde girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed over her eyes. A moment's pause, then the brim opened and shouted, "Hufflepuff!" The table on the far right erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott hurried to join them, looking relieved. The sorting continued. Names called, hats placed, houses assigned. Each decision brought cheers from one table and polite applause from the others. Harry watched carefully, noting patterns. The brave went to Gryffindor. The loyal to Hufflepuff. The clever to Ravenclaw. The ambitious to Slytherin. Simple categories. Too simple, really. People were more complicated than that. Granger, Hermione. The bossy girl from the train walked forward with determined steps. She sat, placed the hat on her head, and waited. Seconds passed. The hat seemed to be struggling, its brim twitching as if in argument. Then, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin as she hurried to the cheering table. Ron Weasley, still waiting in line, looked vaguely disappointed. More names, more sorting. Harry watched it all, cataloging, analyzing, waiting. Then, Malfoy, Draco. The blonde boy from Flourish and Blotts strode forward with the confidence of someone who'd never doubted his place in the world. He had barely touched his head before shouting, "Slytherin." Draco smiled, a satisfied, predatory smile, and joined the green and silver table. They welcomed him like family. Harry noted the faces around that table. The ones who watched Draco with approval. The ones who watched Harry with something else, curiosity, calculation, hunger. Slytherins. His mother had warned about them, in her letters. Ambitious, cunning, dangerous, but also, according to some sources, misunderstood. Complex, capable of great things. Harry filed that away too. Potter, Harry. The whispers started before he'd taken 3 steps. A ripple of sound spread through the great hall like water disturbed. Heads turned, necks craned. Conversations died mid-sentence as every eye in the room fixed on the boy with the scar. Harry walked forward calmly, the way Petunia had taught him. Shoulders back, head up, breathing steady. He'd expected this, prepared for it. The whispers were just noise, information, not instructions. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat toward his head, and the world went dark. Interesting. The voice echoed inside his skull, ancient, dry, amused. Harry found himself standing in a void, surrounded by nothing but darkness and that presence. Very interesting. I haven't seen a mind like yours in centuries. You're the Hat, Harry said. Not a question, I am. And you, Harry Potter, are a puzzle. The Hat's voice circled him, invisible but present. So much here, so carefully arranged. Courage, yes, I can feel it. But not the reckless kind. Measured, deliberate. The courage to wait, to plan. To strike only when the moment is right. Harry said nothing. Let the Hat explore. Intelligence, too. More than most. You've read widely, studied deeply. You think in systems, in patterns. Ravenclaw would welcome you eagerly. A pause. But there's something else. Something beneath the surface. Ambition. Real ambition. Not the grasping kind, but the quiet certainty that you're meant for more. That you will be more. Slytherin. The unspoken name hung in the air between them. Yes, Slytherin sees you, Harry Potter. Sees what you could become. Sees the potential for greatness, and for more than greatness. For purpose. For change. The Hat's voice softened. You could do great things in Slytherin. Great and necessary things. The kind of things that reshape the world. Harry considered this. He'd known Slytherin was a possibility, had prepared for it, even. The house of ambition, of cunning, of those who stopped at nothing to achieve their goals. His mother's letters had spoken of it with a mixture of fear and respect. Salazar Slytherin had been brilliant, dangerous, and utterly convinced of his own rightness. But Slytherin was also the house that had produced dark wizards. The house that valued pure blood above all else. The house that would look at Harry, half-blood, raised by muggles, marked by Voldemort, and see either a prize or a threat. You would not be merely accepted in Slytherin, the Hat continued. You would be celebrated. The boy who lived, choosing their house. It would change everything. The balance of power in this school, in the wider world, would shift. You could shape that shift. Guide it, use it, and what would it cost me? The Hat was silent for a moment. Cost. Everything has a cost. Petunia taught me that. Harry's voice was calm, unhurried. If I go to Slytherin, I gain influence, power, allies. But I also gain enemies, immediately, visibly. The other houses would distrust me. The teachers would watch me. And I would be surrounded by people whose values may not align with mine. You could change their values. Could I, or would they change me? Another silence. Longer this time. You think like a Slytherin, the Hat said finally. That calculation, weighing costs, anticipating consequences, that's pure Slytherin. You would thrive there. I know. But you're considering Gryffindor. I'm considering all my options. Gryffindor offers different opportunities, different challenges. Your parents were Gryffindors, both of them. You would be welcomed as their son, their legacy. The house of the brave, the reckless, the impulsive. A pause. But you are not reckless. You are not impulsive. You would stand out there too, not as a potential leader, but as an anomaly. The boy who thinks before he acts, in a house that celebrates action without thought. Harry absorbed this. It matched his own assessment. Hufflepuff would accept you without question. They value hard work, loyalty, fairness. You would find peace there, friends who don't care about your fame. Teachers who don't watch your every move. But you would also find limits. Hufflepuff doesn't breed leaders, doesn't produce those who change the world. Ravenclaw would appreciate your mind. Your hunger for knowledge. You would find kindred spirits there, others who value understanding above all else. But Ravenclaw also values detachment. Objectivity. You would be encouraged to observe, not to act. And you, Harry Potter, are not an observer. You are. The Hat stopped, seemed to reconsider. You are something I haven't seen in a long time. Something rare. What's that? A chooser. Saint students come to me with their identities already formed. They know who they are, or think they do. I simply confirm it. But you have the ability to choose. To become. The training your aunt gave you, the control, the discipline. The constant examination of self, it's given you something most people never have, the freedom to decide who you want to be. Harry waited. The Hat's voice had grown thoughtful, almost respectful. So I will not decide for you. I will tell you what I see, and you will choose. Slytherin offers power, influence, the chance to reshape the world from within. Gryffindor offers legacy, belonging. The chance to honor your parents' memory while forging your own path. Ravenclaw offers knowledge, understanding, the tools to comprehend the forces that shaped you. Hufflepuff offers peace, acceptance. The space to grow without the weight of expectation. The void around them seemed to pulse with possibility. What do you choose, Harry Potter? Harry closed his eyes. Thought of Petunia, her fierce love, her unyielding standards, her absolute refusal to let him settle for less than he could be. Thought of his mother, the letters, the photographs, the legacy of courage and sacrifice. Thought of the snake with golden eyes, the visions of a chamber, the weight of a prophecy he didn't yet understand. He needed allies, needed trust, needed people who would follow him not because of his name, but because of who he was. Gryffindor would give him that. Gryffindor would give him a platform, a place where his parents were loved, where his name opened doors, where he could bewail relationships without the immediate suspicion that Slytherin would bring. And from that platform, he could reach across house lines. Could learn from Slytherin's ambition, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty. Could become the bridge this divided school so desperately needed. But only if he chose wisely. Only if he chose with purpose. I choose Gryffindor, he said. Are you certain? Yes. Not because it's easy. Not because my parents were there. But because it's where I can do the most good, build the most bridges, learn what I need to learn. He opened his eyes. Slytherin would make me powerful. Gryffindor will make me trusted. And trust, real trust, is more powerful than anything else. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, you are exactly what your aunt raised you to be. Remarkable. Gryffindor. The cheer that erupted from the red and gold table was deafening. Harry pulled the hat from his head, blinking in the sudden light. Ron Weasley was pounding the table and shouting. Hermione Granger was clapping so hard her hands must have hurt. Even the ghosts seemed excited. One of them, a fat friar, was doing something that might have been a celebratory dance. Harry walked toward them, maintaining his calm exterior, though inside something warm was spreading through his chest. He'd chosen, and the hat had accepted, and now. Here, mate, sit here. Ron pulled him onto the bench. That was brilliant. The way you just walked up there like you didn't care, everyone staring, and then the hat took forever, we thought it might be stuck. Ronald, let him breathe. Hermione leaned across Ron to offer her hand. Well done, Harry. Welcome to Gryffindor. Harry shook it. Thank you. What was it like? Ron demanded. The hat. What did it say to you? It took ages. Harry considered the question. Honesty, but not too much honesty. It was, considering options. I have a complicated mind, apparently. Ron laughed. Don't we all? My brother said the hat tried to put Fred in Slytherin, can you imagine? Fred in Slytherin, he'd have burned the place down within a week. Harry smiled politely, but his attention was elsewhere. At the staff table, Dumbledore re-watched him with those piercing blue eyes, assessing, calculating, trying to understand what had just happened. Snape stared with an expression that might have been hatred or might have been something more complicated. And Quirrell was looking at him too, but quickly looked away when Harry met his gaze. Interesting. Very interesting. Food, Ron exclaimed, and Harry turned to find the golden platters suddenly laden with more food than he'd ever seen. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, vegetables he couldn't name, all steaming and fragrant and utterly irresistible. He ate, he listened, he watched, and when the meal ended and the prefects led them toward the Gryffindor common room, Harry felt something he hadn't expected, hope. He'd chosen well, he was sure of it. Now the real work began. Later that night, long after the other first years had fallen asleep, Harry sat by the window of the boys' dormitory, staring out at the grounds. The castle was quiet now, the sort of deep, ancient quiet that came from centuries of existence. Somewhere in its depths, secrets waited. The chamber from his visions. The snake with golden eyes. The truth about his connection to Voldemort. He'd begin searching tomorrow, carefully, quietly, the way Petunia had taught him. But tonight he allowed himself a moment of simple happiness. He was at Hogwarts. He was a Gryffindor. He had friends, potential friends, at least, who saw him as a person, not just a symbol. And somewhere, in a small house in Surrey, Petunia was thinking of him, waiting for his first letter. He ached into his pocket and touched the key, his grandmother's key, the one that opened nothing. A reminder of purpose, of love, of home. Then he climbed into his four-poster bed, pulled the curtains closed, and fell asleep to the sound of the castle breathing around him. Tomorrow, the real work began. But tonight was enough. Chapter 12 Dumbledore observes. The office of the headmaster was exactly as Harry had imagined from his mother's letters, a large, circular room filled with strange and wonderful things. Delicate silver instruments whirred on spindly tables, emitting puffs of smoke that formed shapes before dissolving. The Sorting Hat sat on a shelf behind an impressive desk, still as stone but somehow watchful. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on a golden stand near the window, his scarlet feathers gleaming in the firelight. But Harry wasn't here, not yet. The office was empty except for one figure, tall, thin, silver-bearded, with half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window, staring out at the grounds. Behind him, the instruments continued their quiet work, measuring forces invisible to ordinary eyes. The fire crackled softly in its grate. Fawkes preened, oblivious to his master's mood. It had been 3 days since the sorting. 3 days since Dumbledore had watched Harry Potter walk to the stool with the calm assurance of someone who'd been preparing for this moment his entire life. 3 days since the hat had taken so long to decide, longer than any first year in recent memory. 3 days since those green eyes, Lily's eyes, impossibly Lily's eyes, had met his across the great hall with something that looked like assessment. Calculation. Dumbledore turned from the window, moving to his desk. He settled into the high-backed chair, its familiar contours offering no comfort tonight. His gaze fell on a photograph in a silver frame, a young Lily Evans, laughing at something off camera, her red hair catching the sun. "I thought I understood," he murmured to the photograph. "I thought I knew what to expect." The photograph didn't answer. It never did. A knock at the door. Dumbledore straightened, his expression shifting to its usual benevolent mask. "Enter." Quote. Professor McGonagall swept in, her tartan dressing gown wrapped tightly against the castle's nighttime chill. Her spectacles glinted in the firelight, and her expression was troubled. "Albus, you sent for me." "I did, Minerva. Please, sit." He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Something to drink? Tea, perhaps? This late?" "No, thank you." She sat, her back rigid, her hands clasped in her lap. "What's this about?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, considering how to begin. Then, "Harry Potter." McGonagall's expression flickered, surprise, then understanding. Then something that might have been concern. "I thought you might want to discuss him. The whole school's been talking about that sorting." "Indeed. The longest sorting in decades, I believe. The hat usually decides within moments. With Harry, it took." He paused, calculating. "Nearly 4 minutes. I timed it. 4 minutes and 17 seconds. McGonagall's voice was tight. "I've never seen anything like it." The hat argued with him, Albus. Actually argued. I could see it twitching, hear the muffled sounds. You could hear it, not words, but tones. Disagreement. The hat wanted one thing. And Harry wanted another. She leaned forward. "What does that mean? What could the hat possibly have offered that a first year would refuse?" Dumbledore steepled his fingers, regarding her over their tips. "What indeed? You know something. You always know something. I know that Harry Potter is not what I expected." He rose, moving to the window again. "When I left him on his aunt's doorstep 11 years ago, I believed I understood the path ahead. He would grow up ordinary, loved, perhaps, in whatever way Petunia could manage, and arrive at Hogwarts innocent, eager, untouched by the complexities of our world. A child who could be guided, protected, prepared, in time, for what must come." McGonagall's voice sharpened. "What must come?" Dumbledore didn't answer directly. Instead, "He arrived 3 days ago with knowledge, Minerva. Not just facts. Any child could read books. But understanding. He knew about the blood wards. About the war. About the Death Eaters and the Order and the night his parents died. He walked into this castle already aware of the weight he carries. That's not necessarily bad. Better he know than be blindsided. Perhaps. But it's how he carries that knowledge that concerns me." Dumbledore turned, meeting her eyes. "I've watched him in classes. In the common room. At meals. He's not reacting, Minerva. He's observing, cataloging, building mental files on every student, every teacher, every interaction. The other first years chatter and laugh and make friends. Harry Potter watches and waits." McGonagall was silent for a moment. Then, "You make him sound cold." "No, not cold. Controlled." Dumbledore returned to his desk, sitting heavily. "There's a difference. Coldness is absence of feeling. Control is feeling fully, then choosing how to act. He's been taught that, Minerva. Taught well, by someone who understood that survival requires more than instinct." Petunia. Petunia. The name carried weight, history, regret. "I underestimated her. I assumed her jealousy of Lily would translate into neglect of Harry. I assumed she would keep him ignorant, suppress his magic, make him small enough to fit into her ordinary world. He shook his head slowly. I was wrong. You've seen her. Once. The night I left him. She was different than I remembered. Fiercer. More aware. He paused. I left a letter explaining the basics. I never imagined she would do more. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. You can't predict everything, Albus. You're wise, but you're not omniscient. Am I not? The words carried bitter self-mockery. I've grown comfortable with my reputation. The great Dumbledore, who sees all, plans all, prepares all. But this boy slipped through my assumptions. He was raised not in ignorance, but in knowledge. Not in neglect, but in, he stopped, searching for the right word. In love. Fierce, demanding, uncompromising love. The kind that prepares a child for reality rather than sheltering him from it. McGonagall was quiet, absorbing this. Then, is that so terrible? That he was loved? No, love is never terrible, but love shapes people, Minerva. It makes them who they are. And who Harry Potter is. Dumbledore met her eyes. Who Harry Potter is may not fit the role I envisioned for him. What role is that? Dumbledore didn't answer, couldn't answer. Not yet, not until he understood more. I need you to watch him, he said instead, subtly, gently. Note his choices, his friendships, his reactions to pressure. I need to understand what Petunia has created. You mean who she's raised? I mean both. Dumbledore leaned back, suddenly tired. The boy is here now. In our care. We will teach him, guide him, protect him as best we can. But I need to know, for his sake, for all our sakes, exactly what kind of person we're dealing with. McGonagall nodded slowly. I'll watch. But Albus, she hesitated. He's 11. Whatever else he is, whatever training he's received, he's still a child. Don't lose sight of that in your calculations. Calculations. Dumbledore smiled sadly. You think me cold now. I think you carry burdens the rest of us can't see. But Harry Potter isn't a burden. He's a boy who lost his parents, survived something impossible, and was raised by a woman who had every reason to hate him but chose love instead. She stood. Whatever else he is, that's worth celebrating. She left without waiting for a response. Dumbledore sat alone in his office, watching Fox preen, listening to the soft whir of his instruments. After a long moment, he reached into a drawer and withdrew a familiar object, a letter, cream parchment, addressed in handwriting he recognized. Petunia's response to his note, delivered 3 years ago by a very confused owl. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry is doing well. He reads constantly, asks endless questions, and has more control over his magic than I suspect you'd believe. I'm teaching him everything I can, not spells, I can't do those. But the things that matter. Patience, observation, the understanding that power without purpose is dangerous. You prepared him to survive. I'm preparing him to live. When he comes to Hogwarts, don't expect a lamb for slaughter. Expect a boy who knows his own mind. Expect questions you won't want to answer. Expect, if you're wise, an ally rather than a tool. Petunia Evans Dursley. He'd read it 100 times since it arrived. Each reading deepened his unease. A lamb for slaughter. She'd seen through him, through his careful words, his benevolent facade, his long-term plans. She'd understood that the blood protection, the placement with her family, the years of separation, they weren't just about keeping Harry safe. They were about keeping him available, ready to play the role destiny had assigned. But Petunia had refused to let him be a tool, had raised him to be something else entirely. What, exactly, remained to be seen. The next morning, Dumbledore found himself in the Charms corridor, watching a first-year class through a discreet gap in a suit of armor. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books, demonstrating the proper wrist movement for the levitation charm. The class watched with varying degrees of attention, some eager, some bored, one small witch taking notes so furiously her quill was practically smoking. And Harry Potter. He stood near the back, his expression attentive but not eager. When Flitwick called on students to attempt the charm, Harry watched each attempt with the same focused attention, cataloging successes and failures. When his own turn came, he stepped forward calmly, raised his wand, and levitated the feather with a single smooth motion. No hesitation, no flailing, no shouted incantation, just quiet, precise magic. Flitwick beamed. Excellent, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Harry nodded politely and returned to his place. The other students stared. The bushy-haired girl, Granger, Dumbledore recalled, looked almost offended that someone had performed the charm better than she had. The red-headed boy, Weasley looked impressed but unsurprised, as if he'd expected nothing less from the famous Harry Potter. But it was what happened after class that interested Dumbledore most. As the students filed out, Hermione Granger approached Harry, her expression a mixture of curiosity and competitiveness. "That was really good. Have you practiced before?" Harry considered the question. "I've read about it. The theory helps." "Theory. But magic isn't about theory, it's about practice. You have to feel it. Feeling without understanding is just instinct. Understanding without feeling is just knowledge. The magic happens when they work together." Hermione blinked, clearly thrown. That's actually quite profound. My aunt taught me." "Your aunt? I thought you lived with muggles." Harry's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "I do. My aunt is muggle. She's also the smartest person I know." Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but Ron Weasley appeared at Harry's elbow, interrupting. "Coming to lunch. I'm starving." Harry glanced at Hermione. "Walk with us." She nodded, falling into step beside them. Dumbledore watched them go. 3 first years, already forming connections, already creating the networks that would shape their school years. But Harry was different. Harry was choosing his connections, not simply accepting whatever came. The Weasley boy offered warmth, loyalty, entry into a large and well-regarded family. The Granger girl offered intelligence, ambition, hunger for knowledge that matched his own. Both useful, both valuable, both carefully selected. Dumbledore's unease deepened. That evening, he visited the Gryffindor common room. Not in person, that would draw too much attention. Instead, he sat in his office, gazing into a pensieve filled with memories extracted from the castle itself. The magic was old, complex, and technically forbidden, but Dumbledore had never let technicalities stand in the way of understanding. The memory showed him the common room at night, after the first years had gone to bed. But one figure remained by the fire: Harry Potter. Sitting cross-legged on the rug, a book open in his lap. Not a schoolbook, something else, a slim volume with a worn leather cover. Dumbledore leaned closer, trying to read the title, but the memory was too hazy. Something about bloodlines, perhaps, or ancient magic. Harry read for nearly an hour, his expression focused, his lips moving slightly as he processed the words. Then he closed the book, sat perfectly still for a long moment, and began to meditate. Dumbledore recognized the posture, the straight spine, the steady breathing, the empty mind. It was a technique used by advanced Occlumens, not first-year students. Harry held it for 10 minutes, then 20, then 30. When he finally opened his eyes, they were calm, centered, ready. He stood, tucked the book under his arm, and climbed the stairs to his dormitory. Dumbledore released the memory, letting it dissolve back into the pensieve. His expression was troubled. Occlumency. At 11, taught by a muggle woman who'd never performed magic in her life. What else had Petunia taught him? The next day brought further observations. In potions, a class Dumbledore rarely visited, given his strained relationship with its Professor. Harry sat at a table near the back, partnered with a nervous-looking boy from Hufflepuff. Professor Snape prowled the aisles, his usual sneer firmly in place, his eyes lingering on Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. "Potter." Snape's voice cut through the classroom chatter. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class fell silent. Students exchanged glances. This was clearly a test, and a difficult one. Hermione's hand shot up, but Snape ignored her. Harry met Snape's eyes calmly. "You'd get the draft of living death, Professor. One of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. It requires precise measurements in a 7-day brewing period. Improperly made, it can induce a coma from which the drinker never wakes." Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. "And where, Potter, would you find such a potion described?" Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Chapter 15. Also, mentioned in Advanced Potion Making by Libetius Borage, though that text focuses more on the theoretical applications. A long pause. The class held its breath. "Sit down," Snape said finally, and refrained from showing off. Harry sat, his expression unchanged, but Dumbledore, watching through a carefully positioned mirror, saw the slight tension in his shoulders. The way he held himself, controlled and waiting. Snape had tested him, and he'd passed, but the cost of that passing was now clear. Snape would be watching him, always watching, just as Dumbledore was watching. The symmetry was uncomfortable. That night, Dumbledore wrote a letter. He sat at his desk, quill in hand, the blank parchment before him. Fawkes dozed on his perch, occasionally stirring to preen a feather. The instruments whirred softly, measuring forces that would remain invisible to anyone else. Dear Petunia, I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to share some observations about Harry's first days at Hogwarts. He has settled in remarkably well, made friends, impressed teachers, conducted himself with a composure that speaks volumes about the upbringing you've provided. I confess I underestimated you. I assumed, wrongly, it seems, that your relationship with Lily would color your treatment of her son. Instead, you've given him something rare, a foundation of love and discipline that will serve him well in the years ahead. But I also confess to concern. Harry is not like other children. He watches too carefully, calculates too precisely, controls too completely. These are survival skills, I know, skills you taught him for good reason. But they also isolate him. They keep him from the simple joys of childhood, from the unguarded moments that build genuine connection. I don't say this to criticize. I say it because I care about Harry's happiness, not just his survival. And I wonder, he stopped, crossed out the last line, started again. I wonder if you might share more about his training. What you taught him, how you taught it. Understanding his foundation would help me, help all of us, guide him appropriately. With respect and belated gratitude, Albus Dumbledore. He read it through, then set it aside. He wouldn't send it tonight. Perhaps not at all. Petunia's response, when it came, would likely raise more questions than it answered. But he needed to understand. Needed to know what kind of person was growing in this castle. Shaped by forces he'd never anticipated. The boy who lived, the boy who thought, the boy who might, if Dumbledore's fears were correct, become something none of them were prepared for. October arrived with a chill that swept through the castle corridors, driving students toward fires and warm drinks. Harry continued his quiet observation, building mental files, forming strategic friendships. He studied harder than any first year had a right to, visited the library daily, and asked questions that made his teachers uncomfortable. Dumbledore watched it all. He watched Harry befriend Hermione Granger, not with the easy warmth of childhood friendship, but with the careful cultivation of a valuable ally. He watched Harry tolerate Ron Weasley's insecurities while subtly guiding him toward confidence. He watched Harry navigate the complex social dynamics of Gryffindor House, never quite belonging but never quite excluded either. And he watched Harry's eyes. Those green eyes, so like Lily's. But with something underneath that Lily had never possessed. Calculation. Always calculation. One evening, Dumbledore found himself in the library after hours, ostensibly searching for a rare text. Harry sat alone at a table near the back, surrounded by books that had nothing to do with first-year curriculum. Dumbledore approached quietly, not wanting to startle him. Mr. Potter. Working hard, I see. Harry looked up, and for just a moment, Dumbledore saw something flicker in those eyes, surprise, quickly suppressed, assessment, quickly completed, then polite neutrality. Headmaster, I didn't expect to see you here. I might say the same. These are advanced texts for a first-year student. Dumbledore gestured at the books. Blood magic theory, ancient protective enchantments, the nature of sacrificial magic. Heavy reading. Harry's expression didn't change. I like to understand things. Many people like to understand things. Few pursue understanding with such intensity. Is intensity a problem? Dumbledore considered the question, not in itself, but intensity can become obsession. And obsession can blind us to other important things. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, my aunt taught me that feelings are information, not instructions. She also taught me that understanding is the foundation of control. I'm not obsessed, Headmaster. I'm preparing. There's a difference. Preparing for what? Another pause. Longer this time. I don't know yet, but something's coming. I can feel it. Harry's hand drifted unconsciously toward his scar. The dreams I've been having, the visions, they're telling me something. I need to understand what. Dumbledore's blood ran cold. Visions. Harry seemed to realize he'd said too much. His expression closed, the walls rising. It's nothing, just first-year nerves. I should get back to my dormitory. He began gathering his books, movements precise and controlled. Dumbledore watched him go, his mind racing. Visions, dreams, a sense of something coming. This boy knew more than he should. More than anyone had told him. And whatever Petunia had taught him, it had opened doors Dumbledore hadn't anticipated. The question was, What would walk through them? Chapter 13 Snape's Confusion. The dungeons were cold at dawn. Severus Snape stood at the window of his private quarters, watching light creep across the black lake in slow, reluctant fingers. The water above filtered the sunrise into murky green gold, casting shifting patterns across his stone walls. He'd chosen these rooms decades ago for exactly this reason, the perpetual twilight. The sense of being buried deep enough that the world above couldn't reach him. It had never worked. The world always reached. Today, his thoughts were consumed by a pair of green eyes. Lily's eyes. In a face that was all James Potter, the untidy black hair, the bone structure, the casual arrogance that had made Severus's teenage years a special kind of hell. But the eyes were pure Lily. And the expression behind them was neither. He'd watched Harry Potter since the moment he'd stepped off the Hogwarts Express. Watched him on the train, in the Great Hall, in the corridors. Watched him during the disastrous sorting, 4 minutes and 17 seconds of the hat arguing with an 11-year-old. Watched him in classes, where he performed with a competence that bordered on unsettling. And yesterday, in his first potions lesson, Harry Potter had done something no first year had ever done. He'd answered Snape's question correctly. Completely. With details that went beyond the textbook. And then he'd simply sat down. No triumph, no smirk, no satisfaction at having bested the greasy git who'd tormented his father. Snape didn't know what to do with that. He turned from the window, crossing to his private stores. A vial of dreamless sleep sat on the shelf. He'd been using it more often lately, the old nightmares stirring again. Lily's death, the screams, the green light, the moment he'd held her body and known, with absolute certainty, that he'd helped put her there. If he'd never told Voldemort the prophecy, he crushed the thought before it could fully form. He'd learned, over 18 years, that particular road led only to madness. What was done was done. Lily was dead, and her son was here, in his classroom, with her eyes in his father's face and something else, something Snape couldn't name. He needed to understand. The first years filed into his classroom with their usual terror, taking seats at the long tables with the care of people entering a dragon's den. Snape swept to the front of the room, letting his robes billow dramatically, a habit he'd developed years ago and never bothered to break. It set the right tone. "Sit down," he said, though they already were. "Before you begin your practical work, you will listen. Potions are subtle science and exact art. Unlike the foolish wand-waving you'll experience in other classes, potion making requires patience, precision, and a mind capable of holding multiple variables simultaneously." His gaze swept the room, lingering on certain faces. The Weasley boy, already sweating. The Granger girl, practically vibrating with eagerness. And Potter. Potter sat perfectly still, his expression attentive but not anxious. His eyes met Snape's without flinching, without challenge, wit. How'd anything Snape could identify as emotion. It was like looking at a wall. "I shall teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death." Snape continued his usual speech, but his attention was divided. "However, if you haven't the wit to pay attention, I will not suffer fools gladly." Weasley. Ron jumped. "Yes, sir. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Ron's face went blank. That is, Granger." Hermione's hand shot up, but Snape ignored her, his eyes fixed on Potter. "Potter, you seem confident. Enlighten us." Potter met his gaze calmly. "The draft of living death. Professor. One of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. It requires precise measurements in a 7-day brewing period. Improperly made, it can induce a coma from which the drinker never wakes." Quote. Snape's jaw tightened. "And where, Potter, would one find such information?" Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Chapter 15. Also mentioned an Advanced Potion Making by Libetius Borage, though that text focuses more on theoretical applications. And there's a brief discussion in 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi regarding the properties of asphodel, though it doesn't address the potion directly. The room was silent. Even Hermione looked stunned. Snape stared at the boy who should have been his father reincarnated, arrogant, reckless, coasting on fame and luck. Instead, he found himself facing something else entirely. "Sit down," he said finally, and refrained from showing off. Potter sat. His expression didn't change. No triumph, no resentment, just that same calm attentiveness, as if Snape's reaction was data to be filed away for future reference. Snape turned back to the board, but his mind was elsewhere. The practical portion of the lesson involved brewing a simple cure for boils. Snape prowled the aisles, making his usual cutting comments. Weasley's cauldron was smoking, Longbottom's was approaching critical failure. The Greengrass girl had added her porcupine quills in the wrong order. Potter worked with quiet efficiency. His measurements were precise. His stirring was methodical. He didn't rush, didn't panic, and looked to his neighbors for confirmation. When his potion reached the required shade of pale green, he extinguished his flame and sat back, waiting. Snape paused beside his table. The potion was perfect. Not adequate, not acceptable, perfect. The color was exactly right, the consistency exactly right, the smell exactly right. It looked like something a 7th year might produce, not a 1st year on his first attempt. This is adequate, Snape said, because he couldn't bring himself to say more. 5 points to Gryffindor. Potter nodded politely. Thank you, Professor. Snape moved on, but the image stayed with him. Those green eyes, calm and knowing. That steady hands, unshaken by the pressure. That quiet competence that reminded him, against his will, of another student who'd excelled in this classroom decades ago. Lily had been like that. Precise, controlled, brilliant without being arrogant. But Lily had also been warm, open, quick to laugh, quick to comfort, quick to defend those she loved. This boy was none of those things. He was a fortress, and Snape couldn't find the gates. After class, Snape retreated to his office and sat in the dark for a long time. Memories surfaced against his will. Lily at 11, her red hair bright against the dungeon's gloom, her eyes wide with wonder at the mysteries of potion making. Lily at 15, her face twisted with fury as she screamed the words that still haunted him, I'm not your friend. I never want to speak to you again. Lily at 20, dead on the floor of a nursery, her green eyes forever closed. And now her son sat in his classroom, watching him with those same eyes, and Snape didn't know what to feel. Hatred. He'd tried to hate the boy. James Potter's son, raised by muggles, stuffed with Dumbledore's platitudes and the wizarding world's worship. It should have been easy to hate him. But the boy wasn't hateable. He was too controlled, too aware, too much like Lily in ways that had nothing to do with her eyes. A knock at his door. Enter, Snape said, his voice automatically dropping to its usual sneer. Professor McGonagall swept in, her expression troubled. Severus, I need to speak with you. Obviously. Sit. She sat, perching on the edge of the chair across from his desk. It's about Harry Potter. Snape's expression didn't change. What about him? I've been watching him, at Albus's request. And I'm concerned. She paused, choosing her words carefully. He's too controlled, Severus. Too perfect. 11-year-olds aren't supposed to be this composed. They're supposed to be messy, emotional, unpredictable. He's none of those things. And you're telling me this because you have experience with this kind of control. You're an Occlumens. You know what it looks like when someone is hiding their thoughts. Their feelings, their true self. She met his eyes. Is that what he's doing? Hiding? Snape considered the question. He'd wondered the same thing himself. But occlumency left traces, a certain rigidity. A sense of walls being actively maintained. Potter didn't feel like that. He felt like stillness. Depth. The kind of calm that came not from suppression, but from genuine mastery. I don't think he's hiding, Snape said slowly. I think he's been trained. Thoroughly. To process emotions rather than be controlled by them. Trained by whom? The Dursleys. From everything we know, they're not exactly nurturing. His aunt. The word tasted strange on his tongue. Lily's sister. Petunia. McGonagall blinked. Petunia Dursley. The muggle who. The same. Snape stood, moving to his private stores. He retrieved a bottle of fire whiskey, poured 2 glasses, offered one to McGonagall. She accepted without comment. Lily wrote about her, sometimes. In the early years, they were close, once. Then Petunia's jealousy poisoned everything. But she raised Harry, apparently. Snape drank, letting the fire burn down his throat. And she raised him well, if today's lesson is any indication. He knows more than any first year has a right to know. His potion was perfect. His answers were precise. He didn't react when I insulted him, just sat there, watching, waiting. Watching for what? I don't know. Snape set down his glass. That's what unsettles me. I can't read him. I look at him and I see Lily's eyes, James's face, and something else, something I don't recognize. Something that wasn't in either of them. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then, do you think he's dangerous? Dangerous. Snape considered. All power is dangerous, Minerva. The coup. Question is whether the person wielding it has the wisdom to use it well. Potter. He paused. Potter may have that wisdom. His aunt gave it to him. Whether he also has the warmth, the humanity, the cap. A city for connection, that remains to be seen. And if he doesn't, Snape didn't answer, couldn't answer. The thought was too terrible to contemplate. Another child shaped by tragedy. Another soul potentially twisted by loss. But this time, the result might be something far more dangerous than a dark wizard with delusions of grandeur. This time, the result might be someone who couldn't be predicted. Couldn't be manipulated, couldn't be controlled by anyone, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not the forces that had shaped the last war. Someone who would make his own choices, follow his own path, and damn the consequences. The next weeks brought more observations, more confusion, more of that unsettling stillness. Snape watched Potter in the corridors, surrounded by his new friends, the Weasley boy, the Granger girl. A few others who'd gravitated toward his quiet competence. Potter treated them with careful attention, asking questions, remembering details, offering help without condescension. He was building something, Snape realized, a network, a foundation. He watched Potter in the library, surrounded by books far beyond his year level. Blood magic, protective enchantments, the history of the last war. Potter read with the focus of a scholar twice his age, taking notes in precise handwriting, cross-referencing sources, building connections. He watched Potter in the Great Hall, at meals, accepting the stares and whispers with absolute composure. Other first years would have cracked under that scrutiny, would have hidden, or lashed out, or retreated into sullen silence. Potter simply existed, calm and present, as if the weight of 1,000 eyes meant nothing. It wasn't normal, none of it was normal. But the moment that truly shook Snape came in late October. He was patrolling the corridors after curfew, as he did most nights, when he found Potter sitting alone in an alcove near the charms corridor. Not hiding, just sitting, a book open in his lap, his expression distant. Potter. Snape's voice was sharp. It's past curfew. 50 points from Gryffindor. Potter looked up, and for a moment, Snape saw something flicker in those green eyes. Not fear, not resentment, something else, something that looked almost like recognition. I couldn't sleep, Potter said calmly. I was reading. In the dark, there's a charm, my aunt taught me. He gestured, and a soft glow emanated from the page, wandless. Wordless, completely impossible for a first year. It helps me focus when my mind is restless. Snape stared at the glowing book. Wandless magic. At 11. Controlled, precise, effortless. What troubles you? The question escaped before he could stop it. Potter considered for a long moment. Then, dreams, visions, maybe. I see things, places I've never been, people I've never met. A chamber, a snake with golden eyes. Green light, his hand drifted toward his scar. I think they mean something. I think something's coming. Snape's blood ran cold. The Dark Lord, the connection between their wands. The prophecy that had started it all. If Potter was having visions, if the Dark Lord's defeat hadn't severed whatever link existed between them. What do you see in these dreams? Snape's voice was sharper than he intended. Fragments, impressions, a great hall with snake imagery. A monster sleeping, a voice calling. Potter met his eyes. You know something about this. It wasn't a question. Snape stood frozen, trapped between his instincts, lie, deflect, protect, and the impossible reality of this boy who saw too much. I know that you should speak to the headmaster, he said finally. Such visions are not normal. They may indicate that whatever's left of Voldemort is trying to reach me. Potter's voice was calm, as if he were discussing the weather. I've considered that possibility, but if that's true, then the headmaster already knows. And if he knows and hasn't told me, he paused. Then he has his reasons. Reasons I may not agree with. Snape stared at him. This boy, this child, was analyzing Dumbledore's motivations the way Snape himself might. Weighing possibilities, considering alternatives, refusing to accept easy answers. You should go to bed, Snape said. Because he didn't know what else to say. Potter nodded, closing his book. The glow died. He stood, tucking the volume under his arm, and walked past Snape without another word. At the end of the corridor, he paused. Professor Snape. Snape turned. My mother wrote about you. In her letters to my aunt. She said you were her best friend, once. That you understood things no one else did. Potter's voice was soft, almost gentle. I don't know what happened between you. But I know she wouldn't want you to carry guilt forever. He disappeared around the corner before Snape could respond. Snape stood in the empty corridor for a long time, staring at nothing. That night, the dreams came again. But this time, they weren't about the Dark Lord. They were about Lily. Lily at 11, laughing in the sunshine. Lily at 15, her face twisted with betrayal. Lily at 20, cold and still, her green eyes forever closed. And through it all, a voice, Potter's voice, saying, "She wouldn't want you to carry guilt forever." Snape woke with tears on his face. He hadn't cried since Lily's funeral. Hadn't allowed himself that weakness, that vulnerability, that acknowledgement of everything he'd lost. But now, in the darkness of his quarters, with the weight of 18 years pressing down on him, the tears came anyway. For Lily, for himself, for the boy who wore her eyes and carried her legacy and somehow, impossibly, saw through all his walls. The boy who was nothing like James Potter. The boy who was everything like Lily, and nothing like her at all. The next morning, Snape found himself in Dumbledore's office, reporting the conversation. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression grave. When Snape finished, he sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Visions," Dumbledore murmured. "Dreams of a chamber, a monster, a voice calling." He met Snape's eyes. "You know what this suggests. The Dark Lord, some remnant of him, reaching out. Trying to connect, perhaps, or perhaps something else." The boy is unusually perceptive. His aunt trained him well. Dumbledore paused. But if the Dark Lord is reaching out, if some fragment of his soul all survived, then Harry may be in more danger than we realized. Snape's jaw tightened. The connection between their wands may be a symptom, not a cause. The wand chooses the wizard, Severus. The act that Harry's wand shares a core with the Dark Lord's is significant. But it may not explain the visions. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. "I need you to do something. Something difficult." "What?" "Teach him occlumency. Properly. If the Dark Lord is trying to enter his mind, he needs to learn to close it." Snape's first instinct was refusal. The thought of spending hours with Potter, with those eyes, that face, that unsettling calm, was almost unbearable. But beneath the instinct was something else. A memory of Lily, laughing in the sunshine. A hope, however faint, that her son might survive what was coming. "I'll do it," he said, "but not yet. He's not ready. When will he be? I don't know. But pushing too soon would be worse than waiting." Snape met Dumbledore's eyes. "He's controlled, Albus. More controlled than any child his age has a right to be. But control isn't the same as strength. If we break his walls before he's ready to rebuild them, then we risk losing him entirely." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Very well. We wait. But watch him, Severus, closely. If the visions worsen, I'll know." He left the office with the weight of new knowledge pressing against his shoulders. Potter was having visions. Potter might be connected to the Dark Lord. Potter was being raised by a woman who'd turned her back on magic, then embraced it for his sake. Nothing was as it should be. Nothing was as he'd expected. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, a boy with Lily's eyes was watching and waiting and preparing for something none of them understood. Chapter 14 Friends and Influence. The Gryffindor common room blazed with firelight on the first truly cold evening of November. Harry sat in his usual armchair near the hearth, a book open on his knee, but his attention was elsewhere. Across the room, Hermione Granger was arguing with Ron Weasley about the proper pronunciation of a charm they'd learned in Transfiguration. Ron's face was red with frustration. Hermione's was red with indignation. Around them, other Gryffindors watched with varying degrees of amusement. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa." "Same thing." "It's not the same thing. You made the feather smoke." "At least I made it do something. You just stood there saying the word over and over like a. Like a what?" "Like a, children." Harry's voice cut through the argument, quiet but clear. Both of them turned to look at him. "You're both right, and you're both wrong." Hermione's eyebrows shot up. "Excuse me." Ron looked equally confused. "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry closed his book, setting it aside. He'd been waiting for this moment, the right opportunity to bridge the gap between these two, to build something more useful than their constant bickering. Petunia had taught him that conflict was information. It showed where people's edges were, where they needed support, where they could grow. "Hermione's right about the pronunciation," he said calmly. "The charm requires precise enunciation. The stress on the second syllable changes the magical flow." Hermione beamed triumphantly at Ron. "But Ron's right about practice," Harry continued. You can say the words perfectly 100 times, but until you actually do the spell, until you let your magic reach out and grab the object, nothing happens. The theory and the practice need each other. Ron's expression shifted from confused to thoughtful. So we're both, right, about different parts of the same problem. Harry stood, moving toward them. You want to master the charm. Work together. Hermione can help you with the pronunciation. You can help her with, he paused, considering, with not being terrified of making mistakes. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, then closed it. Ron looked at her, then at Harry. Then back at her. Fine, Ron said grudgingly. If you'll stop yelling at me every time I get a syllable wrong. I don't yell. You absolutely yell. I correct. There's a difference. Harry smiled slightly. See, progress already. He left them to their negotiation, returning to his armchair. But he didn't pick up his book. Instead, he watched the common room the quiet attention Petunia had taught him. Connections. He was building connections, not just friendships, though those were growing too, in their way, but a network. People who trusted him, people who would come to him with problems, people who would, eventually, follow where he led. It wasn't manipulation. Petunia had been clear about that. Manipulation was forcing people to do what you wanted against their interests. Influence was helping them see what they already wanted, then showing them a path to get there. Ron wanted to be more than his family's expectations. Hermione wanted to be valued for more than her brain. Harry could help both of them achieve those things. And in doing so, he'd build allies who would stand with him when the darkness came. Because the darkness was coming. He felt it in his dreams, the snake with golden eyes, the chamber, the voice calling. Something waited beneath Hogwarts, something that would wake soon. He needed to be ready. And being ready meant having people he could trust. The study group started small. Harry mentioned it casually at breakfast one morning, between bites of toast. I'm going to review charms in the library after classes. Anyone want to join? Ron shrugged. Might as well. Better than listening to Fred and George's latest scheme. Hermione's eyes lit up. I would love to. I've been wanting to compare notes on Flitwick's teaching style. Neville Longbottom, who'd been sitting quietly at the end of the table, looked up with an expression of desperate hope. Could I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Of course, Harry said. The more the merrier. By the time they reached the library that afternoon, the group had grown to 7. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and 2 girls from Ravenclaw who. Dee overheard the invitation and asked to join. Madame Pants eyed them suspiciously as they commandeered a large table near the back, but Harry's polite request for additional reference books seemed to mollify her. Within minutes, they were settled, books open, quills ready. Right, Harry said, everyone pick something you're struggling with. We'll go around the table, and whoever understands that topic best explains it to the rest of us. Hermione's hand shot up. But what if someone understands everything? Should they just? Then they explain what they understand, and in doing so, they understand it better. Harry met her eyes. Teaching is the best way to learn. My aunt taught me that. Hermione's expression shifted. Surprise, then thoughtfulness, then something that looked almost like respect. Your aunt sounds remarkable. She is. They worked through the afternoon, and the system worked better than Harry had hoped. Ron, it turned out, was surprisingly good at practical demonstrat. Ions, his spells often worked even when his theory was shaky. Hermione excelled at breaking down complex concepts into manageable pieces. Neville had an unexpected gift for herbology, explaining the properties of various plants with a confidence he never showed elsewhere. By the time Madame Pants announced the library was closing, they'd covered a week's worth of material. Same time tomorrow? Harry asked. The nods were unanimous. Within 2 weeks, the study group had grown to 15. Students from all 4 houses attended, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, even a few Slytherins who slipped in quietly and sat at the edges. Harry welcomed them all equally, making no distinction, showing no preference. The only rule was participation. Everyone taught, everyone learned, everyone contributed. Word spread. Teachers noticed the improvement in their students' work. Flitwick mentioned it in the staff room. McGonagall observed a session discreetly and reported back to Dumbledore. He's building something, she said. Perched on the edge of the headmaster's desk. A network, a community, students from all houses, working together, helping each other. I've never seen anything like it from a first year. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful, and his role in this network. He facilitates, organizes, but he doesn't dominate. He makes sure everyone has a chance to speak, to teach, to contribute. McGonagall paused. It's remarkably mature. Almost political. Political. He's creating alliances, Albus. Quietly, without anyone noticing. The students who attend that group, they're loyal to him now. They trust him. They'll follow him. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, and the Slytherins. They attend as well. A few. Not Malfoy's inner circle, but others. Students who feel overlooked, perhaps. Or curious. McGonagall shook her head slowly. He doesn't treat them differently. Doesn't flinch when they speak. Just includes them, the same as everyone else. Hat's either very wise or very dangerous. Can it be both? Dumbledore smiled slightly. It can be anything, Minerva. That's what worries me. Harry noticed the Slytherins, of course. He noticed everything. There were 3 of them, a second-year named Tracy Davis, a third-year named Theodore Knott, and a quiet first-year who never gave his name but always sat in the same corner, watching. They contributed little at first. Just listening, absorbing. But after a few sessions, Davis started asking questions. Thoughtful questions. The kind that showed she'd been paying attention. Harry answered them as he answered everyone, clearly, patiently, without judgment. Eventually, Knott spoke up. Why do you let us come? We're Slytherins. We're supposed to be your enemies. The table went quiet. All eyes turned to Harry. He considered the question carefully, the way Petunia had taught him. You're here because you want to learn. That's the only requirement. Where you sit at meals doesn't matter to me. But our families, Knott hesitated. My father was a Death Eater. I know. Knott's eyes widened. You know, I read. I pay attention. Harry's voice was calm, unhurried. Your father followed Voldemort. That was his choice. It doesn't have to be yours. The silence stretched. Then Knott nodded, once, and didn't speak again that evening. But he kept coming. By December, the study group had become an institution. Students referred to it simply as Harry's group, though Harry himself never used that term. They met 3 times a week, rotating through different subjects based on upcoming exams. The sessions had developed a rhythm: check-ins, questions, teaching rounds, practice, review. Everyone participated. Everyone improved. Even the teachers had started sending students with specific recommendations. Go to Potter's group, Flitwick told struggling first years. They'll help you catch up. Harry accepted this responsibility with the same calm competence he brought to everything. But privately, he was always watching, always analyzing, always building mental files. Ron Weasley, loyal, insecure, desperate to prove himself, would follow Harry anywhere, but needed constant reassurance. Hermione Granger, brilliant, driven, socially awkward, could be relied on for research and analysis, but needed to feel valued. Neville Longbottom, timid, anxious, but growing stronger every day. His grandmother's expectations weighed on him. He needed encouragement and opportunities to succeed. Seamus Finnegan, explosive magic, explosive temper, needed channels for his energy. Dean Thomas, artistic, thoughtful, caught between worlds, a bridge to Muggle-born students. Tracy Davis, ambitious but not cruel, watched everything, said little, could be a valuable ally in Slytherin. Theodore Knott, haunted by his father's choices, searching for a different path, vulnerable but strong. Harry catalogued them all, noting strengths, weaknesses, motivations. Not to manipulate, Petunia's voice echoed in his memory. Manipulation is forcing. Influence is helping. He wanted to help them become who they needed to be, and in doing so, build something that would last. Because when the darkness came, and it was coming, they would need each other. The night before the Christmas holidays, the common room was chaotic with packing and excitement. Harry sat apart, watching the chaos with his usual quiet attention. He'd be returning to Privet Drive tomorrow, back to Petunia, back to the cupboard that wasn't a cupboard anymore, back to the ordinary world that would never quite feel like home. A hand touched his shoulder. Hermione, you're thinking about something, she said, settling into the chair beside him. You always get this look when you're thinking about something. What look? Like you're solving a puzzle no one else can see. She studied him. What is it? Harry considered how much to share. Honesty, but not too much honesty. I'm thinking about home, about my aunt, about what it will be like to go back. Missing her, always. He paused. She's the reason I'm here. The reason I'm me. Without her, I'd be. He shook his head. I don't know what I'd be. But not this. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, my parents are dentists. Normal, ordinary. They don't understand anything about this world. She gestured vaguely, encompassing the castle, the magic, everything. Sometimes I wonder if they ever will. Quote, does it matter that they understand? I don't know. Maybe not, but it would be nice. She stopped, blinking rapidly. It would be nice if they could see this place. See me, here, being good at something. Harry nodded. My aunt can't see Hogwarts either. Can't do magic, can't visit, can't really understand what it's like. But she sees me. That's enough. Is it? It has to be. He smiled slightly. But I write to her every week. Tell her everything. The classes, the friends, the stupid things Ron says. She reads every letter, and she writes back with questions and observations and, he paused. And love. Always love. Hermione looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You're lucky, Harry, to have that. I know. He met her eyes. You're lucky too. Your parents love you. They just love you in a different way. In the only way they know how. She nodded slowly. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Thank you. For the study group. She gestured vaguely. For everything. He let her stay there, warm and trusting, until Ron bounded over to announce that Fred and George had done something spectacularly stupid and they needed to come see. The train ride home was peaceful. Harry shared a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and a few other Gryffindors, but he spent most of the journey gazing out the window, watching the English countryside blur past. His trunk held gifts for Petunia, a quill that never ran out of ink, a self-stirring cauldron for show, since she couldn't actually use it, and a carefully wrapped package from Honeydukes containing every kind of chocolate he could find. She'd appreciate the thought, even if she couldn't use the magic. As the train approached King's Cross, Harry felt the familiar mix of emotions, anticipation, warmth, and a small thread of anxiety. Privet Drive was complicated. Vernon was complicated. But Petunia was home. He spotted her before the train had fully stopped. She stood on the platform, wrapped in her best coat, scanning the windows with an expression of barely controlled eagerness. When she saw him, her face transformed, that small, fierce smile that meant everything. Harry was off the train before it finished stopping, his trunk forgotten, his owl forgotten, everything forgotten except the woman who'd raised him. Toonie, Harry. She pulled him into a hug that crushed the breath from his lungs. Look at you, taller, thinner. Are they feeding you at that school? They feed us plenty. I've been busy studying, I hope. She pulled back, examining him with the critical eye only she possessed. You look good, healthy, happy enough. He smiled. I missed you too. She cupped his face in her hands, the way she had when he was small. Now, let's get your things. Vernon's waiting in the car. He's Vernon. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly. Some things never changed. The 4-tea night at Privet Drive passed in a comfortable rhythm. Mornings with Petunia, catching up on everything he'd learned and done. Afternoons avoiding Vernon and Dudley. Evenings by the fire, reading or talking or simply being together. Petunia asked endless questions about Hogwarts, the teachers, the classes, the other students, and Harry answered them all, painting pictures with words so she could see what he saw. She was particularly interested in his descriptions of the study group. You're building alliances, she observed one night, stirring her tea. Consciously or not, consciously. Harry met her eyes. You taught me that isolation is dangerous. That people who stand alone fall alone. I taught you that, did I? You taught me everything. He paused. Is it wrong to build connections with purpose? Petunia considered. Wrong. No. But be careful. Purpose can become manipulation if you're not watching yourself. The line is thin. I know. I watch. And your friends, the Weasley boy, the Granger girl, do they know you're watching them? Harry was quiet for a moment. I think they know I'm different. More controlled, more careful, but they don't seem to mind. Ron likes having someone who believes in him. Hermione likes having someone who challenges her. And you, what do you like? I like. He stopped, searching for words. I like being part of something. Building something. Watching it grow. He met her eyes. I spent my whole life alone with you. That was enough. More than enough. But this is different. This is connection. Real connection, with people my own age. People who see me as Harry. Not just the boy who lived. Petunia smiled. That's good, Harry. That's exactly what I wanted for you. Did you Want this? I wanted you to be happy. To have friends, to belong. To find your place in that world. She reached across the table, covering his hand. The control, the discipline, those were for survival. But survival isn't living. You're learning to live now. That's everything. Harry squeezed her hand. I love you, Toonie. I love you too, Harry. Always. The night before he returned to Hogwarts, Harry dreamed of the chamber again. But this time, the snake with golden eyes spoke clearly. The air approaches. The blood calls. The chamber prepares. He woke gasping, his scar prickling with unfamiliar heat. The room was dark, the house silent. ONL. Why the steady tick of the hallway clock marked the passage of time. Harry sat up, reaching for his wand. It hummed against his palm, warm, alert, aware. Something was happening. Something at Hogwarts. Something he needed to understand. He lay awake until dawn, thinking, planning, preparing. When he finally rose to face the day, his expression was calm. Controlled. Ready. The darkness was coming. He would be waiting. Chapter 15 The Mirror Test. The castle was silent at 2 in the morning. Harry moved through the corridors like a shadow, his footsteps muffled by the charm Petunia had taught him. Years ago, a simple redirection of sound that required no wand, no incantation, only focused intent. The torches flickered as he passed, their flames bending slightly toward him as if recognizing something familiar in his magic. He didn't know where he was going. Not really, but something was pulling him, a thread of awareness that had been growing since his return from Christmas holidays. The dreams had intensified, the visions had sharpened, and tonight, sleep had been impossible. So he walked. The castle shifted around him, staircases moving, corridors rearranging, but Harry moved with the CER. Tainty of someone who'd memorized every map and trusted his instincts. He passed portraits whose occupants snored in their frames. He passed suits of armor that stood silent guard. He passed classrooms and common rooms and corridors that stretched into darkness. And then he found it. An abandoned classroom on the 7th floor. The door was slightly ajar, as if waiting for him. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was larger than it should have been, much larger, the space stretching beyond the castle's natural dimensions. Furniture stood in haphazard piles, covered in white sheets that glowed faintly in the moonlight streaming through tall windows. And in the center of it all, dominating the space like a throne in an empty hall, stood a mirror. It was magnificent, towering from floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold carved with intricate patterns Harry didn't recognize. 2-foot-like stands supported it, and an inscription ran across the top in a language he couldn't read. Harry approached slowly, his breath catching in his throat. The mirror's surface rippled like water, then stilled. And Harry saw himself, but not himself as he was. Himself as he could be. The reflection showed an older Harry, 15, maybe 16, taller, broader, his face sharper with maturity. He stood in the center of a great hall, surrounded by people Harry recognized. Ron, grinning with confidence he'd never shown. Hermione, her eyes bright with purpose. Neville, standing straight and unafraid. Others too, students from all houses, their faces turned toward him with expressions of trust and respect. Behind them, in the shadows, figures Harry couldn't quite see. But he felt their presence. Felt their power. Felt that they were watching, waiting, ready. And in his own reflection's hand, a wand. Not his holly wand, but something else. Something that glowed with inner light. Harry stared, transfixed. This was what he could become. This was the future Petunia had prepared him for. Not a sacrificial child, but a leader. Someone who brought people together. Someone who mattered. Tears pricked at his eyes. Not sadness, not joy, something deeper, recognition. The reflection showed him what he'd always hoped. Always worked toward, always believed was possible. He reached out to touch the glass. I see you've discovered the mirror of Erised. Harry spun, his wand instantly in his hand. But the voice was calm, familiar. And the figure emerging from the shadows was unmistakable. Albus Dumbledore stood in the moonlight, his silver beard gleaming, his half-moon spectacles glinting. He wore deep purple robes embroidered with stars, and in his hands he held a steaming cup of tea. Headmaster. Harry's wand didn't lower. It's 2 in the morning. So it is. And yet here we both are. Dumbledore smiled gently, moving closer. May I join you? I promise I'm quite harmless at this hour. Harry hesitated, then nodded, lowering his wand. Dumbledore settled onto an upturned crate near the mirror, sipping his tea as if midnight conversations in abandoned classrooms were perfectly ordinary. You've found one of Hogwarts' more intriguing treasures, Dumbledore said. The Mirror of Erised. Erised spelled backward is desire. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Harry looked back at the mirror. His reflection still stood there, surrounded by allies. Holding that glowing wand. You see your parents? Dumbledore asked softly. Most children who find this mirror see their families whole again. No. Harry's voice was steady. I see myself. Older. Stronger. With people who trust me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. That's unusual. Most people see loved ones they've lost. Desires they can't fulfill. But you see potential. My aunt taught me that dwelling on the past is useless. It's information, not a destination. Harry turned from the mirror, meeting Dumbledore's eyes. I don't need to see my parents. I never knew them. I mourn them, yes, but I can't bring them back. So my deepest desire isn't for what I've lost. It's for what I can become. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Your aunt taught you well. She taught me everything. Indeed. Dumbledore set down his tea, rising to stand beside Harry before the mirror. This mirror has driven men mad, you know. They see their desires and can't look away. They waste away before it, chasing phantoms. I won't do that. No, I don't believe you will. Dumbledore studied him, really studied him, those blue eyes missing nothing. You're remarkable, Harry. More remarkable than I anticipated. Your aunt has shaped you into something unexpected. Is that a problem? Not a problem. A revelation. Dumbledore paused. When I left you on that doorstep 11 years ago, I believed I understood the path ahead. I thought I knew what kind of person you would become, innocent, trusting, ready to be guided. Instead, you've arrived here already formed. Already thinking. Already. He stopped, choosing his words carefully. Already capable of choices I hadn't anticipated. Harry considered this. You wanted me to be easy to guide. I wanted you to be safe. Sometimes those look the same. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I've made many mistakes in my long life, Harry. Too many to count. One of them was assuming I knew what was best for everyone. Another was underestimating those who surprised me. Like my aunt. Like your aunt. Dumbledore nodded slowly. She wrote to me, you know. Years ago. Told me she was preparing you, not to survive, but to live, to think, to choose. I didn't understand what she meant then. I think I'm beginning to now. Harry looked back at the mirror. His reflection still stood there, patient, waiting. A reminder of what was possible. What do you see? Harry asked quietly. When you look in the mirror. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, I see socks. Thick, warm, woolen socks. A rather mundane desire, I'm afraid. Harry smiled slightly. I don't believe you. No, I don't suppose you do. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. The truth is, Harry, that what I see is not for sharing. Some desires are too private, too painful, too complicated to speak aloud. The mirror shows us what we most want, but it doesn't show us whether wanting it is wise. And my desire, is it wise? That depends entirely on what you do with it. Dumbledore turned to face him fully. Wanting to become something more, to lead, to unite, to matter, that's not unwise. But the path to those things is long and dangerous. Many have started down it and lost themselves along the way. I know. Do you truly understand what it means to carry the weight of others' trust? To make choices that affect not just yourself, but everyone who follows you. Dumbledore's voice was soft but intense. Your parents made such choices. They chose to fight, to hide, to sacrifice. And they paid the ultimate price. My mother chose to die for me. That wasn't a burden, it was love. Yes, it was. And that love has protected you in ways you don't yet understand. Dumbledore paused. But it also marked you. Connected you to the one who killed her. The Dark Lord's defeat didn't just leave a scar on your forehead, it left a scar on your very soul. A connection that may yet prove dangerous. Harry's hand went to his scar. It tingled slightly under his touch, the way it always did when he thought of that night. The dreams, he said quietly. The visions, they're connected to him, aren't they? Perhaps. We don't know yet, but if they are, Dumbledore met his eyes. If they are, then you must learn to protect your mind. To close it against intrusion. There are techniques, difficult, demanding techniques, that can help. Occlumency. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You know of it, my aunt's books mentioned it. The art of closing the mind against external influence. Harry's voice was calm. She taught me the basics, meditation, emotional control, mental discipline. But she couldn't teach the magic itself. No, she couldn't. Dumbledore studied him with new respect. But she gave you the foundation. That's more than most ever have. I want to learn, properly. If there's someone who can teach me. There is, but not yet. You're not ready, and the teacher is complicated. Dumbledore's expression flickered. When the time comes, I'll arrange it. For now, continue your practice. Strengthen the walls your aunt helped you build. And be wary of dreams that feel too real. Harry nodded, filing this information away. In this mirror, Dumbledore continued. I'm going to move it now. Not to hide it from you, but to protect you from its temptation. You have the strength to walk away, I see that. But others may not, and even you, Harry, could be drawn back if you're not careful. I understand. Good. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the mirror began to shrink, folding in on itself until it was small enough to fit in his pocket. Now, it's nearly 3 in the morning. You should return to your dormitory. Your friends will worry if they find you gone. They're asleep, are they? Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. The castle has many eyes, Harry. And not all of them sleep. Harry nodded, turning toward the door. But at the threshold, he paused. Headmaster, can I ask you something? Of course. The inscription on the mirror. What does it mean? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something sad behind the sparkle. It says, Erised stra eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. I've always found it rather fitting. Read backward, it becomes a simple truth about desire. Harry considered this. Then, quietly, you said most people see loved ones they've lost. Family, friends, people who are gone. Yes, quote, but I didn't. I saw myself, my future. He met Dumbledore's eyes. What does that say about me? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle but weighted. It says that you are not defined by your past, Harry. That you look forward, not back. That you have been raised to believe in possibility rather than mourn impossibility. He paused. It says that your aunt gave you a gift more precious than she knows, the ability to imagine yourself becoming, rather than simply surviving. And that's good. It's remarkable. It's also dangerous, because the future you imagine may not be the future that arrives. And clinging too tightly to any vision, even a worthy one, can blind you to what's actually in front of you. Harry absorbed this. Then, the people in my vision, the ones around me, they weren't just followers, they were with me. Equal, almost. Is that possible? To lead without dominating? Dumbledore smiled, a real smile. Warm and sad and proud all at once. Your aunt taught you to ask the right questions. Yes, Harry, that's not just possible, it's essential. The best leaders aren't those who command from above. They're those who walk beside, who lift others up, who create spaces where everyone can contribute. Like the study group. Exactly like the study group. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I've heard about your little gatherings. Students from all houses, learning together, teaching each other. That's more than clever, Harry. That's wise. Thank you. Now go, sleep. And when you dream, Dumbledore's voice grew serious. When you dream, pay attention, but don't let the dreams control you. You are the master of your mind, not the other way around. Harry nodded and slipped out of the room, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The headmaster stood in the darkness for a long time after Harry left. The mirror sat in his pocket, small and harmless now, but its revelation echoed in his mind. Harry Potter had looked into the mirror of Erised and seen not his dead parents, not the family he'd lost, but himself, stronger, surrounded by allies, becoming. This was not a sacrificial child. Is was not a boy who could be guided along a predetermined path, who would accept his role without question, who would walk willingly to whatever end destiny had prepared. This was someone who would choose. Someone who would question. Someone who would, if pushed, push back. Dumbledore had spent decades preparing for the Dark Lord's return. Had positioned pieces on a vast chessboard, moving them with care and calculation. Always with the goal of defeating the greatest threat the magical world had ever known. Harry had been his most important piece, the one around which everything else revolved. But pieces weren't supposed to think for themselves. Pieces weren't supposed to have their own plans, their own visions, their own agency. What Petunia had created, what she'd shaped in that small house in Surrey, was not a piece. It was a player, and Dumbledore didn't know yet whether that was the best news he'd received in decades, or the most dangerous development he could imagine. Harry made tea back to the Gryffindor common room without incident. The fat lady grumbled at being woken, but let him through when he gave the password. The common room was dark, empty, lit only by the dying embers of the fire. Harry crossed to his favorite armchair and sat, staring into the fading glow. The mirror's image burned in his mind. Himself, older, stronger, surrounded by people who trusted him. A wand that glowed with inner light. A future that felt possible. But Dumbledore's words echoed too. The future you imagine may not be the future that arrives. Clinging too tightly to any vision can blind you. Harry closed his eyes, breathed, centered himself the way Petunia had taught him. The vision was information, a possibility, not a certainty, not a destination, not something to cling to. Just data, to be filed away, considered, and used when relevant. He opened his eyes, calm again. Tomorrow, he would continue building. The study group, the friendships, the quiet influence he was accumulating. He would learn everything he could about the chamber, the snake, the dreams that still haunted his sleep. He would prepare for whatever was coming. But he wouldn't become obsessed. Wouldn't let the vision control him. Wouldn't lose himself in chasing a future that might never arrive. He was Harry Potter. He was the boy who lived, the boy who thought, the boy Petunia had raised to choose. And whatever came next, he would face it with his eyes open. Chapter 16 The Stone's Secret. The library at midnight had become Harry's second home. He sat at his usual table near the back, surrounded by towers of books that would have intimidated most first years. Madame Pants had long since stopped hovering. Harry was her ideal patron, quiet, respectful, and utterly devoted to the written word. She even started leaving him small gifts of tea and biscuits on his late-night visits, though she'd never admit to such softness. Tonight, however, Harry wasn't reading for pleasure or even for study. He was searching for patterns. The dreams had continued through January and into February, fragments of vision that grew clearer with each passing night. The chamber. The snake with golden eyes. A Voic, that whispered of blood and heirs and ancient promises. But alongside these dreams, another thread had emerged, whispers of a secret within Hogwarts itself. It had started with Hagrid. The gamekeep, had let something slip during their first Care of Magical Creatures lesson, something about a special delivery from Gringotts just before term started. Harry had filed the information away, noting the way Hagrid's eyes darted nervously when he mentioned it. Then there was the third-floor corridor. Everyone knew it was forbidden. The first-day announcements had made that clear. But Harry had not iced something the other students missed. The way Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered toward that corridor whenever she mentioned the rules. The way Professor Quirrell had stumbled past it, pale and sweating, his turban slightly askew. The way Snape of all people, had limped past it with an expression of barely concealed fury. Something was hidden on the third floor. Something valuable, something dangerous, and Harry intended to understand what. He pulled another book toward him, Hogwarts, a history, and began scanning the index for mentions of hidden chambers, secret treasures, or anything that might explain the unusual security. Nothing. He tried great wizarding events of the 20th century. Still nothing. Notable magical artifacts and their histories yielded a few possibilities. But nothing that matched the level of protection he'd observed. Still here, Harry looked up. Hermione stood at the end of his table, a stack of books in her arms, her expression caught between curiosity and concern. Couldn't sleep, Harry said. You, same. She settled into the chair across from him, dropping her books with a thud. I've been researching for our Transfiguration essay. McGonagall expects far more than the textbooks provide. She always does. Hermione nodded, then tilted her head, studying him. What are you researching? You've been here every night this week. Harry considered how much to share. Hermione was smart, brilliant, really, and she'd proven trustworthy. But the dreams, the visions, the sense of something coming, those were his burden, not hers. History, he said carefully. I'm trying to understand something. A pattern I've noticed. What kind of pattern? He gestured vaguely. Security. Restrictions. The third-floor corridor, for example. Why is it forbidden? What's so important that the teachers would seal off an entire section of the castle? Hermione's eyes lit with interest. I've wondered about that too. The protections are extraordinary. Ian McGonagall cast wards around it that would take a team of curse breakers to penetrate. You can recognize her wards. I've been reading about ward theory. Advanced stuff, mostly beyond me, but McGonagall's style is distinctive. Very precise, very layered. She paused. Whatever's behind those doors, she's invested heavily in protecting it. Harry nodded slowly. What about the others? You noticed anything unusual about the teacher's behavior? Hermione considered. Quirrell's always nervous. That's not new, but he's been avoiding the third floor entirely, taking the long way around, even when it makes him late to class. And Snape? She lowered her voice. Snape's been watching Quirrell. I've seen him, in the corridors, at meals, during staff meetings. Like he's waiting for something. Snape's always watching everyone. Quote, this is different, more focused, more predatory. Harry filed this away. Snape watching Quirrell. Quirrell avoiding the third floor. McGonagall's wards. Hagrid's nervous mention of Gringotts. The pieces were there. He just needed to assemble them. Thank you, Hermione. He smiled slightly. You're very observant. Someone has to be. She returned to her books. But he caught her glancing at him occasionally, as if trying to solve her own puzzle. The next piece came 3 days later, in the most unexpected way. Harry was walking through the hall when he heard Hagrid's voice booming from the direction of the Great Lawn. Curious, he stepped outside, and found the gamekeeper standing beside a scrawny, miserable-looking dragon trapped in a crate. Blimey, Harry! Hagrid spotted him immediately, his face cycling through expressions of guilt, pride, and desperate hope. I didn't, that is, you can't tell anyone. Harry approached slowly, examining the creature. A dragon, that's illegal, Hagrid, I know, but he was gonna be abandoned, see? A bloke in the pub had him, couldn't keep him, and I couldn't just let him, Hagrid's voice cracked. He's beautiful, isn't he? The dragon was decidedly not beautiful. It was scrawny, covered in patches of missing scales, and currently trying to bite its own tail. But Harry understood sentiment. Where did it come from? Hagrid shuffled nervously. That's just it. The bloke, he said he got it from a mysterious stranger. Paid good gold for it, he did, but then couldn't manage the feeding. Dragons eat a lot, apparently. A mysterious stranger. Harry's mind clicked into focus. When was this? Right before term started. Same time I had to go to Gringotts for Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes went wide. Not that I should be mentioning that. Forget I said anything, Harry. Please. Gringotts, Harry repeated calmly. You went to Gringotts for Dumbledore. To retrieve something. I can't say. I really can't. Hagrid was sweating now. Dumbledore made me promise. It's top secret, that is. Important. Harry nodded, filing this away. I understand, and I won't mention the dragon to anyone. Hagrid's face flooded with relief. You're a good lad, Harry. A good lad. As Harry walked back toward the castle, his mind was racing. Hagrid had gone to Gringotts just before term started, the same time as the break-in Harry had read about in the Daily Prophet. Gringotts had been robbed, but according to the article, nothing had been taken. The vault in question was already empty. The vault that Hagrid had emptied hours earlier. Someone had tried to steal whatever Hagrid had retrieved. Someone knew it was valuable. Someone wanted it badly enough to break into the most secure location in the wizarding world. And now that something was hidden at Hogwarts, behind the third-floor corridor, behind McGonagall's wards, Harry needed to know what it was. The library yielded the answer 3 nights later. Harry had been searching for any magical artifact valuable enough to warrant such protection, and connected enough to Dumbledore to explain his personal involvement. The list was longer than expected, but one entry kept catching his attention. The Philosopher's Stone, legendary, priceless, capable of transforming any metal into gold and producing the elixir of life, which granted immortality. The last known stone had been created by Nicholas Flamel, a noted alchemist and Dumbledore's friend. Harry pulled every book he could find on Flamel and the stone. The evidence accumulated. Flamel was over 600 years old. Thanks to the elixir, he and Dumbledore were known associates. And the stone, the only remaining stone in existence, would be a target for anyone seeking immortality. Like Voldemort, the thought struck Harry with cold certainty. Voldemort wasn't truly dead. The books hinted at it, Dumbledore had implied it, Harry's own dreams confirmed it. Something of the Dark Lord survived, and that something would want the stone, would need the stone, would stop at nothing to possess it, and it was here, at Hogwarts, hidden behind a series of protections that, Harry now realized, were designed not just to keep students out, but to keep something in. Or to protect it from someone trying to get in. He sat back, letting the pieces fall into place. Quirrell's nervousness, Snape's watchfulness, the break-in at Gringotts, the third-floor corridor, Hagrid's secret mission. Someone was trying to steal the stone. Someone inside the castle. Someone who could move freely, who knew the protections. Who could watch and wait for the right moment. Harry didn't know who yet. But he would find out. He shared his theory with Hermione the next afternoon. They sat in their usual corner of the library, speaking in whispers while Ron kept watch at the end of the aisle. Hermione's eyes grew wider with each revelation. The Philosopher's Stone, she breathed. Here, at Hogwarts, it fits. The timing, the security, the connection to Dumbledore. Harry kept his voice low. Someone tried to steal it from Gringotts. When that failed, they followed it here. Now they're inside the castle, watching. Waiting for the right moment to strike. Who would dare? Harry shook his head. I don't know yet, but I have suspicions. Snape, Hermione whispered. You think it's Snape? I think Snape is acting strangely. The limp, the way he watches Quirrell, the constant presence near the third floor. Harry paused. But it could be anyone. Quirrell himself, one of the other teachers. Even a student, though that seems unlikely. We should tell Dumbledore. Tell him what? That I've been researching forbidden topics and drawing conclusions based on limited evidence. Harry shook his head. He already knows about the stone. He placed it here. If he wanted us involved, he'd involve us. But if someone's trying to steal it, then Dumbledore will handle it. He's the greatest wizard alive, Hermione. He doesn't need first years to solve his problems. Harry met her eyes. What we need to do is watch. Observe. Gather information. If something happens, if the thief makes a move, we'll be ready. Hermione considered this, then nodded slowly. You're right. Of course you're right. She paused. You're very calm about this. Most people would be panicking. Panic is useless. Information is power. Harry smiled slightly. My aunt taught me that. She taught you well. She taught me everything. Over the following weeks, Harry watched. He noted Snape's movements, his patterns, his moments of absence. He noted Quirrell's trembling, his stammer, the way he flinched whenever anyone mentioned the third floor. He noted the teacher's rotations, the gaps in security, the moments when the corridor was theoretically vulnerable. And he noticed something else. Quirrell was never alone with the stone. Every time he passed near the third floor, Snape appeared. Not obviously, just a presence in the corridor. A shadow at the edge of vision. Snape was watching Quirrell, protecting the stone, playing the role of guardian whether anyone asked him to or not. That didn't fit the thief theory. If Snape wanted the stone, why guard it so diligently? Unless he was guarding it from someone else. Harry's mental map shifted. Snape is protector, not thief. Quirrell is threat, not victim. It made a certain kind of sense. Quirrell was weak, nervous, easily overlooked. The perfect cover for someone who wanted to move unnoticed. But who was Quirrell working for? And what did they want with the stone? The answer came in a dream. Harry stood in a dark chamber, lit only by the golden eyes of a massive snake. The air approaches, the snake whispered. The blood calls, but another seeks what lies beneath. What lies beneath? Harry asked. Power, immortality, the thing that was broken and seeks to be whole. The snake's eyes glowed brighter. He walks among you, hidden. He wears a borrowed face and waits. Who is he? He who cannot die, he who was shattered and seeks to reform. He who shares your blood in ways you don't yet understand. The snake's eyes became 2 points of green light, the killing curse. Harry realized, the same color that haunted his nightmares. The light grew, expanded, swallowed everything. Harry woke gasping. His scar was burning, actually burning, hot. Not to make him press his palm against it, hissing at the pain. The sensation faded slowly, leaving behind a throbbing ache and a certainty that settled deep in his bones. Voldemort was here, not in body, his body was gone. Destroyed that night in Godric's Hollow. But something of him remained. Something that wanted the stone. Something that wore a borrowed face. Quirrell's face. Harry lay in the darkness, breathing through the pain. Processing the revelation. Quirrell was host to whatever remained of Voldemort. That explained the nervousness, the stammer, the way he flinched at unexpected sounds. He was carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history, and it was destroying him from within. It also explained the attempts on the stone. Voldemort needed it to regain a body, to return to power. To finish what he'd started 11 years ago. And he would stop at nothing to get it. Harry closed his eyes, centering himself the way Petunia had taught him. Fear was information. Panic was useless. What mattered was what he did with the knowledge. He needed to confirm his theory. Needed proof before he acted. And then he needed to stop Voldemort from getting the stone. Not because Dumbledore expected it. Not because destiny demanded it. Because if Voldemort returned, people would die. People Harry cared about. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, even Snape. Petunia, back in Surrey, vulnerable and unprotected. He wouldn't let that happen. The confirmation came 2 days later, in the staff room. Harry had positioned himself in a hidden alcove near the staff room entrance, a spot he'd discovered during his late-night explorations. The alcove was small, dark, and protected by a disillusionment charm Harry had taught himself from one of his mother's advanced books. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. He waited. Hours passed. His legs cramped, his concentration wavered, but he held on, breathing steadily, maintaining the charm through sheer force of will. Finally, voices. Cannot protect it forever. Snape's voice, low and furious. The boy's dreams are getting worse. If the connection strengthens, the connection is a concern. Dumbledore's voice, calm as always. But the stone is safe. The protections are layered and strong. No one can reach it without passing through all of them. You underestimate the Dark Lord's persistence. I underestimate nothing, Severus. Least of all him. A pause. How is Quirrell? Slipping. He doesn't have much longer. Whatever's riding him is consuming him from within. Then we must act before it does. Before he does. Dumbledore's voice grew softer. Watch him, closely. If he makes a move toward the stone, I'll know. The voices faded. Harry waited until the corridor was empty, then released the charm and slumped against the wall. Confirmed. Quirrell was host to Voldemort. Snape was protecting the stone on Dumbledore's orders. And the Dark Lord was growing desperate enough to make a move soon. Harry had maybe weeks, days, even, before everything came to a head. He needed to prepare. The study group became his planning ground. Not openly, of course. Harry was too careful for that. But as they reviewed charms and practiced transfiguration, he watched his friends with new eyes, assessing their strengths, their weaknesses, their potential roles in what was coming. Ron, brave to the point of recklessness, fiercely loyal, but easily distracted and prone to panic, would follow Harry anywhere, but needed clear direction and constant reassurance. Hermione, brilliant, resourceful, capable of thinking on her feet, would analyze any situation quickly, but tended to freeze when emotions ran high. Needed to feel prepared, in control, useful. Neville, timid but growing stronger every day, had a core of steel beneath his fear. RRY had seen it when bullies targeted weaker students. Would rise to the occasion if given a chance to prove himself. Others too, Seamus with his explosive magic, Dean with his steady calm, even the SL Wytherans who attended quietly and watched with calculating eyes. Harry catalogued them all, building mental files, preparing for contingencies. He didn't know exactly what was coming, but he knew it would require all of them working together, trusting each other. He needed to build that trust now, before the crisis hit. The night before the final push, Harry dreamed again. But this time, the snake with golden eyes spoke clearly. The chamber is not yet open. The air is not yet ready. But the one who seeks the stone will move soon. 3 days, perhaps 4. Then the protections will be tested. How do I stop him? Harry asked. You don't. Not alone. You gather those who trust you. You prepare them. You face what comes together. The snake's eyes glowed. This is your first test, child of prophecy. Not of power, of leadership, of trust, of the willingness to rely on others. I'm not. Harry started, but the dream was fading, the snake dissolving into light. He woke alone in his 4-poster bed, the first gray light of dawn creeping through the windows. 3 days, perhaps 4. He needed to talk to his friends. The common room was empty when Harry descended, the fire reduced to embers. He sat in his usual chair and waited, watching the stairs. Ron appeared first, yawning and rumpled, heading for the breakfast table before he noticed Harry's expression. Mate, you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. Sit down, Ron. I need to tell you something. Ron sat, his face shifting from sleepy to concerned. Hermione appeared moments later, drawn by some instinct, and took the chair beside Ron without being asked. Harry told them everything. The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort's survival, the dreams, the visions, the confirmation he'd overheard in the staff room. He spoke calmly, methodically, laying out the facts without drama or embellishment. When he finished, silence stretched between them. Bloody hell, Ron whispered finally. Quirrell, stuttering, Useless Quirrell, he's not useless, he's possessed. Hermione's voice was shaky but determined. If Voldemort is controlling him, then he'll try for the stone soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Harry met their eyes. I'm not asking you to fight. That's not your job, but I am asking you to watch. To be ready, to help if things go wrong. How? Ron's voice cracked. We're first years. What can we do against you know who? Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Harry leaned forward. The protections on the stone are layered. I've been researching them. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is just the first. There are more. Magical challenges designed to test different skills. Different strengths. You want us to help you get through them. Hermione looked horrified. That's breaking about 50 school rules. School rules won't matter if Voldemort returns. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I'm not asking you to break rules. I'm asking you to be ready. To know what you're capable of. To trust that if the moment comes, you'll make the right choice. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Then Ron straightened in his chair. I'm in, he said. Don't know what I can do, but I'm in. Hermione hesitated a moment longer. Then, if you're right, if this is really happening, then we can't just do nothing. So yes, I'm in too. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. Gratitude, relief, and something deeper, the beginning of trust. Real trust, the kind that couldn't be built through careful strategy alone. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. This means everything. What do we do now? Ron asked. Now, Harry glanced toward the window, where the sun was beginning to rise. Now we go to breakfast. We act normal, and we wait. Waiting's the worst part. Yes, it always is. 3 days passed in agonizing slowness. Harry watched Quirrell like a hawk, noting every tremor, every glance toward the third floor. He watched Snape too, observing the silent war between guardian and threat. He watched his friends, readying them without pressure, trusting them to rise when the moment came. On the third night, the move came. Harry was awake when he felt it, a disturbance in the castle's magic, a wrongness in the air. His scar burned, not painfully but urgently, a warning he couldn't ignore. He was out of bed before conscious thought. Ron stirred as Harry passed, saw his expression, and immediately reached for his wand. What is it? He's moving. Quirrell, he's going for the stone. Ron was awake instantly, shaking Hermione's shoulder. She sat up, blinking, then understood. Together, they slipped out of the dormitory. Down the stairs, through the common room. The fat lady protested, but Hermione gave the password before she could argue. The castle was dark, silent, waiting. Harry led them toward the third floor. His wand held loosely at his side, his mind calm and focused. Whatever waited, he was ready. Beside him, Ron and Hermione walked in matching silence, their faces pale but determined. They were first years. They were untrained. They were walking into danger that would have made most adults run the other way. But they were together, and together, Harry believed, they could face anything. The third floor corridor loomed ahead. The final test was about to begin. Chapter 17 The Traps. The third floor corridor stretched before them, torchlit and silent. Harry moved first, his wand held loosely at his side, his senses stretched to their limits. Behind him, Ron's breathing was too fast, fear, not exhaustion, and Hermione's steps were too precise, control, barely maintained. He didn't tell them to calm down. Fear was information. They'd process it in their own time. The door at the end of the corridor stood slightly ajar. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was massive, dark, and occupied. In the center, curled in a mountain of shaggy fur, lay a creature that made Ron audibly whimper. 3 heads, each the size of a small car, rested on enormous paws, X nostrils flaring gently with each rumbling breath. Fluffy, Hermione whispered. Hagrid's 3-headed dog. He mentioned him in the pub that night. The harp, Harry murmured, scanning the room. Hagrid said music puts him to sleep. There should be. He spotted it near the dog's massive paws. A small harp, still gently playing, its strings moving as if plucked by invisible fingers. Quirrell, or whatever controlled him, had already passed this way. He's through, Harry said. We need to follow. Follow. Ron's voice cracked. Past the giant 3-headed dog. The harp's still playing. As long as it doesn't stop, Harry moved. Keeping to the edge of the room, his eyes fixed on the sleeping creature. Stay close. Move slowly. Don't make a sound. They crept along the wall, Fluffy's massive form dominating the space. One of his heads twitched in sleep, a massive jowl quivering, a lip pulling back to reveal a fang the size of Harry's forearm. Ron froze, his face white. Hermione pressed both hands over her mouth. Harry kept moving, calm, measured, trusting the harp. They reached the trapdoor beneath Fluffy's paws. Harry examined it quickly. Simple latch, no visible locking mechanism. He pulled it open, revealing darkness below. "I'll go first," he whispered. "Wait for my signal." Before either could argue, he dropped through the hole. The fall was shorter than expected, 10 feet, Abe 12, and he landed softly on something that gave way beneath his feet. A moment of disorientation, then recognition: plants. Thick, ropey vines that writhed and twisted, reaching for him with blind hunger. Devil's snare. Harry didn't panic. Panic was useless. He held perfectly still, letting the vines explore him without tightening, while his mind raced through everything he'd read. Devil's snare hated light and heat. Struggling made it squeeze tighter. The solution was Harry. Ron's voice from above, then a heavy thump as he landed beside Harry. The vines immediately seized him, reacting to the disturbance. Ron thrashed instinctively, and the vines tightened. "Stop moving." Harry's voice was sharp. "Hermione, don't come down yet." "But, Devil's snare, it reacts to movement." "Ron, stop thrashing." Ron forced himself still, gasping as the vines relaxed slightly. "What do we do?" "Light, heat. It hates both." Harry's mind raced. He could produce light. Lumos was easy, but would that be enough? Devil's snare typically required fire to fully release its grip. "Fire. Hermione, do you know any fire spells?" A pause from above. There's one, but I've never tried it." "Now's the time," he heard her muttering above. Then a flicker of light. A moment later, a jet of flame shot past him, illuminating the chamber. The Devil's snare recoiled violently, shrinking back from the heat, releasing them both. Harry helped Ron to his feet. "You all right?" "Bits squished. Nothing broken." Ron's voice shook, but his eyes were determined. "That was close. Too close. We need to be more careful." Harry called up to the opening. "Hermione, jump." The snares retreated for now. She dropped through, landing neatly beside them. Her face was pale but composed. That was the second protection. "There will be more." "I know." Harry moved toward the only door in the chamber. "Stay close. Watch everything. And remember, these traps were designed to be solved, not just survived. There's logic to them." He pushed open the door. The next chamber was filled with keys. Hundreds of them, thousands, flying through the air on delicate wings, their colors ranging from tarnished bronze to gleaming silver to burnished gold. They swooped and dove in chaotic patterns, filling the space with the sound of tiny bells. "The key," Hermione breathed. "We need the right key to unlock the door." Harry scanned the room. The door at the far end was massive, wooden, and clearly locked. Beside it, an ancient broomstick leaned against the wall. "A flying key," Ron said slowly. "We have to catch it." "While flying." "Can you fly?" Harry asked. Ron's chest puffed slightly. "I'm a Weasley. We've been flying since we could walk." "Then you're our best chance." Harry studied the swirling mass of keys. But which one? There must be a pattern. They searched together, eyes scanning the flying cloud. Hermione spotted it first, a large, antique key with a bent wing, its color somewhere between silver and gold. "That one. Look. It's older than the others, more worn. And it's trying to stay away from the door, like it knows it's important." Harry nodded. "Ron, think you can catch it?" Ron's jaw set. "Give me that broom." He mounted the ancient broom, a fragile-looking thing that creaked under his weight, and kicked off. The keys scattered as he rose, their tinkling cries filling the chamber. Ron wove through them with surprising grace. His eyes fixed on the bent wing key. It led him on a chase, diving, swooping, weaving through the cloud of its fellows. Ron followed, his face tight with concentration. Twice he nearly had it. Twice it slipped away. "Come on, Ron," Harry muttered. "You can do this." On the third pass, Ron anticipated the key's dodge. He cut sharply, reaching out, and his fingers closed around the bent wing. The key struggled, but Ron held on, kicking back toward the ground. He landed hard, stumbling, but kept his grip. "Got it." Harry took the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned. The door swung open. "Well done, Ron." Ron grinned, still catching his breath. "Told you, Weasleys can fly." The next chamber was enormous, stretching beyond the range of their wandlight. But had made Harry's breath catch was the floor, or rather, the lack of it. A massive chessboard stretched before them, its squares black and white, each the size of a small room. Towering chess pieces stow OD at attention on both sides, knights on armored horses, bishops in carved robes, rooks like siege towers. They were enormous, easily 3 times Harry's height, and they radiated a sense of ancient, patient power. "We have to play," Hermione whispered. "It's the only way across." Ron stared at the pieces, his face transforming. This is wizard's chess. I've played it my whole life. You know how to win?" Harry asked. Ron's eyes traveled across the board, assessing, calculating. "Yeah, I think so." He swallowed. "But the pieces are real. When they take each other, they'll destroy each other. The captured pieces will be lost." Harry met his eyes. "Can you do it, Ron? Can you win without losing any of us?" Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he stepped forward, onto the board. The pieces immediately stirred to life. A knight bowed slightly, indicating Ron should take his place. Ron mounted, looking small and young atop the massive carved horse. "All right," he called down. "Here's the plan. I'm a knight. Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're a castle. Follow my directions exactly, and we'll get through." They moved across the board under Ron's command. It was slow, tense work, each square carefully chosen, each move calculated against the opposition's response. The black pieces moved with deadly purpose, their captures brutal and final. A white pawn was taken, smashed to pieces by a black rook. A black bishop fell to Ron's knight, exploding in a shower of stone. Ron's face was pale, but his voice never wavered. "Harry, move to Queen's Bishop 4. Hermione, castle to King's Rook 3. Now." The game progressed. The board shrank as pieces were eliminated. Harry watched Ron with new respect. This was his element, his gift, the thing he could do that no one else could. Harry himself might be able to calculate the moves, but Ron felt them. Understood them in his bones. Finally, only a few pieces remained. Ron's face was set in grim lines. "There's only one way to win," he said quietly. "I have to let her take me." Hermione's eyes widened. "Ron, no, a knight's sacrifice. It's the only move that leaves the king exposed." He met Harry's eyes. "You'll have to checkmate him after. Can you do that?" Harry's throat tightened. "Ron, I'm not going to die. The pieces are stone, they'll knock me out, maybe, but I'll survive." He smiled shakily. "Just promise me you'll finish it." Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Ron turned his knight and charged. The queen met him in the center of the board. Her stone sword rose, fell, and Ron crumpled, sliding from his saddle to lie motionless on the black square. Harry's heart seized, but he forced himself to move, to follow the plan, to checkmate the king while it was exposed. The king toppled. The game was over. Harry ran to Ron's side, Hermione close behind. He was breathing, thank God, he was breathing, though blood trickled from a cut on his forehead. "He's alive," Hermione whispered. "We need to get him out of here." The door. Harry looked toward the far end of the chamber, where a new passage had opened. "We have to keep going. Quirrell's ahead. I'll stay with him." Hermione's voice was firm. "You go. Finish this." Quote. Harry hesitated. Leaving Ron, leaving Hermione, everything in him screamed against it. But the stone. Voldemort. The danger if they failed. "I'll come back," he promised. "Both of you. I'll come back." Quote. He ran through the door, leaving his friends behind. The next chamber stank of troll. Harry's nose wrinkled as he stepped inside, his wand raised. The room was empty except for a massive, unconscious form slumped against the far wall, a mountain troll, at least 12 feet tall, with a bloody lump on its head the size of a pumpkin. Quirrell's work, or Voldemort's. Whoever had passed this way had dealt with the troll efficiently. Harry moved past it quickly, through another door, into a chamber that stopped him cold. Fire blocked his path. Not ordinary fire, this was magical, black and violet, leaping from floor to ceiling in a wall of impossible flame. It gave no heat, but Harry could feel its power, its ancient purpose. This fire would not burn. It would destroy anything that touched it. To one side, a table held a row of potion bottles. A parchment lay beside them, covered in handwriting. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you. Whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide. You will always find some on Nettlewine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Nay, either dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Harry read it twice, then a third time, letting the logic settle. A puzzle, a logic puzzle, of course, Snape's contribution, designed to stop anyone who couldn't think their way through. He pulled out his mental tools, the ones Petunia had sharpened over years of training. 7 potions, 2 safe, 1 to move forward, 1 to move back. 2 harmless, 3 deadly. The clues clicked into place like tumblers in a lock. Nettle wine on the left of poison. The smallest and largest bottles were safe. The ends were poison. The twins were the second from left and second from right. Harry worked through the possibilities, eliminating, deducing, until only one bottle remained that could possibly be the forward potion. The smallest bottle, second from the left. He picked it up, examining the liquid inside. It was clear, innocuous, utterly ordinary. "Thank you, Snape," he murmured. "And thank you, Toonie, for teaching me to think." He drank. The liquid burned going down, not painfully, but with a sharp awareness that spread through his limbs. When it faded, he was standing in the final chamber. And Quirrell was waiting. The room was smaller than the others, dominated by a massive mirror, the mirror of Erised. Harry realized, the same one Dumbledore had shown him months ago. It stood in the center of the space, its golden frame gleaming in the torchlight. And before it stood Professor Quirrell. He looked terrible, worse than terrible. His skin was gray, his eyes sunken, his turban slightly askew. When he turned, Harry saw something move beneath the fabric. Something alive. Harry Potter. Quirrell's voice was wrong, not stammering, not nervous, but cold and smooth and utterly inhuman. "I wondered when you'd arrive. The great Dumbledore's little champion. You're not Quirrell." A smile stretched Quirrell's gray lips. "No, I'm not. Quirrell is, host, vessel, meat." He turned fully, and Harry saw the face beneath the turban, or rather, the other face, growing from the back of Quirrell's skull like a horrible tumor. Red eyes, slit pupils, a mouth that moved independently of Quirrell's. "Harry Potter," the face hissed. "We meet again." Harry's scar exploded with pain. He staggered, one hand pressing against his forehead, but he didn't fall. Didn't scream. Didn't lose control. The pain was information. He breathed through it, centered himself, forced his mind to stay clear. "Impressive," Voldemort whispered. "Most would be on their knees by now. My aunt taught me better." Harry's voice was steady, though sweat beaded on his forehead. "Pain is just sensation. It doesn't control me, Aunt." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Ah, yes, the Muggle, the one who raised you." A thin laugh. "How ordinary. She's anything but ordinary. We shall see." Quirrell's hand rose, wand pointing at Harry. "The stone, Potter. Tell me how to get it from the mirror." Harry glanced at the mirror of Erised. In its depths, he saw himself, not the older version from before, but his current self, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a stone. A blood-red stone that gleamed with inner fire. The Philosopher's Stone. He wasn't holding it, he'd never touched it, but the mirror showed him taking it, which meant, understanding dawned. The mirror didn't show knowledge. It showed desire. To get the stone, you had to want it, but not want to use it. You had to want to find it. To protect it. Voldemort wanted to use it. The mirror would never yield to him. "I don't know," Harry said truthfully. "The mirror shows what we desire, not how to achieve it." "Liar." Quirrell's wand hand shook. "You know something. Tell me." "I don't." Harry met those red eyes without flinching. "But I know this. You'll never get it. The mirror won't give it to someone who wants to use it. Only someone who wants to protect it." Voldemort's face. The face on the back of Quirrell's head, contorted with rage. "Then I'll take it by force. Kill him, Quirrell." Quirrell lunged. Harry dodged, his wand coming up, but Quirrell was faster, his hands closing around Harry's throat, squeezing. Driving him backward. Harry's scar blazed with agony, but he forced himself to think, to act, to fight. His hand found Quirrell's face. The skin beneath his fingers blistered. Quirrell screamed, a terrible, agonized sound, and staggered backward, his hands flying to his burned flesh. Harry stared at his own palm, bewildered. "What? Touch him!" Voldemort shrieked from Quirrell's head. "Kill him!" Quirrell lunged again, and Harry, acting on instinct, grabbed his arm. More burning, more screaming. Quirrell's flesh blackened wherever Harry touched, smoking and blistering as if seared by fire. But there was no fire. There was only Harry's skin, his touch, his love, protection, the magic his mother had given him, the night she died. Quirrell stumbled back, his face, both faces, twisted with agony and fury. What is this? What magic? My mother. Harry's voice was quiet, but it filled the chamber. She died to save me. Her love protects me still. And you? He stepped forward. You can't touch me without burning. Quirrell retreated, pressing against the wall. The face on the back of his head was screaming, incoherent sounds of rage and pain and something that might have been fear. Kill him, Voldemort shrieked. Use your wand. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Expelliarmus. Quirrell's wand flew across the room. He was defenseless now, just a man, broken and possessed. His flesh smoking where Harry had touched him. Harry advanced. Please, Quirrell whimpered. Please, I didn't mean, he made me. Harry stopped, looked at the broken creature before him. Quirrell was a victim too, weak, foolish, seduced by promises of power. He'd made terrible choices, but he wasn't Voldemort. He was just meat, host, vessel. I won't kill you, Harry said quietly. But I won't let you hurt anyone else. He reached out and touched Quirrell's face. The screaming started again, both of them this time, Quirrell and Voldemort, their voices twinny. In agony as the Dark Lord's spirit was forced from its host. Harry held on, his hand burning with protective magic, his scar blazing with sympathetic pain, until... Silence. Quirrell crumpled to the floor, unconscious but alive. The face on the back of his head was gone, just scarred flesh now, empty and still. Harry stood over him, breathing hard, his whole body trembling. The pain in his scar was fading to a dull throb. The chamber was quiet. The stone. He turned to the mirror. In its depths, his reflection smiled and held out the blood-red stone. Harry reached into his pocket, and found it there, warm and heavy. The Philosopher's Stone. He'd done it. He'd stopped Voldemort. He'd protected the stone. But as he stood there, holding the most valuable object in the wizarding world, Harry felt no triumph. Only exhaustion, and the quiet certainty that this was just the beginning. Voldemort wasn't dead. He'd escaped, fled from Quirrell's body when the pain became too much. He was out there somewhere, waiting, plotting, preparing to try again. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. Chapter 18 The Possessed Professor. The chamber fell silent. Harry stood motionless, the Philosopher's Stone warm in his pocket. His eyes fixed on the crumpled form of Professor Quirrell. The man's chest rose and fell, shallow breaths, but steady. Alive. Despite everything, despite hosting a fragment of the darkest wizard in centuries. Quirrell still breathed. Harry's scar throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. Not the searing pain of moments ago, but a reminder, a warning, that Voldemort was not truly gone. He'd fled when the burning became too much, evaporated like mist before sunlight. But mist returned. Darkness always found a way. You should kill him. The voice came from behind him. Harry turned slowly, already recognizing the cadence, the weight, the presence. Professor Snape stood in the doorway, his wand raised, his black eyes fixed on Quirrell's unconscious form. He looked terrible, pale, drawn. His usual sneer replaced by something Harry couldn't quite identify. Fear, grief, recognition of what might have been. He's defenseless, Harry said quietly. He hosted the Dark Lord. He fed him, sheltered him, gave him access to this castle. Snape's voice was flat, emotionless. He would have let the Dark Lord return. Would have helped him destroy everything. And you want to spare him? I want to understand him. Harry met Snape's eyes without flinching. He was weak, foolish, greedy for power he couldn't handle. But he was also a victim, of Voldemort's manipulation, of his own ambition. Of choices he made before he understood the consequences. He paused. My aunt taught me that people are complicated. That judgment should come after understanding, not before. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Something flickered in those dark eyes, surprise, perhaps. Or recognition. Your aunt, he repeated. The Muggle, the woman who raised me. Harry's voice carried no defense, no explanation. Just fact. She taught me that power without purpose is dangerous. That control isn't about suppressing emotion, but channeling it. That the easiest path isn't always the right one. And killing Quirrell, that would be the easy path. It would be one path. Not necessarily easy. Taking a life changes you, even when it's justified. Harry glanced at Quirrell's still form. But I don't know if it's the right path. I don't know enough yet. So I choose not to choose. Not until I understand. Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered his wand. You're nothing like your father, he said quietly. I know. Harry's voice was gentle. I'm also nothing like my mother. I'm something else. Something my aunt created. Something dangerous. Something controlled. Danger is a choice, Professor. Like everything else. The silence stretched between them, two people shaped by loss, by love, by choices they couldn't undo. Then Snape moved past Harry, kneeling beside Quirrell. He checked the man's pulse. His breathing, the scarred flesh where Harry had touched him. He'll live, Snape said. Though he may wish otherwise when he wakes. The Dark Lord's possession leaves marks. Mental, emotional, spiritual. He'll never be whole again. Neither will Voldemort. Harry's hand went to his scar. He's out there, wounded, waiting. Yes. Snape stood, facing him. And he'll try again. He'll always try again. That's what he is, what he's become. A thing that cannot stop, cannot change, cannot accept defeat. Then we'll be ready. Snape's eyebrow rose. You're 11 years old, Potter. And you're a Death Eater who changed sides. Harry's voice was calm, unhurried. Age isn't the only measure of readiness. My aunt taught me that too. Snape's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Shock, fury, something that might have been shame. But Harry held his gaze, waiting. Who told you? Snape's voice was barely a whisper. No one. I read. I observed. I connected. Harry shrugged slightly. Your dark mark. The way Dumbledore trusts you despite your history. The guilt in your eyes every time you look at me, because I have my mother's eyes, and she was your friend. And you helped get her killed. The words hung in the air like accusations. Snape's face went white, then red, then white again. You know nothing, he hissed. I know you loved her. Harry's voice was soft now. I know you've spent 18 years regretting every choice that led to her death. I know you protect me not because you care about me, but because she would have wanted you to. He paused. And I know that's enough. For now. Snape stared at him, utterly still. The dreams, Harry continued quietly. The visions. They're getting worse. Voldemort is reaching out, trying to connect. I need to learn to stop him. To close my mind. He met Snape's eyes. Dumbledore said you could teach me. When I'm ready. You're not ready. I know. But I will be. And when I am. Harry extended his hand. I want you to be the one who teaches me. Not because you want to. Because she would have wanted you to. Snape looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. Your aunt, he said quietly. She really did raise you well. She raised me to think. To choose. To understand that power means nothing without purpose. Harry released his hand. The rest is up to me. They stood together in the chamber, watching Quirrell breathe, while somewhere in the darkness Voldemort licked his wounds and planned his return. Dumbledore arrived moments later, sweeping into the chamber with a presence that filled every corner. He took in the scene at a glance, Quirrell unconscious, Snape standing guard, Harry pale but composed. His blue eyes lingered on Harry for a long moment, assessing, calculating. Mr. Potter. His voice was gentle but weighted. You've had quite an evening. Professor Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, Harry said calmly. He tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I stopped him, I can see that. Dumbledore moved to Quirrell's side, examining him with the same clinical efficiency Snape had shown. The Dark Lord's spirit has fled. Quirrell will survive, though he faces a long recovery. He looked up at Harry. How did you defeat him? I touched him. Harry held up his hands. My skin burned him. Wherever I made contact, he blistered. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Your mother's protection. It lives in your blood still, the ultimate defense against one who would harm you. Voldemort, in possessing Quirrell, made himself vulnerable to that protection. He paused. You were very brave, Harry. I was very prepared. Harry met his eyes. My aunt taught me that bravery without preparation is just recklessness. I studied. I planned. I had help. He glanced toward the door, thinking of Ron and Hermione. Are they all right, Mr. Weasley is conscious and being treated in the hospital wing. Miss Granger is with him, refusing to leave until she knows you're safe. Dumbledore smiled slightly. You've chosen your friends well. They chose me. I just made space. Indeed. Dumbledore studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. You've done something remarkable tonight, Harry. Not just defeating Voldemort, though that is remarkable enough. You've demonstrated control, compassion, and the ILITY to make difficult choices under pressure. Qualities that will serve you well in the years ahead. I don't want to serve anything. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. I want to understand, to prepare, to make sure that when darkness comes again, I'm ready. And if the darkness comes for you, personally, then I'll face it. Harry touched his scar. I've been facing it my whole life. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Go to the hospital wing. Your friends are waiting. He paused. We'll talk more tomorrow. About the stone, about Voldemort, about what comes next. Harry nodded and moved toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. Headmaster. The stone. He reached into his pocket and held it out, the blood-red gem that had caused so much trouble. It belongs to Nicholas Flamel. He should have it back. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You're giving it up, willingly. Do you understand what this stone can do? Turn metal to gold. Produce the elixir of life. Harry nodded. I understand, but it's not mine. And power that isn't earned, he shrugged. My aunt taught me that's the most dangerous kind. He placed the stone in Dumbledore's palm and walked out without looking back. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry arrived. Ron lay in a bed near the window, his head wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were open and he was arguing with Hermione about something, probably Quidditch. Knowing them, when they saw Harry, both stopped mid-sentence. Harry. Ron tried to sit up, winced, and settled for waving frantically. You're alive. I knew you'd be alive, but Hermione kept saying. I said nothing of the sort. Hermione's voice was thick, and her eyes were suspiciously bright. I merely expressed concern about the statistical probability of survival given the circumstances. Harry smiled. A real smile, warm and exhausted. I'm fine. Both of you. Ron's got a concussion and a cracked rib. The Medowitch says he'll be fine in a day or two. Hermione's voice softened. He was very brave, Harry. The chess game, he sacrificed himself so we could continue. I know. Harry moved to Ron's bedside, gripping his shoulder. That was the bravest thing I've ever seen. Ron's face went red. Wasn't anything. You're the one who faced you-know-who. Faced a piece of him. A fragment. Harry pulled up a chair. He's not gone, Ron. He escaped. He's out there somewhere, waiting. The room's temperature seemed to drop. Ron's face lost its flush. Hermione's eyes went wide. But the stone, she started, is safe. Dumbledore has it. Harry leaned back, suddenly exhausted. Voldemort didn't get what he wanted. But he'll try again. He'll always try again. How do you know? Ron whispered. Because that's what darkness does. It doesn't give up. It doesn't learn. It just keeps pushing, keeps testing, keeps looking for weakness. Harry closed his eyes. My aunt taught me that. The only way to win is to be stronger, smarter, more prepared. Your aunt sounds amazing, Hermione said quietly. She is. Harry opened his eyes, looking at his friends, his first real friends, the people who'd followed him into danger without hesitation. She's also why I'm still alive. Her training, her lessons, her love. Without her, I'd be. He shook his head. I don't know what I'd be. But not this. This is pretty good, Ron offered. All things considered, this is pretty good, Harry agreed. Thanks to both of you. They sat together in the quiet hospital wing, 3 first years who'd faced darkness and survived. The future stretched before them, uncertain and dangerous. But for this moment, this single, perfect moment, they were together. Safe, alive, it was enough. The next morning, Harry woke to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed. The headmaster looked older in the gray dawn light, tired, perhaps, or thoughtful. His blue eyes studied Harry with an expression that might have been concern, might have been calculation, might have been something else entirely. Good morning, Harry. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching in ways he hadn't noticed the night before. Headmaster, I've spoken with Professor Snape. He told me about your conversation. Dumbledore paused. About your request, occlumency. I need to learn it. You do. The connection between you and Voldemort is real and growing. If we don't teach you to close your mind, he will eventually find a way in, to influence you, control you, perhaps even possess you. Dumbledore's voice was grave. This is not a threat to take lightly. I don't take anything lightly. Harry met his eyes. My aunt taught me better. Yes, your aunt. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I've underestimated her for 16 years. It seems I was wrong to do so. Most people underestimate her. She's very good at seeming ordinary. An intentional choice, a survival mechanism. Harry paused. She learned early that being ordinary was safer than being remarkable. That people who stand out get hurt. Shish. He taught me the opposite, that being remarkable is worth the risk, as long as you're prepared for the consequences. Dumbledore nodded slowly. She sounds like a remarkable woman. She is. Harry's voice held quiet pride. She's also the reason I'm alive. The reason I'm me. Without her, he shook his head. Without her, I'd be a weapon waiting to be used. Instead, I'm a person, a chooser, a soul. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Yes, I see that now. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Dumbledore spoke again. Snape will begin your occlumency training after the holidays. It will be difficult, painful, even. He will not go easy on you. I don't want easy. I want effective. Then you shall have it. Dumbledore stood, adjusting his robes. One more thing, Harry. The Philoso, Fair's stone, you gave it up without hesitation. Do you understand what that says about you? That I don't want power I haven't earned. That you understand the most important lesson of all, that some things matter more than power. Friendship, love, integrity. Dumbledore smiled. Your aunt taught you well, but some things she couldn't teach. Some things you were born with, your mother's heart, your father's courage. Your own unique spirit. The stone could have given you anything. You chose to give it away. That's not training, Harry. That's character. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, what will happen to Quirrell? He'll be cared for. The damage Voldemort did, physical, mental, spiritual, will take years to heal, if it ever does. But he'll have that chance. Because you chose not to kill him when you could have. Was that the right choice? I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was honest. I've lived long enough to learn that right and wrong are rarely simple. But I know it was your choice, made freely, with clear eyes and an open heart. That matters more than any external judgment. He moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, one more thing. The mirror of Erised, what did you see? When you looked into it the first time, Harry considered. Myself, older, stronger, surrounded by people who trusted me. And last night, when you looked again, the same, but different. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I saw myself giving the stone away, choosing to let it go. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Your deepest desire is changing, growing. That's a sign of wisdom, Harry. Of maturity. He smiled. I suspect your aunt would be very proud. She'd say I was just doing what she taught me. Perhaps. But she'd also be proud. Dumbledore swept out, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The weeks that followed were strangely peaceful. Ron recovered fully within days. Hermione threw herself into research about Voldemort, possession, and protective magic. The study group continued, its membership growing as word spread of Harry's quiet competence. And Harry himself spent his evenings in the library, reading, thinking, preparing. The dreams continued, but they were different now, less urgent, less threatening. Voldemort was wounded, hiding, regaining strength. The connection between them remained, but it had weakened. Harry could feel him, but only distantly, like a voice in another room. Occlumency training would begin soon. Snape had warned him it would be brutal, that closing his mind against the Dark Lord's invasion would require sacrifices Harry couldn't yet imagine. But Harry was ready, had been ready his whole life, thanks to Petunia. He wrote to her every week, describing everything but the danger. He told her about his friends, his studies, the strange beauty of the castle. She wrote back with observations and questions and, always, love. You're becoming who you were meant to be, she wrote in one letter. I always knew you would. Keep learning, keep growing, keep choosing. That's all I ever wanted for you. Harry carried that letter in his pocket, next to his grandmother's key. Reminders of home, of love, of purpose. The end of term arrived with a flurry of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with calm competence, earning top marks in every subject, not from natural brilliance, but from years of disciplined study. Even Snape's potions exam yielded an outstanding, though the professor's expression suggested he'd rather have given anything else. The train ride home was joyful. Ron talked non-stop about Quidditch. Hermione fretted about her exam results until Harry pointed out that she'd obviously excelled. Neville showed them the plant his grandmother had given him for passing herbology. Even the Slytherins in their compartment, Tracy Davis and Theodore Nott, joined the conversation, discussing summer plans and reading lists. Harry watched them all with quiet satisfaction. The study group had worked. Connections had formed. When darkness came again, and it would come, they would face it together. At King's Cross, Petunia waited on the platform. She looked exactly as she always had, neat, ordinary, utterly unremarkable. But when she saw Harry, her face transformed into that small, fierce smile he loved. Harry, Toonie. They hugged for a long moment, ignoring the crowd, ignoring the stares, ignoring everything except each other. "You're thinner," she said, pulling back to examine him. "Are they feeding you?" "They feed us plenty. I've been busy." "Busy with what?" "Studying. Making friends. Saving the Philosopher's Stone from the Dark Lord." He said it casually, as if discussing the weather. Petunia's eyes widened. Then, slowly, she laughed. "Of course you did. Of course." She shook her head, still smiling. "We'll talk about it at home. In detail. I want to know everything. Everything, everything." She squeezed his hand. "Now come on. Vernon's waiting, and you know how he gets." They walked toward the exit, Harry's trunk floating discreetly behind them. Hedwig's cage balanced on top. "Toonie, yes, thank you, for everything, for raising me, teaching me, making me who I am." He met her eyes. "I couldn't have done any of it without you." Petunia's eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. "You could have. You're stronger than you know. I just pointed you in the right direction. You did more than that." He squeezed her hand. "You loved me. That's everything." They walked through the barrier together, back to the Muggle world, back to Privet Drive, back to the ordinary life that would never quite fit either of them again. But that was all right. They had each other. They had love. They had purpose. And when darkness came again, as it surely would, they would be ready. Chapter 19. A different touch. The Albanian forest stretched dense and dark under a crescent moon. Deep within their ancient depths, where even the bravest villagers feared to tread, something stirred. Not an animal. Animals moved with purpose, with instinct. With the simple certainty of creatures who knew their place in the world. This was something else. Something that had no place, no purpose, no certainty at all. A wisp of darkness, thinner than smoke, more insubstantial than shadow. It drifted through the trees, avoiding moonlight, avoiding the rare patches of open ground. It had learned, in the months since its flight from Hogwarts, to fear exposure. To fear light, to fear the warm, living things that could sense its presence in recoil. Most of all, it feared memory. The burning, the boy's touch, the way flesh blistered and blackened wherever those small hands made contact. The wisp shuddered, a rippling of darkness, a twisting of nothing. Even now, even here, the memory of that pain was enough to make it want to scream. But it had no mouth, no voice, no body to express the agony that lived at its core. It found shelter in the hollow of a dead tree, pressing itself into the rot, hiding from the world. Here, in the darkness within darkness, it could think, could plan, could try to understand what had happened. The boy, the thought came not in words, but in impressions, images, emotions, the fragment. Consciousness that was all that remained of Lord Voldemort. The boy with the scar. The boy who should have died 11 years ago. The boy who had somehow, impossibly, become something else entirely. Lily's protection. He'd known about that, counted on it, even, in his calculations. The ancient magic of sacrificial love, it should have been a passive shield, a barrier that kept him from harming the child directly. He'd planned around it, using Quirrell's body to do the touching, to do the killing. But the boy had touched him. Willingly, deliberately, and the protection had burned. Not just burned, amplified, magnified, focused into something that felt less like love and more like. The wisp couldn't find the word. Didn't have the vocabulary for what it had sensed in that moment of contact. But the impression lingered. Control. Discipline. Purpose. Lily's love had been wild, desperate, the instinct of a mother protecting her child. This was different. This was love that had been shaped, trained, weaponized. Someone had taught the boy to use his mother's gift. Someone had prepared him. The wisp shuddered again, and this time the shudder carried something new, doubt. 3,000 miles away, in a small house on Privet Drive, Harry Potter woke from a dream he couldn't remember. He lay in the darkness of his bedroom, no longer a cupboard, never again a cupboard, and listened to the familiar sounds of the house settling around him. The creak of old pipes. The distant rumble of Vernon's snores. The soft tick of the hallway clock that had measured out his childhood in seconds and minutes and hours. His scar tingled, not painfully, just a awareness, a presence at the edge of sensation. He's thinking about me. The thought came unbidden, but Harry didn't dismiss it. He'd learned, over the past months, to trust his instincts about the connection. When Voldemort was active, thinking, feeling, being, Harry could sense it. Not words, Not images, just presence. Like a voice in an adjacent room. Too muffled to understand but impossible to ignore. He breathed, centered himself, examined the sensation without clinging to it. The presence was distant, wounded, confused. Good. Harry allowed himself a small satisfaction. Voldemort had tried to steal the stone, to regain a body, to return to power. He'd failed, and in failing, he'd learned something he hadn't expected, that the boy who defeated him as a baby was no longer a baby, was no longer passive, was no longer someone who could be predicted or controlled. He was something else now. Something Voldemort didn't understand, something Petunia had created. Harry touched the key in his pocket, his grandmother's key, always with him, a reminder of purpose and love. Then he closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Tomorrow, he would continue his training. Would read, study, prepare, would build the walls of his mind higher and stronger. Would become the person he needed to be when darkness returned. Tonight, he rested. The next morning, Petunia found him in the kitchen at dawn. She didn't speak at first, just set about making tea the way she always had, moving through the familiar motions with practiced efficiency. Harry watched her, noting the slight tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes kept flickering toward him when she thought he wasn't looking. "You're worried," he said quietly. Petunia's hand stilled on the teapot. "I'm always worried. It's my job." More than usual, he met her eyes when she finally turned. "The letters. I told you everything. About the stone, about Quirrell, about Voldemort. You've been thinking about it." "Of course I've been thinking about it." She set the teapot down harder than necessary. "You faced a piece of the most dangerous wizard in history. You could have died, but I didn't. Because of luck. Because of your mother's protection. Because of..." She stopped, pressing her lips together. "Because of you." Harry's voice was gentle. "Your training, your lessons, your love. That's what saved me, Toonie. Not luck, not magic. You." Petunia's eyes glistened, but she didn't cry. Petunia Evans Dursley hadn't cried in front of anyone since she was 16, and she wasn't about to start now. "Tell me about it," she said instead, sitting across from him. "Not the facts. I read those in your letters. Tell me about what you felt. What you thought. The moments between." Harry considered. This was what Petunia did best, pushed past the surface, demanded the deeper truth. It was uncomfortable sometimes, necessary always. "When I touched him," he said slowly, "I felt something. Not just the burning, that was physical. But underneath, in the connection between us, I felt him recognize me. Not as a threat, not as an enemy, as something he didn't understand. Something that shouldn't exist." "And what did you feel?" In that moment, Harry closed his eyes, reaching back into the memory. Calm, focused. The pain was there, my scar was burning, but I'd trained for pain. It was just sensation, information. What mattered was what I did with it. You chose to keep touching him. I chose to trust the protection. To let it work through me instead of fighting it. He opened his eyes. "You taught me that control isn't about suppressing, it's about channeling. The love my mother gave me, the protection it created, I didn't try to use it. I just let it be. Let it flow." And it burned him. Petunia was quiet for a long moment. Then, "He'll remember that. He'll fear it." "Good. Fear makes people careless. Fear also makes people desperate. And desperate people do terrible things." She reached across the table, covering his hand with hers. "You're not just a target anymore, Harry. You're a threat. He'll come for you differently now, more carefully, more cunningly. You need to be ready." "I know." He squeezed her hand. "That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. To help me prepare." Petunia smiled. That small, fierce smile he loved. "You're already prepared. More than you know. The rest is just refinement." They sat together as the sun rose, drinking tea and planning for a future neither could predict. But they faced it together. That was all that mattered. Across the ocean, in the hollow of a dead tree, the wisp of darkness continued its vigil. It had been many things in its existence. Tom Riddle, the brilliant orphan who conquered death. Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in centuries. A predator, a planner, a force of nature that bent the world to its will. Now it was this, a fragment, a remnant, a thing that clung to existence through here stubbornness and the dark magic that had fractured its soul. But fragments could grow, remnants could reform, and stubbornness had always been its greatest weapon. It began to plan. The boy had surprised it. The boy had wounded it. The boy had shown powers it didn't understand, not magical powers, but something else. Something deeper. Control that should have been impossible for a child. Focus that should have required decades of training. A mind that didn't break under pressure, didn't flee from pain, didn't make the predictable mistakes of youth. Someone had trained him. Someone had prepared him specifically for this confrontation. The wisp searched its memories, sifting through the fragments of Quirrell's mind that still clung to it like cobwebs. The boy had mentioned an aunt. A Muggle woman who had raised him. Who had taught him. A Muggle. The thought was almost laughable. A Muggle, preparing a child to face Lord Voldemort. Impossible. Muggles were weak, fearful, incapable of understanding the depths of magical power. They cowered before darkness. They broke under pressure. They died. And yet the boy hadn't broken. Hadn't cowered. Hadn't died. He'd stood in that chamber, surrounded by darkness, facing the embodiment of his parents' murderer, and he'd fought. Not with magic, though he'd used that too. Not with luck, though that had played a part. He'd fought with something else. Something that felt like, the wisp couldn't finish the thought. Didn't want to. Because if Muggles could create something like this, if ordinary, magicless humans could pay a child into a weapon capable of wounding Lord Voldemort, then everything it believed about the world was wrong. And Lord Voldemort was never wrong. Was he? The doubt festered, small and poisonous, in the darkness of the dead tree. Summer passed in its usual rhythm at Privet Drive. Harry rose early, trained with Petunia, read voraciously from the books he'd brought home. He practiced occlumency, the basic exercises Snape had given him before term ended, building mental walls brick by brick. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, exchanging news and observations in the comfortable banter of friendship. And he dreamed. The dreams were different now. Less frequent, but sharper. More focused. In them, he saw fragments of Voldemort's existence, the dead tree, the Albanian forest, the slow, patient work of survival. He saw the Dark Lord's thoughts, his plans, his obsessions. And he saw, with growing clarity, the doubt that had taken root. He's afraid of me. The realization came one night, King Harry from a dream of burning in darkness. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, letting the thought settle. Voldemort was afraid, not of Harry's magic, that was still undeveloped, untested. Not of Dumbledore's protection, that had always been a given. He was afraid of something else. Something he couldn't name or understand. He was afraid of what Petunia had created. Harry smiled in the darkness. Then he closed his eyes and returned to sleep. August brought a letter from Hogwarts, listing supplies for second year. Harry read it at breakfast, noting the familiar titles, the unchanged requirements. Normal, ordinary, the rhythm of magical education continuing despite everything. But beneath the normalcy, he felt the weight of what was coming. Voldemort was out there, growing stronger, planning his return. The connection between them was real and deepening. And sooner or later, probably sooner, they would face each other again. Harry was determined to be ready. He spent his remaining weeks at Privet Drive in focused preparation. Physical training with Petunia every morning. Mental exercises every afternoon. Magical practice in the garden after dark, when Vernon was safely occupied with his television. He mastered new spells, refined old ones, pushed his limits in ways that would have horrified Hogwarts professors. Petunia watched it all with quiet pride. She didn't comment on his progress, that wasn't her way. But he caught her looking at him sometimes, her expression soft with an emotion she'd never quite learned to name. Love. It was love. They both knew it, even if they rarely said it. The night before he returned to Hogwarts, Harry dreamed of Voldemort's doubt. He stood in a gray, formless space, the space between dreams, the space where connections formed. Before him, a shadow coalesced, taking shape, becoming almost human. Red eyes burned in the darkness. You, the shadow whispered. Always you. I'm not your enemy, Harry said calmly. I'm just the person you made when you tried to kill me. I made nothing. You are an accident, a mistake, maybe, but mistakes can learn, can grow, can become something you never expected. Harry met those red eyes without flinching. You're afraid of me, I can feel it, that fear is eating you alive. The shadow pulsed with anger, dark, violent, all-consuming. I am Lord Voldemort, I fear nothing, you fear what you don't understand. And you don't understand me. Harry smiled slightly. You don't understand my aunt. You don't understand the love she gave me, the training she provided, the person she made me into. You look at me and see a child, but I'm not a child anymore. I'm something else. Something you can't predict. I will destroy you. Maybe. But not today. Harry stepped forward, and the shadow recoiled. Today. You hide in a dead tree in a foreign forest, nursing your wounds and your doubts. Today, I'm going back to Hogwarts, to my friends, to my life. Today, I win. The shadow screamed, a soundless vibration that shook the gray space. Then it shattered, dissolving into fragments that scattered like smoke. Harry woke in his bed, calm and centered. The dream had been real. The connection had been real. And for the first time, he'd spoken to Voldemort directly, not as a victim, not as a target, but as an equal. The Dark Lord's doubt was real. And doubt, Harry knew, was the most dangerous poison of all. The train ride to Hogwarts was joyful. Ron talked non-stop about Quidditch and his family and the summer he'd had. Hermione shared everything she'd read about second-year curriculum. Neville showed them the plant his grandmother had given him, a rare Venus flytrap that had already tried to eat his finger twice. Even the Slytherins in their compartment seemed relaxed, the tensions of first year faded into memory. Harry participated in the conversations, laughed at the jokes, shared his own summer stories. But beneath the surface, he was always watching, always thinking, always preparing. He dreams had told him something important. Voldemort was afraid. Afraid of Harry, yes, but more than that, afraid of what Harry represented. A future he couldn't control. A variable he couldn't calculate. A threat that grew stronger with every passing day. Fear made people careless, made them desperate, made them do things they wouldn't otherwise consider. Harry needed to be ready for whatever that desperation produced. The sorting feast that evening was as magnificent as ever. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by friends, watching the new first years shuffle nervously toward the stool. The hat sang its song, a different one each year, Hermione explained, and placed each child with the usual ceremony. But Harry's attention kept drifting to the staff table. To Dumbledore, watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. To Snape, carefully not looking at him, but radiating awareness. To the empty seat where Quirrell had sat. Defense Against the Dark Arts would have a new teacher this year. Harry wondered who it would be. Wondered what new challenges, new dangers, new opportunities would arise. He didn't know yet, couldn't predict, but he would watch, would learn, would prepare. That was what Petunia had taught him. That was what made him different. Later that night, alone in the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat by the fire and thought about the dream. Voldemort's fear had been real, palpable, almost tangible. The Dark Lord was used to controlling everything, predicting everything, dominating everything. Harry's existence, Harry's choices, Harry's very being defied that control. You fear what you don't understand. The words echoed in his memory. He'd spoken them to a shadow, but they applied equally to himself. There was so much he didn't understand, about the connection, about the prophecy. About the role he was meant to play. The unknown stretched before him, vast and terrifying. But fear was information, not instructions. He would learn, would grow, would become what he needed to be. And when Voldemort came again, as he surely would, Harry would be ready. Not because of destiny, not because of prophecy, because Petunia Evans Dursley had refused to let her nephew be a sacrificial lamb. Because she'd raised him to be a wolf instead. Chapter 20. A Dark Lord's Doubt. The Albanian forest knew darkness. It had known it for centuries, the deep, ancient dark. Ness of trees that had stood before humans walked upright, of shadows that had never known sunlight, of places so wild and forgotten that even magical creatures feared to tread. The forest was old, and it remembered. But it had never known anything like this. The wisp drifted through the undergrowth, avoiding moonlight, avoiding the rare clearings where starlight might touch. It had learned to fear exposure. To fear warmth. To fear the living things that could sense its presence and recoil. Most of all, it feared memory. The burning had faded. Weeks had passed since that night in the chamber, but the memory of burning remained. The boy's touch. The way flesh had blistered and blackened. The way the protection had amplified, becoming something more than love, something that felt almost like. The wisp couldn't find the word. Had never needed the word. In all its centuries of existence, it had never encountered anything like that moment of contact. It found shelter in a cave, a shallow hollow beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Protected from the elements and from prying eyes. Here, in the darkness within darkness, it could think. Could try to understand what had happened. The boy, the thought came not in words, but in impressions, images. The scar, the green eyes, the calm, Terrible certainty in that small face as hands reached out and burned. Lily's protection. He'd known about that, counted on it, planned around it. The ancient magic of sacrificial love. It should have been a passive shield, a barrier that kept him from harming the child directly. He'd used Quirrell's body to bypass it, to do the touching, to do the killing. But the boy had touched him. Willingly, deliberately, and the protection had responded not as a shield, but as a weapon. The wisp pulsed with something it hadn't felt in decades, confusion. Deep in the cave, the darkness that was Lord Voldemort began to reconstruct the moment. Quirrell had cornered the boy, had him by the throat. Victory was seconds away, the stone would be his. The boy would die, and the prophecy would be broken. Everything he'd worked for, everything he'd sacrificed, finally within reach. Then the boy's hand had found Quirrell's face. The burning had been immediate. Not gradual, not building, instantaneous. Flesh blistering, smoking, blackening. Quirrell's screams. The boy's calm expression. Those green eyes, so like Lily's. But with something underneath that Lily had never possessed. Control. The word surfaced from the chaos of memory. The boy hadn't been panicking. Hadn't been fighting blindly. He'd been choosing. Every movement, every touch, every moment of contact, deliberate, purposeful. And the protection, Lily's love, the ancient magic that should have been passive, had responded to that purpose. Had become something else, something focused. The wisp remembered the sensation of that focus. It had felt like being seen. Like every dark corner of its existence was suddenly illuminated, exposed, known. And in that knowing, burned. How? The question echoed through the cave, through the darkness, through the fractured pieces of a soul that had been broken too many times. How had a child, a first year, barely trained, raised by muggles, achieved such control? How had he channeled his mother's protection into something actively destructive? How had he known to do it? Unless someone had taught him. The realization struck like a physical blow. The wisp recoiled, pressing deeper into the cave, as if it could escape the implications of its own thought. Someone had taught the boy. Someone had prepared him specifically for this confrontation. Someone had taken Lily's sacrifice, that wild, desperate act of love, and transformed it into something deliberate. Something tactical, a weapon. The boy wasn't just protected. He'd been armed, and the one who armed him. The wisp searched its memories, sifting through the fragments of Quirrell's mind that still clung to it like rotting flesh. The boy had mentioned an aunt, a muggle woman who had raised him, who had taught him, a muggle. Impossible. Muggles were weak, fearful, incapable of understanding the depths of magical power. They cowered before darkness. They broke under pressure. They died. And yet the boy hadn't broken. Hadn't cowered. Hadn't died. He'd stood in that chamber, surrounded by darkness, facing the embodiment of his parents' murderer, and he'd fought. Not with magic, though he'd used that too. Not with luck, though that had played a part. He'd fought with something else. Something that felt like. The wisp couldn't finish the thought. Didn't want to. Because if muggles could create something like this, if ordinary, magicless humans could shape a child into a weapon capable of wounding Lord Voldemort, then everything Ingrid believed about the world was wrong. And Lord Voldemort was never wrong. Was he? Days passed, or weeks. Time moved differently in the darkness, marked only by the slow rotation of the moon and the gradual shift of seasons. The wisp stayed in its cave, hiding, healing, thinking. It couldn't afford to be wrong. Not about this, not about the boy. It began to analyze, the way it had analyzed everything throughout its long existence. Breaking the problem into pieces. Examining each piece separately, reassembling them into understanding. Piece 1. The boy's mother had sacrificed herself. This created an ancient magical protection, love-based, blood-bound, impossible to breach through direct harm. Piece 2. The boy had been raised by her sister. A muggle, a woman who, by all accounts, had hated magic and everything associated with it. Piece 3. Despite this upbringing, the boy had arrived at Hogwarts with knowledge far beyond his years. Control far beyond his training. Calm far beyond his age. Piece 4. In their confrontation, the boy had used his mother's protection not passively, but actively. As a weapon, as if he'd been trained to do exactly that. Conclusion. The muggle aunt had not suppressed the boy's magic. She had cultivated it, had taught him, had prepared him specifically for this moment. The wisp pulsed with something that might have been admiration, if admirati on were possible for a creature like Voldemort. The woman had seen what was coming, had understood that the boy would be targeted, and had chosen to arm him rather than hide him. Brilliant, terrifying, impossible, but true. The next realization was worse. If the aunt had prepared the boy for confrontation, she had also prepared him for connection. The dreams, the visions, the growing link between them, these were not accidental. They were inevitable consequences of the night they had first touched, when the killing curse rebounded and bound their fates together. But the boy wasn't afraid of the connection, wasn't trying to sever it, wasn't even, apparently, trying to hide from it. He was using it. The wisp remembered the dream, the gray space, the boy's calm voice, the way he'd stepped forward without fear. That hadn't been an accident. The boy had chosen to enter that space, had chosen to speak, had chosen to wield doubt like a weapon. He was learning, growing, becoming something the Dark Lord couldn't predict. And he was doing it with the ant's training, the ant's lessons, the ant's relentless preparation. This one was prepared. The words formed in the darkness, silent but absolute. Lord Voldemort, who had never admitted weakness, never acknowledged uncertainty, never doubted his own superiority, Lord Voldemort looked into the abyss of his own failure and saw, for the first time, the possibility of defeat. Not at Dumbledore's hands, not at the Ministry's, at the hands of a child raised by a Muggle woman who had refused to let him be a victim. The doubt spread, like poison through the wisp's consciousness. If this child could wound him now, when he was weak, fractured, barely existing, what would he be capable of in a year? In 5 years? In 10? What would he become? With that ant's training continuing, with Hogwarts' resources at his disposal, with friends who would follow him into danger without hesitation. The wisp had no body to shudder, but it shuddered anyway. Months passed. The wisp grew stronger, slowly, painfully, feeding on the dark creatures that strayed too near its cave. It learned to possess small animals, to experience the world through their senses. To feel something like physical existence again. But always, the doubt remained. The boy haunted it, not consciously. The wisp doubted the boy even knew how deeply the connection ran. But in dreams, in memories, in the dark spaces between thoughts, the boy was there. Those green eyes, that calm voice, the way he'd said you fear what you don't understand with such certainty, such knowledge. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was that the boy was right. Lord Voldemort feared him, feared what he represented, feared what he might become, feared the unknown variable that his existence had introduced into a carefully calculated plan. Fear was new to him. He'd spent his entire life inspiring fear, not feeling it. The sensation was unpleasant, debilitating. It made him hesitate when he should act, doubt when he should trust, retreat when he should advance. He needed to understand, needed to know more about this ant, this training, this impossible child. He needed to prepare, the way the boy had been prepared. For the first time in his existence, Lord Voldemort acknowledged that he might not win through power alone. He might need something else. Something he'd never needed before. Strategy, patience, learning. The wisp left its cave as winter approached, drifting through the frozen forest toward the edge of civilization. It needed information, needed to understand this ant, this woman who had shaped a weapon capable of wounding him. There were ways to get information. Old ways, dark ways, ways that didn't require a body or a voice or even physical presence. The wisp had spent decades mastering the arts of infiltration and manipulation. It could find what it needed. It drifted toward the nearest village, where magic users sometimes gathered. Where whispers could be heard. Where secrets could be stolen. The hunt for knowledge had begun. And somewhere, thousands of miles away, a boy with green eyes woke from a dream he couldn't remember. His scar tingling with an awareness he couldn't name. The connection held, the doubt remained, and the war, the real war, had only just begun. Spring arrived in Albania, and with it, answers. The WISP had spent months gathering information, piecing together fragments from the minds of witches and wizards who strayed too close to its hunting grounds. Most knew nothing useful, just rumors, gossip, the idle chatter of people who didn't understand what they were dealing with. But a few, a very few, held pieces of the puzzle. The aunt's name was Petunia. Petunia Evans Dursley, sister of Lily Potter, née Evans. Married to a Muggle named Vernon. Mother of a son named Dudley. Resident of a place called Surrey, in a country called England. She was, by all accounts, ordinary. Completely, utterly ordinary. No magical ability, no connection to the wizarding world beyond her dead sister. She had raised the boy in secret, hidden from magical view, protected by the very blood wards that made him safe. But ordinary wasn't the right word. Not anymore. Because ordinary people didn't raise children who could wound Dark Lords. Ordinary people didn't train first years to channel ancient magic into weapons. Ordinary people didn't create. The wisp stopped the thought. It was circling again, trapped in the same loop of confusion and doubt. It needed to break free. Needed to act. But act how? Against what? It had no body, no followers, no resources. It was a shadow, a whisper, a fragment of what it had been. Unless it could find followers. The old ones, the faithful ones, the ones who still believed. They were scattered, hiding, waiting for a sign. If the wisp could reach them, could communicate with them, could begin to rebuild. But that would take time. Years, perhaps, and in those years, the boy would grow, would learn, would become something even more dangerous. The wisp faced a choice it had never faced before: patience or action. Wait and prepare, or strike while the boy was still young. The doubt made the choice harder. Made every option seem insufficient. Made the future feel uncertain in ways it never had. For the first time in its existence, Lord Voldemort didn't know what to do. In the end, the choice was made for him. A wizard found his cave. Not a powerful one, just a wanderer, a drifter, someone who'd strayed too far from the path and sought shelter from the night. But he was a wizard. He had a body, and he was weak enough to be taken. The wisp struck without thinking, flowing into the man's consciousness, overwhelming his will, claiming his flesh as its own. The sensation was intoxicating: physical existence, sensory input, the ability to move and speak and act again. But it was also limiting. The body was weak, unhealthy, barely functional. It would serve for now, but it wouldn't last. And taking it had cost energy the wisp could ill afford to spend. Still, it was a start. The newly possessed wizard stood on unsteady legs, testing the body's capabilities. Arms, legs, fingers, a voice, rasping and rough, but capable of speech. This one was prepared, the voice whispered, echoing the thought that had haunted months of darkness. But so was I. The wizard, no, Voldemort, stumbled out of the cave, into the weak spring sunlight. He blinked against the brightness, his new eyes watering. But beneath the physical discomfort, something else stirred. Determination. The boy had surprised him, wounded him, made him doubt. But Lord Voldemort was not defeated. Could not be defeated. He would find a way. Would rebuild. Would return. And when he did, he would be ready for whatever that ant had created. Because this time, he wouldn't underestimate the power of preparation. This time, he would prepare too. Thousands of miles away, Harry Potter sat in the Gryffindor common room, a book open on his lap, his eyes unfocused. Something had changed. He could feel it, a shift in the connection, a new weight in the darkness that lived at the edge of his awareness. Voldemort was different, stronger, yes, but also more focused, more deliberate, more patient. It was unsettling. Harry, Hermione's voice broke through his reverie. You all right? You've been staring at that page for 10 minutes. Harry blinked, looking down at the book. He hadn't absorbed a single word. Just thinking, he said. About things. Deep thoughts for a Saturday afternoon. Ron dropped onto the sofa beside him, a plate of sandwiches balanced on his stomach. Want one? Hermione made them. They're actually edible for once. I heard that. Wasn't hiding it. Harry smiled, taking a sandwich to be polite. But his mind was elsewhere, tracing the edges of the connection, trying to understand what had changed. Voldemort had a body, a weak one, temporary, but a body nonetheless. And he was thinking, really thinking, about how to counter what Harry had become. The game had changed. Harry took a bite of the sandwich, chewed thoughtfully, and filed the information away. He'd write to Petunia tonight. Tell her what he'd sensed. Get her perspective. Together, they would figure out what came next. Together, they would be ready. Chapter 21 Dumbledore's Realization. The headmaster's office was quiet at 3 in the morning. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the contents of a pensieve swirling before him, silver memories twisting in slow, hypnotic patterns. He had been reviewing them for hours, sorting, analyzing, searching for patterns he might have missed. The fire had burned low. Fox slept on his perch, his head tucked beneath a wing. Then the portraits on the walls had fallen still, their occupants lost in the peculiar sleep of magical paintings. But Dumbledore couldn't sleep, not tonight, not after what he'd learned. He reached into the pensieve, extracting a memory, the sorting, 4 minutes and 17 seconds of the hat arguing with an 11-year-old. He'd watched it a dozen times already, searching for clues he might have missed. Each viewing revealed something new. The slight tension in Harry's shoulders, not fear, but focus. The way his eyes tracked across the great hall even as the hat spoke in his mind. The calm W. Hennett finally shouted, Gryffindor, not relief, but satisfaction. As if he'd made a choice and was pleased with it. Dumbledore set that memory aside, reaching for another. Harry in the library, surrounded by books far beyond his year level. The careful way he took notes, cross-referencing sources, building connections. The questions he asked, not the simple questions of a curious child, but the being questions of a researcher seeking understanding. Another memory, Harry in the hospital wing after the Philosopher's Stone incident, explaining calmly how he defeated Quirrell. Not boasting, not downplaying, just reporting. Facts, observations, conclusions. Another, Harry in the common room, surrounded by students from all houses, facilitating a study session with the ease of a born teacher. The way he drew out the quiet ones, challenged the confident ones, made everyone feel valued. Another, Harry on the train, saying goodbye to his friends, his expression controlled but his eyes betraying something deeper, gratitude, perhaps. Or love. Dumbledore let the memories dissolve back into the pensieve and sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers. He had been wrong. The admission was difficult, not because his pride couldn't bear it, but because the implications were so vast. He had spent 16 years planning for a child he thought he understood. A child shaped by tragedy, raised in neglect, arriving at Hogwarts innocent and eager and ready to be guided. Instead, that child had arrived already formed, already thinking, already capable of choices Dumbledore hadn't anticipated. You prepared him to die. I prepared him to win. Petunia's words, written years ago in a letter he'd dismissed as the ravings of a bitter woman. But she hadn't been bitter. She'd been accurate. She'd seen what he hadn't, that Harry needed more than protection. He needed preparation, and she'd given it to him. Dumbledore reached into a drawer and withdrew the letter, reading it again by firelight. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry is doing well. He reads constantly, asks endless questions, and has more control over his magic than I suspect you'd believe. I'm teaching him everything I can, not spells, I can't do those. But the things that matter. Patience, observation, the understanding that power without purpose is dangerous. You prepared him to survive. I'm preparing him to live. When he comes to Hogwarts, don't expect a lamb for slaughter. Expect a boy who knows his own mind. Expect questions you won't want to answer. Expect, if you're wise, an ally rather than a tool. Petunia Evans Dursley, he'd read it when it arrived, 3 years ago, and felt a flicker of unease. But he'd told himself it was nothing, a muggle's misunderstanding, a woman's overestimation of her own importance. He had larger concerns, larger plans, larger responsibilities. The boy would come to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts would shape him as it had shaped so many before. But Hogwarts hadn't shaped him. Petunia had, and now Dumbledore faced a truth he'd spent decades avoiding. His plans, his strategies, his carefully laid preparations, they all assumed a certain kind of person. A person who would trust him, who would follow him, who would, when the time came, sacrifice himself for the greater good. Harry Potter was not that person. Harry Potter was someone who would question, who would choose, who would, if pushed, push back. The question was, what did that mean for the war to come? Dumbledore rose from his desk, moving to the window. The ground stretched below, dark and peaceful, the forbidden forest a jagged line against the star-scattered sky. He'd watched over this castle for decades, guided generations of students, fought in wars and lost friends and made choices that haunted him still. But this was different. This was a variable he hadn't accounted for. A piece on the board that had suddenly revealed itself as a player. You prepared him to die. I prepared him to win. Petunia had known. Somehow, impossibly, she had known what Dumbledore intended. Not the details, she couldn't know those, but the shape of it. The expectation that Harry would, in the end, walk willingly to his death for the greater good. She'd refused to let that happen. And in refusing, she'd created something Dumbledore couldn't control. The next morning, he summoned Minerva McGonagall to his office. She arrived looking tired. The end-of-term chaos had been relentless, but her eyes sharpened when she saw his expression. They'd worked together long enough for her to read the signs. What is it, Albus? Sit down, Minerva. He waited until she was settled. Then continued, I need your honest assessment of Harry Potter. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. That's a broad request. Start with observations. What have you noticed about him this year? She considered for a moment, organizing her thoughts. McGonagall was nothing if not methodical. He's unusually composed for his age. Rarely shows strong emotions, even in situati. Ons where other children would be overwhelmed. His academic performance is excellent. Top of his year in every subject, but it's not natural brilliance. It's effort, discipline. He works harder than anyone I've ever taught. And socially, he's built a remarkable network. The study group he started now includes students from all houses, even Slytherins. He doesn't play favorites, doesn't exclude, doesn't judge. He just includes. And in return, they trust him. She paused. It's political, Albus. Deliberate. I don't think he's manipulating them. The care seems genuine, but he's certainly strategic about it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Anything else? The way he handled the stone incident. He didn't panic, didn't freeze, just solved problems, one after another, until he reached the end. And then, she shook her head. Then he gave the stone away. Voluntarily, without hesitation. Yes, he told me it wasn't his. That power without purpose was dangerous. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then, that doesn't sound like something an 11-year-old would say. It doesn't. It sounds like something his aunt taught him. Petunia. McGonagall's surprise was evident. The Muggle. The same. Dumbledore moved to his desk. Retrieving Petunia's letter, he handed it to McGonagall without comment. She read it slowly, her expression shifting from confusion to understanding to something that might have been respect. She knew, McGonagall breathed. She knew what you intended. I don't think she knew specifics. But she understood the shape of it. The expectation. Dumbledore took the letter back, folding it carefully. And she chose differently. She chose to prepare him not for sacrifice, but for victory. Is that so terrible? Minerva, the prophecy. I know about the prophecy. McGonagall's voice was sharp. I've known for years. But a prophecy isn't a sentence, Albus. It's a warning. A possibility. Harry's choices matter. His preparation matters. And if his aunt has prepared him to win, she met his eyes. Isn't that what we all want? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, I don't know anymore. I've spent so long planning, calculating, preparing for specific outcomes. The idea that I might have been wrong, that the path I envisioned might not be the one Harry follows. Terrifies you? Yes. The admission was quiet, honest. It terrifies me, because if I'm wrong about this, I may be wrong about other things. And the stakes, he gestured vaguely, encompassing the castle, the war, everything. The stakes are too high for mistakes. McGonagall stood, moving to stand beside him at the window. You're not omniscient, Albus. You never have been. You make the best choices you can with the information you have, and you hope they're enough. She paused. Harry Potter is a good boy. A remarkable boy. Whatever his aunt taught him, she taught him well. That's not a problem to be solved. It's a gift to be grateful for. A gift that may not follow my plans. Then adapt your plans. McGonagall's voice was firm. You're not the only strategist in this war. You never were. Lily and James made their own choices. The Order made its own sacrifices. And Harry will make his own path. The best you can do is support him, guide him, and trust that the foundation his aunt built is strong enough to carry him through. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're right, of course. You usually are. Someone has to be. But she was smiling too. Now, if you're done with your existential crisis, I have a castle to run in. 1,000 end-of-term details to manage. Go. In Minerva, he touched her arm as she passed. Thank you, for the honesty. Always, Albus, always. She swept out, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The day passed in a blur of end-of-term activity, but Dumbledore's mind kept returning to Harry. He watched him at the leaving feast, sitting with his friends, laughing at something Ron said. He watched him on the train platform, saying goodbye to Hermione and promising to write. He watched him walk toward Petunia, that small, fierce woman who had done what Dumbledore couldn't, prepared a child not just to survive, but to thrive. Petunia caught his eye across the platform. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, two people who loved the same boy, who wanted the same thing, who had very different ideas about how to achieve it. Then Petunia nodded. Just once, a small acknowledgement, and turned away, leading Harry toward the exit. Dumbledore watched them go, feeling something shift in his chest. He had spent decades playing chess with the lives of others, moving pieces, making plans, trusting that his vision, his wisdom, his rightness would carry them through. But Harry Potter wasn't a piece. He never had been. He was a player now. And the game, the real game, was only beginning. That night, Dumbledore wrote a letter. Not to Petunia, not yet. He needed time to process, to think, to understand what this new reality meant. Instead, he wrote to an old friend, someone who had known loss and love and the terrible weight of choices made. Nicholas, I find myself in unfamiliar territory, uncertain, questioning, reassessing assumptions I've held for decades. The boy, Harry Potter, is not what I expected. His aunt has shaped him into something remarkable, controlled, strategic, capable of choices I hadn't anticipated. He gave up the stone without hesitation, not because he didn't understand its power, but because he understood it too well. I thought I was preparing a sacrifice. Instead, I find myself facing an ally, one who may not follow the path I've laid out. One who may, in fact, forge his own. I don't know whether to be relieved or terrified. Your thoughts, as always, would be valued. Albus. He sent the letter by Phoenix, watching Fawkes disappear into the night. Then he sat in his office, alone with his thoughts, and waited for answers he wasn't sure he wanted. The reply came 3 days later. Albus, you've spent your life preparing for eventualities, planning for contingencies, trying to control outcomes that were never truly yours to control. This boy, his remarkable boy, is not a deviation from your plans. He's a reminder that plans are just guesses dressed in confidence. His aunt gave him something you couldn't, the freedom to become himself, rather than the person others needed him to be. That's not a threat, that's a gift. Trust him, Albus, trust her, and trust that whatever comes, you'll face it together. With fondness and fire, Nicholas. Dumbledore read the letter 3 times, letting the words settle. Then he folded it carefully, placed it in his desk, and allowed himself to smile. Nicholas was right. Of course Nicholas was right. Harry Potter was not a lamb for slaughter. He was something else entirely, something Petunia had created through love and discipline and the absolute refusal to let him be less than he could be. And that was not a problem to be solved. It was a miracle to be grateful for. Chapter 22 Petunia's Visit. The summer sun beat down on Privet Drive with relentless indifference. Number 4 stood exactly as it always had, neat lawn, precisely trimmed hedges, curtains drawn against the heat. Ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of house that people passed without a second glance, confident that nothing interesting old possibly happened behind its carefully maintained facade. Dumbledore stood at the garden gate, taking it in. He had not visited this house since the night he'd left Harry on the doorstep, that cold, rainy November when the world had shattered and reformed around a child's survival. The memory still carried weight. The baby in the basket, the letter he'd written, the woman who had answered the do. Or with steel in her eyes and grief in her heart. He had underestimated her then. Assumed her bitterness would translate into neglect. Assumed she would keep Harry small, ordinary, easily managed. He had been wrong. Now he was here to admit it. The door opened before he could knock. Petunia Dursley stood on the threshold, arms crossed, expression unreadable. She wore a simple house dress, her hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. She looked exactly as she had 16 years ago, and completely different. Headmaster. Her voice was flat. I wondered when you'd come. You expected me. I've been expecting you since Harry's first letter home. Since he told me about the stone, about Quirrell, about the thing that lived on the back of his head. Her eyes didn't waver. I know what you plan for him. What you're still planning. Quote. Dumbledore felt the weight of her words settle on his shoulders. May I come in? She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she stepped aside, gesturing toward the kitchen. The house was cooler inside, the curtains doing their work against the sun. Petunia led him through a hallway filled with photographs, Dudley at various ages, a wedding portrait, one small picture of Harry that Dumbledore recognized as a Hogwarts school photograph. Lily's eyes looked out at him from the frame. Sit. Petunia gestured to the kitchen table, already moving toward the stove. Tea. Thank you. She prepared it with practiced efficiency, boiling water, warming the pot, measuring leaves with precision that spoke of years of routine. Dumbledore watched her work, noting the controlled movements, the careful attention to detail. This was a woman who had learned to find order in chaos, to create structure where none existed. She set a cup before him and sat across the table, her own tea cradled in her hands. You want to talk about Harry? Yes. Then talk. Her eyes were hard. But know this. I won't let you manipulate him. I won't let you use him. He's not a weapon for your war. Is that what you think I'm doing? It's what I know you're doing. She set down her cup, leaning forward. I read the books, Headmaster. I studied the history. I understand what the prophecy means, what it's always meant. You've been preparing Harry to die since the night you left him on my doorstep. The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore didn't deny it, couldn't. Instead, he met her eyes and said quietly, yes. Petunia's expression flickered. Pain, quickly suppressed. Anger, carefully controlled. Something else, something that might have been grief. Say it, she whispered. Say what you planned. The prophecy states that the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. It states that the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, which he did that night in Godric's Hollow. And it states that the one with the power to vanquish, Dumbledore paused, the words catching in his throat. That he must die at the Dark Lord's hand for the prophecy to be fulfilled. Must die. Petunia's voice was ice. My sister's son. My nephew. The child I raised. He must die. I believed. I still believe, that there may be another way. But the prophecy is clear. For Voldemort to be truly defeated, Harry must be the one to do it. And in that confrontation, he could die. He will very likely die. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He spent 16 years searching for alternatives, for loopholes, for any path that might spare him. I have found nothing. Petunia was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed. A broken sound, hollow and sharp. You think I don't know that? You think I haven't spent every night since he was old enough to understand, dreading this moment? She stood abruptly, pacing the kitchen. I read the books. I studied the history. I know what's coming. But I also know something you don't. And what's that? She turned to face him, and her eyes were blazing. Harry is not a lamb for slaughter. He never was. From the moment I took him in, I made a choice, to raise him not as a victim, not as a sacrifice, but as someone who could choose. Who could think, who could fight. She advanced on the table, her hands flat on its surface. You prepared him to die. I prepared him to win. The words struck Dumbledore like a physical blow. I taught him control when other children were learning to walk. I taught him discipline when other children were learning to read. I taught him to examine his emotions, to question his instincts, to choose his responses rather than being ruled by them. Petunia's voice rose. He can do things at 11 that most wizards never master. Not because he's naturally brilliant, though he is, but because he's been trained. Because I refused to let him be soft. Because I knew, from the very beginning, that the world would try to destroy him, and I would not let it. Dumbledore stared at her, seeing for the first time the woman she had become. Not the bitter girl who'd ridden to Hogwarts and been rejected. Not the resentful sister who'd turned her back on magic. Something else. Something forged in grief and love and the absolute refusal to let history repeat itself. You love him, he said quietly. Of course I love him. Her voice cracked. He's my son. In every way that matters, he's my son. I didn't birth him, Lily did that. But I raised him. I held him when he cried. I taught him to read, to think, to be. I shaped him into someone who could face the darkness and not break. Tears were streaming down her face now, but she didn't wipe them away. And I will not let you take that from me. I will not let you take him. Dumbledore rose slowly, moving to stand before her. They were of a height, this ordinary woman and the most powerful wizard in the world. For a moment, they simply looked at each other. You're right, he said. About all of it. I prepared Harry to die because I couldn't see another way. I couldn't imagine a path that didn't require sacrifice. He paused. But you imagined something else. You created something else. And I think, his voice faltered, I think you may have given him the one thing I couldn't, a reason to live. Petunia's expression shifted, surprise. Then suspicion, then something that might have been hope. What are you saying? I'm saying that I was wrong. The words came harder than he'd expected, but he forced them out. Wrong to assume, wrong to plan, wrong to see Harry as a piece on a board rather than a person with his own agency. Your training, your love, your absolute refusal to let him be less than he could be, that changes things. That changes everything. Prophecies don't change. No, but interpretations do. Outcomes do. Dumbledore met her eyes. The prophecy says Harry must be the one to defeat Voldemort. It doesn't say he must die in the process. It doesn't say he must be a victim. It says he must be the victor. And you," he smiled, a real smile, warm and wondering. "You have spent 11 years preparing him to be exactly that." Quote. Petunia stared at him, tears still wet on her cheeks. "You mean it." "I mean every word." He reached out, taking her hand, a gesture of equality, of respect, of apology. "I underestimated you, Petunia Evans. I underestimated your love, your strength, your capacity to change. For 16 years, I carried guilt about how I treated you, about the letter, about the rejection. About assuming you were less than you are. I see now that guilt was warranted. I should have believed in you then. I should believe in you now." Petunia pulled her hand away, but gently. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. The same gesture Harry used, and took a long, steadying breath. "What happens now?" she asked. "To Harry, to the war, to everything. Now, we work together." Dumbledore returned to his seat, gesturing for her to join him. "You know Harry better than anyone. You've trained him, shaped him, prepared him. I need to understand that training, what you taught, how you taught it, what he's capable of. And then," he paused. "Then we plan. Together. Not me planning and you accepting. Together." Petunia sat slowly, her expression wary but considering. "You trust me, I trust what you've created. I trust the love that drove you to create it." He smiled slightly. "And I trust that you'll tell me when I'm being an arrogant old fool." "I will." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "I've been practicing." Quote. They sat in silence for a moment, two people who loved the same boy, united by that love despite decades of distance and misunderstanding. Then Petunia began to talk. She told him everything. The early years, the cupboard, the training, the careful cultivation of control. The lessons in emotional regulation, in strategic thinking, in the difference between reacting and responding. The books she'd studied, the theories she'd mastered, the absolute dedication she'd brought to every moment of Harry's education. She told him about the dandelions, the first CGN of magic that she'd chosen to nurture rather than suppress. About the breathing exercises, the meditation techniques, the endless discussions of purpose and power. About the night Harry had first held Lily's wand, the light that had bloomed from its tip, the look of wonder on his face. She told him about the study group, the friendships Harry had built, the way he'd learned to connect with others while maintaining his own center. About the questions he asked, the patterns he saw, the conclusions he drew. About the boy who had walked into Hogwarts already knowing more than most graduates. She told him about the key, her mother's key, the one that opened nothing, that Harry carried everywhere as a reminder of purpose and love. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, absorbing every detail. By the time she finished, the sun had moved across the kitchen, and his tea sat cold and forgotten. "He's remarkable," Dumbledore said softly. "You've made him remarkable." "I didn't make him anything. Petunia struggled for words. "I just refused to let him be small. Refused to let the world break him before he had a chance to grow. That's exactly what made him remarkable." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Petunia, I've watched Harry for a year now. I've seen his control, his discipline, his ability to think under pressure. I've seen the way he builds connections, the way he inspires loyalty. The way he makes choices that would challenge adults twice his age. None of that is accidental. All of it is you." Petunia shook her head. "It's him. He was always special. From the moment I found him on that doorstep. I knew. You knew he was worth loving. That's different from knowing he was special." Dumbledore smiled. "Lily was special too, naturally brilliant, naturally gifted. But she never had your training. She never had your discipline. She was extraordinary by birth. Harry is extraordinary by design. Your design." The words hung in the air between them. Petunia's eyes glistened, but she didn't cry. She'd done enough crying for one day. "What about the prophecy?" she asked quietly. "You said interpretations can change. How?" Dumbledore considered his answer carefully. "The prophecy states that Harry has power the Dark Lord knows not. For years, I assumed that power was love, the protection Lily gave him, the capacity to feel deeply and act selflessly. And that is part of it. But I think," he paused, "I think there may be more. The control you taught him, the discipline, the ability to channel emotion rather than be controlled by it, that's power too. Power Voldemort doesn't understand. Power he can't counter because he's never experienced it. Voldemort can't control his emotions. Voldemort has no emotions, not in the way we understand them. He has obsession, ambition, rage. But love, genuine connection, the kind of deep, steady affection that sustains rather than consumes. No, he's incapable of it. Dumbledore met her eyes. Harry is capable of all of it. Because you taught him to be. Petunia was quiet for a long moment. Then, so the prophecy might be fulfilled without him dying. It might. It might also require something else entirely, something. We can't predict because no one has ever faced a Dark Lord with Harry's particular combination of gifts. Dumbledore smiled. That's the beauty of it, Petunia. We don't know. And for the first time in 16 years, I find that uncertainty, hopeful. Hopeful, because it means Harry isn't trapped. He isn't doomed. He has choices, possibilities, a future that isn't predetermined. Dumbledore's voice was soft. You gave him that. You gave him the one thing I couldn't. The freedom to become himself, rather than the person destiny demanded. Petunia looked away, blinking rapidly. When she spoke, her voice was rough. I just wanted him to be safe. To be happy. To have a life that wasn't defined by what happened to his parents. He will. Not because the danger is gone, it isn't, and it won't be for years. But because he has the tools to face it. Because he has you. Dumbledore stood, moving toward the door. I should go. I've taken enough of your time. Wait. Petunia rose, following him. What happens now? With Harry? With the war? Now, we prepare. Together. You'll continue your training during holidays. I'll send materials, books, whatever you need. I'll keep you informed of developments, of threats, of anything that might affect Harry. He paused at the door. And when the time comes, when the final confrontation approaches, we'll face it together. As allies, as family. Petunia nodded slowly. Then, unexpectedly, she extended her hand. Dumbledore took it, feeling the strength in her grip, the determination that had shaped a boy into something remarkable. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. Thank me by keeping him alive. She released his hand. That's all I ask. I'll do everything in my power. I promise. He stepped out into the summer heat, leaving Petunia standing in her kitchen. Surrounded by the ordinary world she'd never quite belonged to. But as he walked down Privet Drive, Dumbledore carried something with him that he hadn't brought, hope. Real hope, grounded not in prophecy or planning, but in the fierce, uncompromising love of a woman who had refused to let her nephew be a sacrifice. You prepared him to die. I prepared him to win. For the first time in 16 years, Dumbledore believed that winning might be possible. Harry returned from a walk to find Petunia sitting at the kitchen table, a cold cup of tea before her, her expression thoughtful. Someone visited, he asked, reading the signs. Petunia looked up, meeting his eyes. Dumbledore. Harry's eyebrows rose, but he didn't react further. Just moved to the stove, prepared fresh tea, and sat across from her. And we talked. About you. About the prophecy. About what's coming. She paused. He admitted he was wrong. About a lot of things. Wrong how? He planned for you to die, Harry. To be a sacrifice. He thought that was the only way. Petunia's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed her. I told him no. I told him that wasn't going to happen. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, what did he say? He said, Petunia smiled slightly. He said I might have given you something he couldn't. A reason to live, a way to win. Harry reached across the table, covering her hand with his. He's right, you did I? You taught me everything. Control, discipline, purpose. You taught me to think, to choose, to be. Without you, I'd be, he shook his head. I don't know what I'd be. But not this. Not someone who can face Voldemort and survive. Petunia squeezed his hand. You're going to face him again. You know that. I know. And you're not afraid. Afraid isn't the right word. Harry considered. I'm aware. Prepared. Ready. Fear is information. You taught me that. It tells me what matters, what to protect, what to fight for. But it doesn't control me. Nothing controls me. Petunia looked at him, really looked, seeing the boy she'd raised, the man he was becoming. And in that moment, she understood what Dumbledore had meant. Harry wasn't a sacrifice. He was something else entirely. Something she had created through years of love and discipline and absolute refusal to let him be less than he could be. And when the darkness came, as it surely would, he would be ready. They both would be. Together. Chapter 23 Secrets of the Prophecy. The Hog's Head Inn was not the sort of place respectable witches and wizards frequented. It stood at the edge of Hogsmeade, its sign creaking in the wind, its windows so caked with grime that passers-by could barely see inside. The clientele was exactly what the exterior promised, shadowy figures in hooded cloaks. Whispered conversations over cheap ale, the occasional flash of something that might have been a wand or might have been a knife. Harry sat in the corner, a disillusionment charm hiding him from casual view, watching the door. He'd come alone. Ron and Hermione were back at the castle, studying for end-of-term exams, oblivious to his absence. The invisibility cloak, a family heirloom his father had left behind, made the journey easy. The castle's secrets, learned through months of exploration, made it possible. But none of that mattered if the information he sought wasn't real. The door creaked open. A figure entered, tall, thin, hood pulled low, and moved directly to Harry's table. He dropped the disillusionment charm as the figure sat. Potter. Professor Snape's voice was flat, but his eyes betrayed something, concern. Perhaps. Or warning. This is foolish. Dangerously foolish. You agreed to come. I agreed to provide information. Nothing more. Snape glanced around the room, checking for listeners. The other patrons were absorbed in their own business, but Harry understood the caution. What do you want to know? The prophecy. Harry's voice was calm, unhurried. The one about me and Voldemort. I know it exists. I know Dumbledore knows it. I need to understand what it says. Snape's expression flickered. Pain, quickly suppressed, guilt, carefully hidden. The prophecy is not something to be taken lightly. It has already cost. He stopped. Cost you. Cost my parents. Harry leaned forward. I know you told Voldemort about it. I know you didn't mean for it to lead to their deaths. But it did, and now I need to understand what it means. For a long moment, Snape simply stared at him. Then, slowly, he reached into his robes and withdrew a small glass vial filled with swirling silver substance. A memory, he said quietly. The night I overheard the prophecy. The night everything changed. Harry took the vial, holding it up to the dim light. The silver swirled within, alive with images he couldn't quite see. Why give this to me? Because you deserve to know. Because hiding the truth has only ever made things worse. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. And because, he stopped, struggling. Because Lily would have wanted you to understand. Harry tucked the vial safely into his pocket. Thank you. Don't thank me. This knowledge will not bring you peace. Snape stood, pulling his hood up. When you've seen it, you'll understand why Dumbledore kept it from you. Some truths are too heavy for children. I'm not a child. Harry's voice was steady. I haven't been for a long time. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Those green eyes, so like Lily's, but with something underneath that Lily had never possessed. Then he nodded once and disappeared into the shadows. Harry sat alone in the corner of the Hog's Head, the prophecy vial warm against his chest, and prepared to learn the truth. Back at Hogwarts, in the privacy of the Room of Requirement, Harry poured the memory into a shallow basin he'd conjured for the purpose. The silver swirled, expanded, became a scene he could step into. He was in a dingy pub, the Hog's Head, he realized, years ago. The room was crowded with witches and wizards, their conversations a low murmur. And there, in a corner booth, sat a young woman with tired eyes and a knowing expression. Sybil Trelawney, much younger than the professor who now taught divination at Hogwarts, but unmistakably the same woman. Across from her sat Albus Dumbledore, his expression politely attentive but clearly skeptical. He was listening to her ramble about trivial matters, humoring her, waiting for the interview to end. Then her demeanor changed. Her eyes went wide, unfocused. Her voice dropped, became something else, ancient, resonant, other. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The voice faded. Trelawney slumped in her seat, apparently unaware of what she'd just spoken. And behind her, hidden in the shadows, a young man with a hooked nose and hungry eyes pressed himself against the wall, listening. Severus Snape. Harry watched his mother's friend, no, his mother's betrayer, slip out of the pub, his face alight with the knowledge he'd just stolen. He watched Dumbledore comfort the confused Trelawney, his expression grave. He watched the scene dissolve into silver mist. Then he was standing in the Room of Requirement again, the prophecy echoing in his mind. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words settled into his bones like cold truth. He and Voldemort, Bound together by prophecy, destined to fight until one of them died. Petunia's training had prepared him for many things. But this was different. This was a weight he hadn't anticipated, a truth he couldn't unlearn. He sat on the floor of the room of requirement, the empty vial beside him, and let himself feel. Fear. Yes, there was fear, the natural response to learning your death was prophesied. Anger, too, at Dumbledore for hiding it, at Snape for stealing it, at the universe for writing his fate before he was born. Grief, for the childhood he'd never had, the future that might never come. But beneath all of that, something else stirred, something Petunia had planted years ago and nurtured through every lesson, every exercise, every conversation. Control. Feelings were information, not instructions. The prophecy was information too. Not a sentence, not a destiny, just data. He breathed, centered himself, examined the prophecy from every angle, the way Petunia had taught him to examine everything. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. That could be him. It could also be someone else, Neville, born a day earlier, whose parents had also defied Voldemort 3 times. The prophecy didn't name names. It described, born to those who have thrice defied him. His parents had defied Voldemort 3 times. So had Neville's. Both families fit. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Voldemort had marked him, with the scar, with the connection, with the failed killing curse. But he'd also marked Neville, in a way, by choosing Harry instead. By making a choice that shaped both their fates. Either must die at the hand of the other. That was the part that weighed heaviest. But Harry forced himself to examine it objectively. Either must die didn't necessarily mean both would. It meant their conflict would end only when one killed the other. It meant there was no compromise, no retreat, no peaceful resolution. It didn't mean Harry had to die. It meant Voldemort had to. Neither can live while the other survives. That was the key. As long as Voldemort existed, as long as any fragment of him remained, Harry couldn't truly live. Couldn't have a normal life, a peaceful future, a real existence. The connection between them would always pull him back into the conflict. So the only way to truly live was to ensure Voldemort didn't. Not die in the process. Live after it. The distinction mattered. It shifted everything. Harry stood slowly, his mind clear, his purpose sharp. The prophecy wasn't a death sentence. It was a call to action. A challenge. A problem to be solved. And Petunia had raised him to solve problems. He found Dumbledore in his office, as he'd known he would. The headmaster looked up as Harry entered, his expression unsurprised. Fox trilled softly from his perch. The silver instruments whirred their endless calculations. "You've learned the prophecy," Dumbledore said quietly. "Yes. And how do you feel about it?" Harry considered the question. "I feel informed. The prophecy tells me what I already knew, that Voldemort and I are connected, that our conflict will end only when one of us dies, that I can't have a normal life until he's gone." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "What it doesn't tell me is how, or when, or what role my choices play." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "You're taking this remarkably calmly. My aunt taught me that panic is useless. Information is power." Harry moved to sit across from the headmaster. "I also know that prophecies aren't absolute. They describe possibilities, not certainties. Voldemort chose to believe this one, and his choice made it more likely to come true. But it's still a choice. His and mine, and yours. I choose to live." Harry's voice was steady. "I choose to fight. I choose to make sure that when this ends, I'm the one still standing. Not because the prophecy demands it, because I have people I love. People who need me. A life I want to live." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Your aunt," he said. "She truly did prepare you. She prepared me for everything except this." Harry touched his scar. "The connection, the visions, the way I can feel him thinking, that's new. That's something we need to understand." "Yes." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "The connection between you is real and growing. Voldemort didn't just mark you at night, he bound you to him in ways we're only beginning to understand. The dreams, the visions, the moments when you sense his thoughts, these will only intensify as he grows stronger. Then we need to make me stronger first." Harry leaned forward. "Snape offered to teach me occlumency. I want to start, now, today. Occlumency is difficult and painful. It requires you to open your mind to attack, to feel the invasion. To learn to fight it off. Snape will not go easy on you. I don't want easy. I want effective." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. I'll speak with Severus. You'll begin after the holidays. He paused. Harry, there's something else you should know. The prophecy is recorded in the Department of Mysteries, in a hall of prophecies. Voldemort knows this. If he ever learns that you've heard it, he'll try to retrieve the original. To understand what it says. To use it against me. Yes, then we need to make sure he can't. Harry's mind was already working, analyzing possibilities. Preparing contingencies. The Order, they can protect it. The Order will do what they can. But the real protection is you. As long as you're alive, as long as you're fighting. The prophecy's meaning remains fluid. It's only when one of you falls that it becomes fixed. Harry nodded, understanding. Then I'll stay alive, and I'll keep fighting. Dumbledore smiled again, that warm, sad smile that carried the weight of centuries. You remind me of your mother, sometimes. The way you think, the way you care. But you're not her. You're something else entirely. He paused. Something your aunt created. She'd say I created myself. She just pointed the way. She'd be wrong. But that's what parents do, underestimate their own importance. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. Go, Harry, rest. Process what you've learned. The real work begins soon enough. Harry rose, moving toward the door. But at the threshold, he paused. Headmaster, thank you, for not hiding it anymore. For trusting me with the truth. Thank your aunt, she convinced me that trust was the better path. Dumbledore glanced back, his eyes twinkling. She's quite formidable, your aunt. She's Petunia. Harry smiled. That's all she's ever needed to be. That night, Harry wrote to Petunia. Not about the prophecy, that was too dangerous to commit to paper. But about everything else. The training, the dreams. The growing certainty that the final confrontation was approaching. He told her about Snape's offer to teach occlumency, about Dumbledore's trust, about the weight he carried. And the way he was learning to carry it. And he told her he loved her. That he'd always love her. That whatever happened, she was the reason he was still standing. He sent the letter by Hedwig, watch. Hing the snowy owl disappear into the night. Then he sat by the window of the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the grounds, and thought about the future. Either must die at the hand of the other. The words echoed in his mind. But they no longer felt like a sentence. They felt like a challenge. A problem to be solved. A puzzle with pieces he was only beginning to understand. He thought about Voldemort, the fear he'd sensed in their last connection, the doubt that had taken root. The Dark Lord was powerful, yes. Brilliant, ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. But he was also limited. Trapped by his own nature. Incapable of the very things that made Harry strong. Love, trust, the willingness to rely on others. Petunia had given him those things. Had trained him to value them, to use them. To let them shape him into someone capable of facing darkness without becoming dark himself. Voldemort had no one, trusted no one, loved no one, and in the end, Harry believed, that would be his undoing. The next morning, Harry found Snape waiting for him outside the Great Hall. Potter. His voice was flat, but his eyes held something that might have been respect. Dumbledore tells me you're ready to begin. I am. Quote, occlumency is not like other magic. It requires you to lower your defenses, to let me into your mind, to feel the invasion. It will be painful, humiliating. You will hate me before we're done. I already hate you. Harry's voice was calm. That won't affect my training. Snape's eyebrow rose. You're honest, at least. That's something. He turned, gesturing for Harry to follow. We'll meet twice a week, after dinner, in my office. Come prepared to work. Come prepared to fail. And come prepared to get back up and try again. Harry nodded, falling into step beside him. I understand. Do you understand what it means to have someone rooting through your memories, your thoughts, your most private self? To have no defense against invasion except the walls you build in your own mind. Snape's voice was sharp. This is not a game, Potter. This is survival. I know. Harry met his eyes. I've been training for survival my whole life. Just not this kind. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Your aunt, he said quietly. She taught you well. She taught me everything. They walked in silence toward the dungeons. Two people bound by loss and love and the complicated legacy of a woman who had changed both their lives. The training was about to begin. And Harry was ready. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.